the Empire of Edrasia, the capital of Wild. Someone entered the Adventurers Guild. The girl noticed him. The other adventurers recognized him too. The stranger placed someone else's horn on the counter. The young man asked how many times he told him not to enter without knocking. He apologized to the prince. Arnold said he didn't want to listen to his lectures about what this stupid prince was doing all the time. The Duke doesn't understand him. He's very sorry, but their duchy hasn't received anything from Prince Leonard. The young man is surprised. Seba says it seems the man truly knows nothing. He asked the Duke if he knew Leo had sent an SS-ranked adventurer here, especially at a time when he was involved in a struggle for the throne, where there was the most unrest. That's why Silver left. Elmer asked if by silver he really meant that silver. The young man confirmed it. Leo had heard about the monsters troubling them. He personally wrote a letter asking for Silver to be sent to help. He set off immediately. Silver possesses ancient magic. He's also heard that he uses lost magic to teleport. There's no way he couldn't have come here. The Duke doesn't believe it. The prince was indignant, wondering if he really meant to say he was lying. Sebas asked him not to be angry. Judging by his appearance, the man wasn't lying. Perhaps something had happened. He offers to give the Duke some time to investigate. If Prince Leonard summons him, he's confident he'll prove everything. If that happens, it's best to hear Silver's version. Arnold says he'll give them some time to investigate. However, if they hide anything, he'll find out from Silver. And if the problem is on their end, there will be no more adventurers sent into their territory. Elmer asked them to wait a bit, while he gathers information from the house's workers. Arnold smiled and said that everything was going like clockwork. Seba said it was a rather sinister plan, almost like a game of chess. The hero said it was despicable for him to call the plan a game of chess. They were the ones who lost Silver. He only deepened the wound, but he didn't heal it. He has a twin brother. He possesses incredible valor, a good mind, and a good personality. He's a genius who can flawlessly complete any task given to him. Whatever he does, he'll be praised for it. The Duke likely wasn't swayed by the words of someone like him, one who doesn't fight for the throne. The solution lies in recruiting Silver, one of the 5 SS-ranked adventurers on the mainland. If Silver's pride is smeared, adventurers will never visit these lands again. Sebas noted that if the hero had been driven away, he would have sneaked in unnoticed. But he saw this as an opportunity and left. He also emphasized Prince Leonard's greatness by acting arrogant. He chastised him for being such a brilliant strategist. Leo is so kind. There are a few fish that survive in clean water, and he needs someone to pollute the water for him. Sebas said that if he decided this was his role, he wouldn't stop him, but he would be the one suffering from what happened. Arnold replied that everything was fine. What they needed now was Leo's reputation. He didn't care how low his own dignity sank. The butler said he cared. His mother and Prince Leonard thought so too. The 3 of them were enough for the hero to take care of him. They heard a noise. It seems the Duke has finished gathering information. Where will all this lead now? Elmer apologized. Arnold told him to stop apologizing and finally tell him what had happened. The Duke said that Silver had indeed visited them 5 days ago, but his foolish son had sent him away without even checking. The boy replied, "Does my father really think it's okay for an SS-ranked adventurer to suddenly show up here? He would have thought it was an imposter too. My father asked him to shut up. His son reminded him that kicking out any man from here was part of his job. Elmer didn't remember mentioning the need to kick out an SS-ranked adventurer. He has a ton of girls chasing him, and even though he's his brother, he still gets on his nerves. On the other hand, he has no ambition and doesn't care. He's a stupid, useless prince with no skills whatsoever." These eyes show the hero that he's considering whether to lie or not. Although in such situations, the best way to minimize the damage is to keep your head down and be honest. Arnold said he might lecture his son after their conversation. He's very sorry to say it, but right now, it's not just his son who's to blame, but the Duke himself. The Duke himself. The Duke understands this and asks how he can make amends, to make up for the loss of an SS-ranked adventurer sent by the prince. Silver, whose dignity had been tarnished, will likely never cooperate with them again. Elmer asks for forgiveness for him and the old man. They will compensate. Someone said he would sacrifice himself. The daughter of this house left the room. She asked to forgive her brother and father. Arnold looked at her, and his eyes widened. The girl addresses the boy. The father is shocked by his daughter's decision. 2 years ago, the emperor commissioned a local craftsman to create a hair brooch in the shape of a bird. Among them, a beautiful blue seagull caught the emperor's eye. The emperor, who witnessed all this, gathered all the most beautiful girls in the country in the capital, declaring that only the most beautiful girl would wear this brooch. Despite being only 14 years old, she was considered the most beautiful. He often played as a child. All tutors refused to accept him. Soon the news spread throughout the capital and then throughout the empire. All the good that had been in his given name was destroyed by his brother. She was Finna Fion Kleinert, daughter of Duke Kleinert, was the one who received this brooch, called the Blue Seagull, which became an object of imitation among men across the country. She fell to her knees and begged the prince to help her father and brother. She saw Silver too when he arrived. If someone had sinned, she must bear the consequences. The whole family began apologizing, and suddenly Arnold turned out to be a scoundrel. This wasn't how he expected his confrontation with the Duke to turn out. Sebas asked why the hero couldn't simply restrain his aggression since the ducal family members do so much for them. And if they apologized to Silver, he would understand. Even if Silver solves the problem in this territory, the fact is that their dignity, trampled by the Duke, will not be hidden. Sebas suggested discussing this with Prince Leonard. The hero replied that there was no point in discussing it with him. He would forget everything. The butler pointed out that this was one of the reasons people bothered with him. They're brothers with Prince Leonardo. The people he's gathered around him are now aligned with the prince. If the hero were to undermine the relationship between him and the dupes for the sake of his brother, it would affect his position later. Arnold agreed to go along with his plan. He told the Duke to send his men to find Silver. When they found him, he would speak with him. They had found a good compromise. All that remained was to resolve the problem in this area, and then the Duke would become Leo's ally. From the Duke's perspective, he's a nobody who disturbs his brother's kingdom, but that's a good thing. Besides, the only one who will inherit the throne is Leo. Finna turned to hero. Even now, people in the castle look at him with disdain, despite his royal blood. Sebastian tells the boy not to worry. With his popularity, no one will know of his power. She asks to go with the hero. The young man didn't expect Silver to still be in town. He replied that he knew the hero would send someone for him. But he didn't think the foolish prince would come in person. Of course, it's just an illusion he created using magic. He managed to fool the guard with magic, telling him he was the strangely dressed guy who'd been here for 5 days. He made it look like Sebas had found Silver. And after that report, he went to meet him. But Finn insisted on going with him, so he had to play 2 roles at once. And of course, he couldn't be detected because of his voice. The mask is incredibly powerful. Magically, not only can it change his voice and body, but it can also leave a sense of contact with the target. Even if they met several times, no one would be able to tell that he and Silver were the same person. Finny introduced herself and said it was an honor to meet the adventurer. Her father is a monster slayer, so she's here on his orders. This isn't their first meeting. They saw each other 5 days ago. She apologized for such a rude reception. Silver said she didn't need to apologize. He'd already canceled all his plans for their home. He'd heard she'd been in a wise home where they cared for people, but those were just words. For a country plagued by monsters, adventurers are a rarity. If it truly cares about its people, then they should be willing to accept any adventurer. The fact that her brother sent him away without even understanding the situation speaks to the Duke's lack of preparation. Finner agreed that this was a mistake on the part of their house. Arnold never thought he'd have to do something like this. He'll show her he can convince Silver himself, and then, when Finny tells the Duke everything, his goal will be achieved. And after that, he's confident the Duke will be on Leo's side. Alfred isn't worried about it. He's simply trying to accept the fact that he's being treated this way. There's no point in wasting time lecturing him about his duties as a prince. The butler understands his situation, but it's difficult. He needs to return to the castle. General Dominic has passed away. He asks Silver to continue his mission. He replied that he was standing before him now, so yes, he would continue. And then he would do something to prove his words. But could the foolish prince make the Duke their ally? He replied that he had not yet received his consent. As expected from a foolish prince. He's not like his brother Leo. It looks like you'll remain a foolish prince forever. The young man promises to pull himself together. Silver wants him to promise his full cooperation. If the Duke agrees to this, he'll do his part. He has his own reasons for wanting his brother Leo to become the next emperor. The reason he left the capital and came here is so that Prince Leo and the Duke can be in an alliance, for this reason alone. Based on Prince Leo and Duke Kleinert's reputation, he decided to help them. But because he was driven away that time, Prince Leo's reputation was slightly diminished. This is because Prince Leo had asked him to help them. Silver replies that there's no reason to protect him now. The trust between the houses is already gone. Unless the Duke promises Prince Leo's support, Arnold wants him to compromise and help destroy all the monsters, and then the Duke will definitely become Leo's ally. Silver is hesitant. The hero bows and asks the adventurer to understand. Finney is shocked by his actions. For someone like him, who has no pride, it is easy to bow his head before someone, especially in front of an illusion he himself had created. But that didn't matter. It wouldn't affect him in any way. Silver pointed out that he lacked the pride of the imperial family. Arnold knows he doesn't trust him, but he's still Leo's brother, and he wants the adventurer to finish his job. He doesn't want to deal with these problems for too long. That's why he asks him to finish off the monsters, a renowned general of the Imperial Guard. After more than 50 years of frontline combat, he retired and served as an advisor. The adventurer agreed to destroy all the monsters roaming the area. He accepts his request. However, he has hopes for Finney's house. He asks her not to forget their agreement. She thanked him and said they would do everything possible. Arnold is riding in the carriage, thinking that he'll never do something like that again. Suddenly, Finney thanks him. He doesn't understand why she's thanking him. She replied that the prince had bowed his head for them. What had happened was entirely their fault. He had even managed to persuade Silver for the sake of the entire people. She was immensely grateful to him. I think she misunderstood a bit. She's the type of person who finds the positive in everything. That needs to be corrected. If she thinks he's a good person, she's wrong. It's just that it'll be hard for him to move on. Arnold says he bowed his head only for his own benefit. She seems to have misunderstood this. Finney asks permission to continue this misunderstanding. She misunderstood that His Highness was, in fact, a terrible man, just as she said. Yes, it was her mistake. He bowed his head for his own good. Not for the good of the people, and certainly not for the good of their family. But she hopes he'll forgive her for her misunderstanding. The guy looks at her in shock. He long ago remembered when their mother took them to watch the meteor shower, which happens once every decade. The falling stars that filled the night sky were simply beautiful. The delight and happiness that he felt then. The same feelings flooded through him. He blushed and turned away. Misunderstandings like this aren't so bad sometimes. In his old age, he developed various illnesses, but that's certainly not the true joy of his death. The only thing that comes to mind is murder. Arnold says it's a dire situation. Seaboss says the Duke dispatched 4 B ranks and 2 A rank adventurers. But it seems they weren't up to the task. They were dealing with a mother slime. It spawns countless other slugs. A complex monster. It can absorb anything and convert it into nutrients to produce even more slugs. The hero must quickly get rid of them, or there will be no end to this. Seaboss says that in order to protect the trust placed in them, they would not forgive intrusion, even from an SS-ranked adventurer. Arnold says he's already accepted the assignment. Depending on their relationship, it could take some time. The hero says they don't have time for this. He hopes the local adventurers will understand. He told Seaboss to go back. He can handle this himself. He came to the adventurers' camp. A man came out to him. His name was Abel. He was the leader of this group. He was an A-rank adventurer. Silver also introduced himself. As expected, he didn't like him. Abel heard he'd come as reinforcements. But if he simply said, yes, of course, and refused the quest, he'd no longer be an adventurer. Interfering with someone else's quest was also considered a violation of the adventurer code. If the hero understands this, then what's he doing here? An adventurer of this caliber shouldn't suffer from a lack of quests. The hero says that what he wants to say is perfectly reasonable. He understands his disappointment, but since he's an adventurer himself, he should ask them if there's anything they can do about it. The girls said they tried to confront them, but in the end, they retreated without causing any fatal damage. Sebastian said that the details are unknown, but they are currently looking for the culprit. They're clearly lacking firepower. Another A-rank adventurer, a young woman, is supporting them. Silver understands why they don't want to involve him in the search, but he wants to report this to the guild headquarters and insist that they squeeze out permission to participate in the quest. He'll take it and come back here again. If they can get rid of the monsters by then, he won't stop them. However, the security of this territory will be at risk during these days. As an adventurer, he can't allow the danger to escalate any further. Abel clenched his fist, sat down on the box, and said he agreed. They didn't have enough power. Silver could do whatever he wanted. The guy apologized to his team. If Abel were alone, he could continue on his way. But he also cares about his group members. What a wonderful leader. Due to their weak attacks, they deal very little damage. Adventurers of this level are typically only requested for parties consisting entirely of A-rankers. They've done a good job. The guild will be grateful. Abel laughed. He said that this day had arrived and the SS-ranked adventurer praised him. The hero isn't being sarcastic at all. He's grateful to him with all his heart and considers himself in his debt. If anything happens, he's ready to come to his aid. Silver raised his hand. He began to use magic. He is the messenger of the gods. He acts on behalf of heaven and earth. The hour of justice has come. He was the type who made enemies easily, but there had to be one reason to kill him. He joined the battle for the throne. He was a man who criticized all princes and princesses. But there was one prince he supported. Tremble, sinner. Rejoice, innocent one. His word is the word of God. His blow is a blow bestowed by God himself. In his hands is a flame that can scorch the earth. O flame of heaven, reduce the sinner to ashes. The hero uses the skill, meaningful execution. The adventurers are shocked by what is happening. After the adventurers' attack, nothing remained. He demolished an entire mountain. The girl thinks he used ancient magic, the kind used by SS-ranked adventurers. Silver said everything should be fine now. He wants to lead a report for the guild on Abel. He says he should do it himself. They didn't do anything. He's the hero who saved the duchy. Silver apologized and said he wasn't interested. He had other goals he was striving to achieve. He leaves the rest to them and disappears. This is the Duke's mansion, in a room specifically reserved for the use of Prince Arnold. He would later send a report that Silver had subjugated the Slug Queen while he was with the Duke. He would then receive the Duke's promise of support, and his work would be complete. It was the true horn of the Minotaur King. It's a very rare AAA rank monster, and the hero was able to kill it single-handedly. Then it could be a threat. But still, he's only a general. His death won't harm the Empire. The culprits probably covered it up by claiming he died of illness. The only one who will suffer the loss is the prince, who has lost an ally. Suddenly, he heard a sound and turned around. Finny was standing in front of him. She said that he had just teleported, and she asked if this suit belonged to Silver. The young man thought he had become careless. He began to think about what to do. Pretend it was all just a misunderstanding and tell her it was just his hobby to dress like that. Or simply take her life? But that wouldn't work either. She was the Emperor's favorite. The Emperor would investigate this himself. Finny said she had baked some goodies and decided to bring some to him. But when she knocked, there was no answer, so she thought something might have happened. The hero confronted her and told her that she now knew his secret. He couldn't let her just walk away. She said she wouldn't tell anyone that Silver's true identity was Prince Arnold, but she was already shouting it to the whole world. He set up a soundproof barrier. No matter what she said, not a single word would get through. She thanked him. The young man asked if she hadn't considered that he might do something to her. He would even mock her. No matter what she did, she wouldn't even be able to call for help. Finny said it was impossible. But if he really could, she wouldn't have had any other choice. Then she would have agreed. Arnold doesn't remember her trusting him so much. If he really is Silver, that means all the monsters have already been defeated. He also came here as a prince and performed various skits, all for his brother's sake. That's why she trusts him. He's someone who acts for the good of others. Such a person can't be bad. This prince's name is Arnold Lakes Adler. His brother is a twin. Leo, naturally, found an ally. He didn't do this with the intention of increasing his power and then seizing the throne. She is truly a very kind person. She is capable of believing in another person so strongly. So now she knows he's Silver, and she also understands that every action he took was aimed at getting the Duke to help them out of gratitude. And she still trusts him even after she learns all this. He can't let her down. The only one who knows his secret is Sebas, and he knows for sure he won't tell anyone. If the truth comes out, he'll never forgive her. Even if he uses magic and tricks her into believing it's all a dream, she'll eventually realize it's not true. If Finney's character is anything to go by, it's highly unlikely she'll tell him his secret. He'll take drastic measures to keep it from being revealed. To think that the secret he'd been keeping all this time would be revealed like this. Finney asks him to perk up and have some sweets. She'll pour him some tea. Abel finished his report. The Duke said the job was well done. He apologized for making it such a difficult task. It was a small gift from him. He asked that it be accepted. The guy said the reward for the mission would be sufficient. As he'd already mentioned in the report, it was Silver who solved the problem, not them. As adventurers, they have a sense of self-worth. The man understood them and said that if anything happened again, he would ask for their help again. Abel said that when the time came, they would do everything possible to fulfill their hopes alone. The Duke wasn't grateful enough to His Highness. He thanked the prince. Albert asks that the thanks be reserved for Leo. After all, Silver and he are here only for him. The fact that such a simple act was interpreted as an increase in power is a major problem. For this reason alone, Prince Leonard has been marked as an enemy to those seeking the throne. Their ducal house will direct all its support and assistance to Prince Leo. They are under their supervision. They decide to help Prince Leonard ascend to the throne. At the same time, people seeking an opportunity will come to support Leo. Now the Emperor recognizes Leo as a worthy candidate for the throne. One could say they're already at the starting line. The man asked if they had enough allies. He replied that they did not. They needed to open negotiations with the other nobles, who were currently merely watching from the sidelines. But to do so, they needed people they trusted. These words encouraged the man. He's thinking about entrusting his daughter to them. The Duke was also shocked when Finney told him about it yesterday. She wants to help the prince at any cost. It's completely unlike her. Requests of this kind are unusual for her. He was deeply touched. Finney is famous in the capital. She will be useful to them. Frankly, they will gain countless advantages. It's true that it was unexpected that she wanted to go to the capital. The reason is that she learned his true identity yesterday. There are many opportunities to interact with other people in the capital. You never know where you can get information. Finney says goodbye to her father and brother. They ask her to take care of herself. She told Prince Arnold that she might not be of much use, but she was now in his care, so she asked him to take care of her. The young man is shocked. From now on, the struggle for the throne will begin. Countless dark and bloody battles await them. If she has changed her mind, now is her only chance to return. The Empire of Edrasia. The same year. 3 years have passed since the death of the crown prince, and the emperor's children are fighting for the throne. She replied that she understood and she still wanted to be useful to him. Also, if she were close to him, it would be easier for him to keep an eye on her. The young man said he would worry less if she stayed on her own territory. Will everything be okay with him if he let such a girl know her secret? Leo knows his brother is well known, but he never imagined he knew Silver. Arnold said he contacted him. As proof of his trust, he would help recruit Duke Kleinert. So he made up a story where his brother asked Silver for help. It was his fault for not asking his permission after it had already happened. Leo replied that everything was fine. His brother had his own opinion on the matter. The hero thinks he can be trusted for now, but he's a mysterious man. He hasn't revealed his motives for collaborating with them, so he shouldn't be trusted completely. Silver has taken the initiative. This will make it easier for him to act. But thanks to him, the Kleinert Duchy was saved, and they gained the Duke's support. There's no doubt he's a good man. Leo, once again, only thinks of everyone's positive traits. He mentioned that Finney had come here too. The girl offered the guy some tea. They were already acting friendly despite having just met. This should be considered talent. Leo asked how his brother wanted Finney to help them. Arnold said mainly as a negotiator. For starters, he'd be traveling from his mansion in Nim to the capital. This should demonstrate the Duke's support. The hero asked if his brother had managed to gather allies in the capital. He replied that influential people had already joined one of the 3 sides in the capital. He was now trying to persuade the stubborn nobles who remained neutral. The only candidates for the throne are the second prince, the second princess, and the third prince. Each has a high chance of success. Leo, who attracted General Dominic's attention with his kindness, has become the fourth contender. As expected, even if they knew the Duke had sided with Leo, the only ones who could do anything about it were the stubborn nobles. Finny asked to be told about the other three factions. Leo was shocked that her brother hadn't told her yet. He replied that she'd been asking unnecessary questions all along, and he didn't have the strength to explain. The girl apologized. He asked her not to worry. It was normal for her brother to be burdened like that. The hero explained that this was because rejecting such questions was even more problematic. He pulled something from his pocket and told them to think of them as three factions. Each of them is growing in power, striving for the throne. There are others in the imperial family also vying for the throne, but they are nowhere near these three. These three are the second prince, the third prince, and the second princess. Each faction has a significant number of allies, and the nobles are taking advantage of this and increasing their own strength. This is the current state of the War of Succession. It all started 3 years ago, when their eldest brother, the Crown Prince, died. Finny had heard about it. Her father had said before that if he had lived, the war for the throne would never have happened. Arnold says that, on the other hand, it gave everyone else a chance. Their older brother, who was a better version of Leo with a wonderful personality, died so easily on the battlefield. He's no longer here, and these three will show no mercy in the face of the enemy. His only option is to take their elder brother's place and become emperor. There's no other way. Leo understands this, but he's afraid he can't handle it. Arnold patted him on the back and told him to relax. He'd make sure he got it right. Finny laughed as she watched her brothers. Suddenly, someone entered the office and apologized for interrupting. For the other heirs besides the first three, there are only two paths. The first is to become an ally or remain neutral. The second is to become an enemy and seek the throne. It was Marie Verker. She met Leo while looking for a job. Selected for her potential, she works as Leo's assistant, despite her civilian background. The brother introduced the girls to each other. Leo said that Duke Kleinert was on their side, and it was all thanks to his brother. Marie said that His Highness had done a good job. As always, she's silent and emotionless. Given his carefree personality, it seems she doesn't have any good feelings for him. This becomes more apparent when he's around her, and frankly, he finds it difficult. The girl handed over a report regarding the two parties he was preparing a trap for. After reading it, the young man couldn't understand how this could have happened. Count Siegfried is under Her Highness Sandra, and Baron Bowman under His Highness Gordon. Both sides have received a considerable sum of money. They can do nothing about it. Both are in alliance with the merchants. They will not win with money. Baron Bowman is closely connected to the Minister of Defense. If he can win over the Minister of Defense, most of the military will fall into Gordon's hands. The Minister of Defense is not currently meeting with any of the key successors. Marie wanted to convert Baron Bowman to Leo's side, but not everything went as planned in the end. Still, there is progress. Finny's here with them. That'll probably make things easier from now on. The girl said she'd try her best too. Arnold decided to take a short rest. Perhaps it was because they'd been riding all that way and his back was hurting. Leo should definitely be on a successor list. There's no point in becoming anyone's ally or remaining neutral right now. Sebastian asked him if he was considering becoming emperor. Finny and the hero went out into the city. She suggested going this way. Several days have passed since Finny's arrival in the capital. The daily journeys through the city caught the eye of the capital's residents. Rumors that Duke Kleinert had supported the prince began to spread. Based on this, it seems the story is turning into a love affair between Prince Leo and Finny. It's just that when rumors start spreading in a positive light, it would be a problem if they were seen together. That's why they maintain anonymity. Arnold tells her to just call him AL. It would be problematic if the prince was seen with her. The girl smiled and called the boy by name. Arnold says it's nostalgic for him. Back then, he used to escape from the castle and play with the boys in the city. As a prince, he shouldn't have been so reckless. But even now, from time to time, he runs into the friends he used to play with. Finny envies the guy. She doesn't have many friends after all. The hero said she could make a lot of friends in the capital. There are plenty of good and bad people around after all. It would be great if she could make some real friends. Time doesn't matter for friendship, though. It's not because they're friends now. Suddenly, someone poured water on Finny. The children ran up to her and began apologizing. They asked about her condition and then blushed when they saw her. Arnold replied that he was the man who had dumped all the boring stuff on his brother. But he wasn't going to stop there. Her clothes were see-through. The young man grabbed her hand and dragged her somewhere. She covered herself and fell to her knees. Arnold said he knew the owner of a nearby establishment and offered to get her some clothes. The man says, "Isn't it wonderful? Such innocence." The hero asks him not to spread it around too much. The old man said it was something new. It's rare to see him out with a girl. Finny came out of the dressing room and asked the hero's opinion. He said it suited her. She was glad Al himself had chosen it. The salesman asked if he would pay the same as always. Arnold confirmed it. He'd let Seaboss or someone else know a little later. The old man wished them continued enjoyment of their date. The girl blushed, and the young man said he'd simply been seeing her around town. They continued walking around the city. A girl was playing with water in the fountain. The hero thinks that the sun is already setting. It's time to return to the castle. He met someone he didn't want to meet, Gide von Horvath. From his youth, he was only good to Leo. He himself often bullied the hero from the moment he was abandoned by adults. The eldest son of a respectable and prominent family, and, despite his reluctance, his childhood friend, he wants to live the carefree life of an adventurer. Arnold remarked that it was rare to see his friend here. He replied that he simply saw a pitiful-looking face that didn't resemble a prince and assumed it was a hero. Gade hit the boy in the leg with his cane. Even if he did hit him, no one would care. They wouldn't even say anything. The boy said that if he beat him, it would create a big problem, since they had the same face. A friend pointed out that he wasn't Leo, and everyone knew it. No one would have guessed he was royalty, judging by his behavior. He swung and struck the main character. Suddenly, Finny came to his defense. Gide hesitated and recognized the girl. Arnold silently asks her not to complicate things. If there's a huge fuss around this, no matter the outcome, it will only create more problems. Gide introduced himself. The girl realized he was the son of the famous and venerable Duke Horvath. What a shame. She had expected someone more dignified. She asked him if he really thought it was okay to do whatever he wanted just because he was a foolish prince. He had no respect or loyalty to the royal family. The hero thought it would be bad if Finny publicly disgraced Ged. The girl asked if he really thought that she would go out with the stupid prince of her own free will. Arnold caught Finny's eye and realized where she was going with this. He had no choice. He said he found it disturbing. They don't want rumors to spread, so he pretends to be his brother on purpose, but he doesn't want to die yet. It's hard, but he has no choice. The hero introduced himself as Leonard. Guy began to justify himself. The young man said everything was fine. He knew what he had done to his brother, and until he said anything, he wasn't going to interfere. The heroes decided to leave, but their friend thought it would be a shame to make an enemy out of Leo, who was about to become the next emperor. Finny and Arnold talked about something and decided to leave as the eyes of passers-by were riveted on them. The hero asked the girl if it was intentional. She said she was truly sorry. If things had remained as they were, the only thing that would have suffered was his reputation. However, now he'll hold a grudge against her and his brother because of it. Furthermore, it will be more difficult for him from now on because of rumors that Leo might be impersonating him. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. There was no point in blaming her for what had already happened. He told her that if she understood this, she shouldn't act without thinking twice in the future. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any problems. But he understands that she did it for him. He thanked her. She was so happy. He apologized for leaving a bad taste. Finny said she'd been careless. She'd be more careful next time. She asked him to show her the city again. The young man promised to prepare a proper disguise next time. The girl is very happy. The guy thinks that her smile is worth showing her the city again. The girl thanked Silver for his hard work and presented him with an award. He must play behind the scenes for the sake of his beloved brother. Leo remarked that it was rare for their father to call them. Al replied that it usually happened once a year. Perhaps he had something to say. They were hoping he'd say something good. The young man was certain that it meant nothing good. Leo suggests believing in the good. He tells him to put his brother's mantle on properly. Otherwise, his father will scold him again. They entered the hall where they were met by the third prince, Gordon, the second prince, Eric, and the third princess, Zandra. They had a disdainful look on their faces. It seems all the princes and princesses have already gathered in the capital. Emperor Johann said that this might be a bit of a surprise, but he wants them all to compete with each other. But a simple contest of strength is too boring. To this end, he plans to revive a festival forgotten decades ago. A nightly hunting festival will be held, and the winner will have a huge advantage on the path to the crown. The brothers were surprised by this statement. Leonard and Arnold are interested in this festival, which will give them a huge advantage on their way to the crown. Gordon asks us to stop beating around the bush. Wouldn't it be easier to hold a contest of strength? Gordon is a general who loves war and is also the strongest warrior among the princes. If this guy becomes emperor, he will begin an endless expansion of imperial territories. The people will be drawn into a war they never wanted. Johann asks Gordon to wait. How could a 10-year-old boy possibly have the strength to compete with him? The 10th prince is Rupert, the capital of the empire, the city of the Holy Sword, Wild. The man greeted Prince Arnold and remarked that he looked energetic today. He thanked him. Xander asks her brother to think for a moment. Even a walking muscle like him should have at least a shred of logic. She is the cruelest of them all. She has delved deeply into necromancy, allowing her to resurrect the dead. If she becomes emperor, the empire will become a magical superpower, where inhumane experiments will be permitted. Gordon said he could crush a weak mage like her with a single finger. The girl asked if he was the one who always spoke of warrior honor and death on the battlefield. The other princes watched. Arnold thought that these two were as dangerous as ever, but they were standing before the emperor. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and apologized for their brothers and sisters. Eric, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, is responsible for the empire's foreign policy. He's a genius. His intellect is considered superior to that of the crown prince. Currently, he is the closest person to the throne. If he becomes emperor, the empire will be secure. Johann said everything was fine. Competition was good. That's how he himself became emperor, after all. He explained the festival's essence. At it, the imperial knightly order competes in monster hunts. Victory is determined by the rarity and size of the monster caught. The festival was often held during the time when the empire was infested with monsters, but today adventurers have become so good that there is no longer any need for it. Eric says the monsters have become more active lately. However, that would mean the adventurers wouldn't have any work. The guild wouldn't approve. The emperor asks him not to worry about it. He's already received the guild's permission. Last time, they were unable to cope with the monster attacks in various areas, so they're happy to have their help. The empire is most likely covering the guild's expenses, but somehow the monsters aren't decreasing. The guild is caught in a tightrope between the empire and the adventurers. If they don't take countermeasures, damage will be done to the people, their crops, and the adventurers themselves. Then the man noticed that the young man seemed carefree every day. He envied him. In this sense, it's a brilliant plan to deploy elite imperial knights to hunt monsters. The festival will not only generate profit, but also provide security for the people. However, it's unclear how he intends to involve them in the festival. Eric suggested that they lead the knightly orders. The emperor would personally assign the knightly orders to them. They could go hunting with them, or sit back and hope for a good outcome. Knights won't swear allegiance to those who can't even fight alongside them. This is a major blow to anyone claiming the throne. Gordon decided to inquire about the reward. He replied that the winner would receive the position of plenipotentiary ambassador of the empire. Sebas notes that things have only gotten more difficult. Things haven't gotten any easier. Finney thought it was a good opportunity for them after all. Everyone would be given an equal number of knights. The young man laughed at her words, and she became angry with him. Al says, this is definitely a chance for Leo to become an ambassador. He'll be treated like the next emperor in the country he's sent away to, and he'll have the opportunity to mend relations between the two countries. On the other hand, the hole they closed will reopen. Unlike those two, they don't have the strength to grit their teeth and abstain from participating. And if that happens, they'll have to withdraw from the succession war. The hero asked Sebas if he'd gathered any information. He replied that he hadn't gathered as much as he'd liked. It seems the knights themselves only learned of this yesterday. The decision was made behind closed doors by the emperor and his advisors. If this is true, their options will be limited. The deciding factor will be the candidate's luck and skill, and Prince Leonard practices diligently every day, unlike him. They heard that he plans to join the fight for the throne. Prince Arnold can only lose this battle. It doesn't matter whether they encounter a rare monster or whether a single blow will decide everything. It doesn't matter how much power he has if he never gets a chance to show it off. The Knightly Order hopes that the festival will be held in the eastern part of the empire. The greatest damage from the monsters was inflicted in the eastern part, and it looks like they'll have to relocate there. If the eastern part becomes the center of the festival, tourists will flock there. This will make it easier to rebuild the destroyed areas. The Knightly Orders will be sent to the eastern part and will only arrive in a couple of days. They will hunt and compete in the number of kills and their rarity, and the Emperor himself will choose the winner in the end. Influential people from all over the empire will come to observe the festival, so it will be difficult. Finny said she had an idea. She thinks that Al should take first place. Sevis and the hero looked at her strangely. The butler says Arnold will continue to play the role of the silly prince. If he reveals his true self, it would be too suspicious. Al says her idea is viable. But then they'll lose their ace in the hole. It will also make it harder for Leo to become emperor. Plus, their popularity will split. It's a bad option, no matter what. However, they have no trump card and have nothing to play in this situation. The other three will most likely lure some rare monster to the eastern part. Or they could find out the location of the rare monster, but they don't have enough people to do it. It's a shame they're being compared. Even though they're twins, the difference in talent is immediately apparent. They apologize for their rudeness. The young man thinks they're all laughing at him, bowing their heads in respect. He could do something similar. He could just force all the monsters to the easts, like Silver. Finny screams that he can't do that. The young man thought that she was just like Leo. If he did this, the people living in the eastern part could suffer even more before the festival began. That's why they weren't going to do it. His brother wouldn't support it either. The girl apologized for saying something without thinking again. He replied that everything was fine. She could say whatever came to her mind. Her opinion was always correct and fair. Finny didn't understand what he meant. Sebastian explained that the hero liked her just the way she was. The girl blushed. Arnold said he didn't remember saying that. Sebas assumed he hated her. The boy denied it. Then they think he liked her. Leo entered the room. Arnold mentioned that they were going to discuss making him the Empire's ambassador plenipotentiary. Leo thinks his brother should take that position. He thinks Al has a knack for building relationships between states, but the hero can't win this hunting festival. Only a brother can do that. The thought of their opponents being siblings only puts Leo off. He says that if circumstances allowed, he wouldn't have participated in the struggle. However, responsibility for his brother and mother and for their future lies with him. He needs to win. Otherwise, everyone else won't be able to enjoy life for the rest of their lives. In the entire royal family, he is the only one without power. The entire aristocracy, including the ministers, looks down on him with disdain. The three of them will show no mercy. They have no other options. There was still a shred of humanity in them when the crown prince was killed. However, the protracted battle for the throne has measured them all. These guys no longer have any feelings for their family, so they have no choice but to participate in the struggle for the inheritance, for the good of all the people living in the empire. Besides, they'll have problems if Leo doesn't become the heir. He must have the same intention. Among the princes, he most resembles the crown prince. But Leo is not a realist like the crown prince, but an idealist, easily moved by emotion. He decided to join the battle not because of the assassination of the general, but because he had admired the crown prince since childhood. Arnold is more than confident he intends to become some kind of crown prince. Leo says his power alone isn't enough. He wants them to lend it to him. The hero agreed. A huge monster, Cerberus, AAA rank, attacks someone. Silver fights him and also strikes back. This is because the guild makes requests of him twice a month. It seems there really are more monsters in the Empire. Suddenly, someone turned to the hero and asked if that explosion was really his work. That's why he does whatever he wants. No one cares about him, which is why he can continue his activities as Silver. He considers it normal to stop or change his behavior. The young man turned and asked the stranger to state her name first. Then he saw her, and his eyes widened in surprise. This is the Knightly Order of the Empire. Captain of the 3rd Corps, Elna von Emsberg. Elna is here because she heard about the Cerberus that appeared But the guy has already dealt with it. Armsburg. The assisting countries would tremble at the sound of this name. They are the descendants of a great hero who defeated a demon lord that shook an entire continent 500 years ago. After defeating him, the emperor wanted the hero to remain in the empire. The hero refused the status of marquis or duke. He refused the rewards and wanted to travel. The emperor then offered the hero a unique peerage and power over an entire continent. This marked the beginning of a brave house, the highest rank among aristocrats, even higher than a prince. They bowed to no one but the emperor. But no one complained, because they deserved such treatment. Guardian of the empire. The heiress worthy of this title is Elna. She wasn't just the one who protected him as a child, but also the one who trained him in Spartan conditions. She was his complete opposite. He dared to say that what she was doing was pure mockery. If he does whatever he likes as a prince, then it is only natural that he will end up in this position. But his face is hidden. At the moment, he's not Arnold, but Silver. He's not afraid of Elna. He asked her if the lady of the brave house had vision problems. She asked him about what he just said. The hero was startled. Had all the resentment from the past really just burst out of him now? Elna remarked that, judging by his appearance, he was an SS rank adventurer Silver. She noticed that he was rather brash for a failed adventurer. Al thought that was bad. Nothing good would come of it if he continued asking Elna. He needed to resolve the situation. From the moment he settled in the capital, people began calling him her guardian. That's just what people say. He didn't take that nickname for himself. Arnold is showing that he's not her enemy. Elna asked if he really meant to imply that the Armsburg house lay claim to such an insignificant nickname. Either way, it was simply a provocation. Or maybe he meant to say that wasn't what he meant. His first impression of him was already bad, so anything he said would be taken negatively. Elna hated losing. Once someone started a fight with her, she would fight until she wiped the floor with her opponent. She's aware of it. The brave house truly values its fame. To be unable to accept the fact that others might also receive praise, she must be very petty. The girl will not forgive anyone who makes impudent remarks about her house. Silver noticed she was the only one here being insolent. He'd killed the monster as per the guild's request. But from what she'd said earlier, she'd also intended to kill him. The girl had said she hadn't intended to. She'd been thinking about the people. The man tells the captain that even if there was a misunderstanding between them, if it was a request from the Adventurers Guild, then they would be to blame. Besides, it's time for them to hurry to the capital. She asks Silver to remember that it is they who defend the Empire, the brave house, the knights and soldiers, and definitely not them, the adventurers. He entered Leo's office. He was standing near the desk and looked at his brother in surprise. The hero said that he would remember this, although he might immediately forget about it. Elna cursed the guy. He looked up at the sky and thought about Elna in his arms. He felt so good. Now he knew the feeling of revenge, like that of a child who had been bullied. But that didn't change the fact that he had made an unnecessary enemy. If House Arnsberg decides to treat them with hostility, it will be entirely their fault. A few days later. Today is a memorable day. The door will be opened by a captain of the Imperial Corps who will join him. Siva suggests that, for the sake of ensuring a balance of power, it should be one of the high-ranking captains. Al says everyone will do except Elna. She's an extraordinary child of the brave House of Armsburg, who joined the knightly order at 11 and became a captain at 14. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have her on their side? Her abilities alone are undoubtedly good. However, he can't cope with her character. She is known for her high moral character. Nevertheless, there are rumors that she could become the next head of the knightly order. Al says that this is just how she looks on the outside. Neither the knights nor the people saw her true nature. This woman is like the devil. Elna asked who he was calling the devil here. Arnold said that Grandpa was dead and probably murdered. He asked what Leo was going to do. Arnold asks Sebas to call the guards as the devil has appeared. He replies that, unfortunately, he doesn't think anyone will come. The strongest knights are already here. The girl told him that Elna von Amsberg, a member of the Imperial Knights Order and captain of the Third Corps, had arrived at his disposal. Several years had passed since their last meeting, but he seemed unchanged. The young man realized it was sarcasm. Elna noted that he was very popular in the capital. Everyone called him the Foolish Prince. Even though they haven't seen each other for years, they're still childhood friends. Despite the fact that he's a prince of the imperial family, and she's the daughter of a brave house, they know each other well. Arnold asked her why she was there. She replied that it was rude of him. She had to personally petition the emperor to become his captain. They continued their verbal sparring. He understands that she did it with him in mind, but that doesn't align with his goals. If she really did ask her father for something like that, he would have preferred her to be on Leo's side. The fact that Elna is here means he's become one of the favorites. This will make it harder to do anything freely. Elna is the type of person who commands attention. No covert operations are necessary. It would be problematic if she joined someone else, but having her with him would only make things worse. The problem isn't even their compatibility. He genuinely didn't want her to be with him. She's saying she'll win this competition for him personally. They need to make people take back their words. The young man said he doesn't need that. Elna asks him not to be like that. She already told the emperor that she will take care of him. The hero thanked her. She began to say that he was extremely grateful for this. He was one of 5 SS-ranked adventurers on the metric, stationed here at the imperial branch. That was something to be proud of. She asked him why he needed the money. He replied that he didn't want to join in the family squabbles. The hero knew he would say that. That's why from now on he'll have a special training session. For now, she decides to see how well he's progressed in horse riding. They head to the training ground. Al said he had a headache and it could be serious. Sebas said it was a mental disorder called a false illness. If he trained his mind and heart, it might go away. Arnold asks them to leave him alone. Arnold's back muscles are sore. There's very little time left before the night's festival. It's not like a few days of training will make a difference. 403. He'll definitely die if this continues day after day. The next training session is in the afternoon. Finney asked if Silver was equal to her in strength. Sebas explained that Arnold specialized in ancient magic, so his physical strength was lower than that of an ordinary person. He also lacked horsemanship, swordsmanship, and modern magic. He didn't prioritize training in these areas, which is why he didn't achieve outstanding results. The girl was surprised. She thought adventurers were strong. The hero said most of them were. He uses ancient magic to compensate for his physical weakness. That's why he doesn't train his body. The last time he didn't use teleportation magic was when he was riding a horse to Kleinert's estate. But even so, he still strengthened his body. As Elna said, without ancient magic, he's a weakling. Sebas said it all depended on how you looked at it. It didn't matter whether it was hard for him or not. This was a great opportunity for Leo. The hero agreed. Finney didn't understand what they were talking about. As he thought, he had no intention of taking the throne. But now, if one of the 3 men wielding power were to sit on the throne, a dark future could await them. Elna is known as the strongest knight. Even if he wins, no one will believe it's his accomplishment. If Leonard can't win, the best option is for Arnold to win. They hold the strongest hand. Even if the hero doesn't do anything special, Elna will do everything for him. If he doesn't mess with her head or interfere, they will win. Sebas says that's why the emperor allowed her to keep an eye on the boy. He expects the boy to play tricks on her, but he didn't expect to unite the strongest knight and the strongest adventurer into a single team. Arnold says that even in the worst-case scenario, he would still win. But it would be better if Leo won. He's much more suited to being an ambassador. Finney assumed the hero simply found the ambassador's position difficult. The young man didn't answer. The girl in Sebas' side. She asked if he was putting too much pressure on Leo. She understood that he was saying this because he was doing everything for Leo. Sebas explained that the hero simply found it difficult. Arnold says it's an old habit of his, and there's nothing he can do about it. He can give up the throne, the ambassadorship, and so on. Sebas doesn't approve of lying to this girl. He replies that he's not lying, just misleading. Finney envies him for having such a caring childhood friend. He said it's just annoying, especially when she does too much unnecessary stuff. Elna arrived at that moment and asked him about his words. She was angry. She heard someone couldn't get out of bed due to muscle pain, so she brought some ointment specially. Arnold said he was fine. Someone hundreds of times more gentle than she had already treated him. The girls met. If Leo and he abandoned their family obligations, If he tries to escape with his mother, they will be executed. Even if that happens, it will be difficult. That's why their only option must be this. They are already marked as enemies. The knight didn't expect to see Finny in Al's room. The essence of that smile was different from the one she usually showed him. A manipulator's smile. Nothing more. Elna grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to practice. He seemed to say that he was fine. It was time for training. Al said that wasn't what he meant. He screamed that he was in pain and injured. The girl said that muscle pain wasn't an injury. It would go away with time. At night, the hero walks down the corridor. His whole body aches. He uses magic on one of the walls. The door opens, a staircase appears leading down, and he goes down it. He told someone that his magical research was as amazing as ever. This is the spirit of his grandfather. The boy asked his grandfather if he was tired of sitting here all the time. Gustav Lackey Adler. His great-great-grandfather and emperor 2 generations ago. He taught him ancient magic. The old man says that despite all these years, the secret of magic remains unsolved. If Leo doesn't join the battle for the throne, they will all die, including their mother. Leonard apologized. His brother asks him not to apologize and to tell them his plan. In the end, his research sealed him in a book. People called him the Mad Emperor. The man said it was a terrible mistake to think his body would be possessed by a demon. Al said his grandfather was so frivolous. It was his fault the boy had to hide his powers. The demon that possessed his body devastated the imperial capital. History books say he went mad while researching ancient magic. This is one of the reasons why ancient magic is forbidden in the imperial family. Gustav asks the boy to look at it differently. Because he was locked up here, he was able to learn ancient magic. His silver mask also came in handy. He mentioned the hero as an ungrateful great-great-grandson. He asked about what he came to talk about. Arnold mentioned his brother's participation in the battle for the throne. Gustav said that if he was a capable man, he would succeed. That's what the war for the throne is all about. The hero thought so too, but he needed to check to see if someone had deliberately drawn him into this. But that's what he'd do if it was the enemy, so he could resolve the matter openly. This was what haunted him. No matter how much the old general favored Leo, he wouldn't have posed a threat to the others. However, the general's assassination early on forced them to make a choice. Their true intention was to use the agreements and Leo as a pretext to engage in a war for the throne. Gustav said that if he were the second or third prince, he would have killed the crown prince. The old man was the eldest son, so he had survived many assassination attempts. He believes the theory that he took his own life is a poor one. Perhaps the tracks were covered up well, or the emperor's inner circle was involved. Perhaps even the emperor himself was involved. In any case, it's very strange for the crown prince to die like this. He asks his grandson to imagine his brother was on the battlefield. He would do anything to protect him. The young man confirms. That's his answer. There are many people in the world who think the same way. Even if they couldn't protect him, it still feels like a conspiracy. The guy closed his eyes and exhaled. If all my guesses are correct, then everything that happens next is someone's script. In other words, there's something more behind the night's festival. He asked about the existence of magic capable of controlling monsters. The grandfather became interested in the conversation about magic and asked his grandson to tell him more. Recently, the number of monsters has increased throughout the empire. Among them are rare and powerful monsters. He suspects someone is controlling them. The old man replied that if it was just a couple of monsters, then they could be controlled with magic. But not magic that could control monsters over such a large area. He considered the possibility that the second princess, Xandra, was behind this. But if Grandpa said such magic didn't exist, then it truly didn't. In that case, the increased number of monsters was simply a coincidence. Gustav said that such magic doesn't exist, but there is an ancient magical artifact. It plays a melody that monsters like and attracts them. This flute was called Hamelin. If a person with immense magical power could play it well, monsters would spread throughout the empire. An era where magic was more advanced than now. The artifacts they possessed surpassed anything they possess now. Such artifacts were found in ruins and became national treasures in some countries, but others appeared unexpected times. The young man told his grandfather about a nightly hunting festival. They couldn't afford to lose the festival. However, if their opponent had the flute, they had no chance of winning. Gustav confirmed this. If they used the flute correctly, victory was guaranteed. But they wouldn't resort to such a foolish method. It's true. If one of his 3 relatives used such an artifact, the other 2, including him, would begin to pursue him. Even in a war of succession, if he did something that caused trouble for the Empire, he wouldn't be able to escape. He said that he had no choice but to join the battle for the throne, regardless of whether this person is connected to the main contender or not. If it is not difficult for him to fill the entire empire with monsters or harm the country in other ways, then the position of ambassador plenipotentiary will definitely not satisfy him. Now the problem isn't even just winning the festival. If they don't find out who's behind this, the hunting festival will no longer be just a battle for the position of ambassador plenipotentiary. The hero asked about the possibility of somehow preventing the Hamelin effect. Grandpa replied that unless the artifact itself was destroyed, no. Stopping the flute sound is very difficult. The young man just needs to focus on the festival. They were using the monsters for something else, even before it was announced. There's definitely something behind the festival. He can't let his guard down. The young man was walking down the corridor and was told not to move. He arrived much faster than the hero had expected. The stranger said he knew who the guy was, but he wasn't going to kill him. Just get some sleep. Arnold turned to him, and the next moment locked him in a magical cage. He said his decision to call out to avoid being killed by mistake backfired. In that moment, he managed to create a barrier that immobilized him. In addition, there are search spells located around the perimeter, so it is absolutely impossible to sneak up on it. Arnold asked him who helped him get into the tightly guarded castle. He was sure the problem was his alone. He was too kind to be emperor. Arnold said his brother had no choice but to become one, and he would do everything to help him. The stranger told him not to underestimate him. He'd rather die than reveal the client's name. His goal is to prevent him from participating in the nightly hunting festival, so Elna will retreat. This plan is easy to see through. 3 relatives can influence the castle's security. The others would have to put in a lot of effort, so they're out of the question. The stranger smiled and said something similar could be said about him. He ordered someone to take care of him. Seba suddenly appeared and said they had acted as a team of 4. He had neutralized the other 3. The hero praised him. The man was clearly in shock. Sebas asked if they really thought he'd let Arnold do the talking. It seemed they'd underestimated him. The hero began using magic on the criminal and demanding that he confess to who hired him. The man clutched his head, began screaming, and apologized to someone. The most effective method is to convey to the subject the most vivid experience of horror. The assassin was sent by the second princess, Zandra. It seems she trained him quite harshly. It's so typical of her. It's called loyalty through fear. Sandra tried to eliminate him because she was aiming for the position of ambassador plenipotentiary. Since he's putting so much effort into this festival, luring out the monsters isn't her doing. The hero said that even telling about him wouldn't hurt Sandra. They might kill him, but that would create a problem with disposing of the body. The young man ordered to hide it in a secluded place because it might come in handy. His current goal is to recruit allies and grow his strength. If they gain more power, it will be harder for others to act against them. A few days later, the young man is riding in a carriage, wondering who planned this. Finny asked him what he was saying. He waved her off. She looked out the window. She mentioned that a building was already visible there. Arnold said that this was the opening site of the nightly hunting festival. It was called Kiel, the Night's Hunting Festival, the night before the tournament. Al remembers his grandfather's words about something happening during the festival. He mustn't let his guard down. Finny called out to the boy and apologized for keeping him waiting. She was wearing glasses. The hero found them in his grandfather's room. They can create a subtle illusion. To outsiders, Finny now looks like an ordinary girl. True, this wouldn't work for experienced mages or those who knew her well. But in the city, these glasses would be of some use. Finny thanked him for accepting her invitation and suggested they have some fun tonight. The young man had no compelling reason to refuse. They decided to go for a stroll around the stalls. The girl offered to win everything. The young man replied that it was impossible, but he would try. Finny grabbed her stomach and said that it was full. Al told her that if she wanted to win everything, she should eat little by little. She replied that she felt embarrassed in front of the person who cooked all those dishes. In this battle, whoever wields the most power is the winner. The other 3 have solid power and ample resources. With Leo's current strength, he can't compete with the others. She added that the food was delicious. The young man remarked that simply admiring the view without eating anything was also fun. Finney hadn't known that such a form of fun existed. They decided to rest for a bit and then continue. They noticed Leo and Marie talking to the guards. The girl wondered what had happened. The young man replied that it didn't look like they were on a date. They were probably there for work. They met and greeted each other. Leo assumed they were on a date. Finney confirmed it. But the young man said it wasn't it. The girl was upset. Arnold asked his brother where he was planning to get into again. He replied that thefts happen everywhere. The hero asked if they were hunting for anything specific. He replied that they were precious stones. So Finney should be a little more careful. He looked at her hairpin. Arnold offered to take it off. The girl replied that, aside from being a gift from His Majesty, it was her favorite hairpin. But if they were worried, she'd take it off. Suddenly, something penetrated the hero's barrier. It was some kind of animal. He ran up to Finney and started rubbing against her. A strange feeling came over him. It seemed as if he'd seen this somewhere before. He asked what it was called. Marie said that these small animals live in the western part of the continent. They're called weasels, or common weasels. The brothers remembered this. Suddenly the animal jumped. Arnold will try to gather as many allies as possible, but don't get your hopes up. Most of them have already joined the 3 strongest. Leo thanked his brother and remarked that he was more suited to the role of emperor than he was. It crawled under the girl's clothes. He started running under her dress. Marie tried to help Finney. But another little animal appeared, and he too reached under her dress. The brothers didn't know how to help them. Suddenly, one of the weasels grabbed Finney's hair clip. The girls fell to their knees. Marie said they couldn't just let them go. Leo said it looked like they'd been tricked. Apparently, these caresses were the jewel thieves' trick. Finney was upset. Hel told her to apologize to her father. He wouldn't hold it against her. But it was better not to make a fuss. Nothing was stolen from Marie. Apparently, they were trained to steal only jewelry. Perhaps there was more than one robber. The heroes decide to leave. Finney mentions that she's coming back. She called Arnold because she wanted him to rest. But she's caused him trouble again. It would be much better if she stayed out of the way. The hero stroked her head and said he'd feel better if she were nearby. He promised to quickly find her hairpin. Finding the animals was no problem for him. The girl is worried that if he uses magic now, he might not have enough for tomorrow's festival. The boy said that even though these little creatures are smart, they're still animals. He's not looking for animals, but for the one who summoned them. They can be trained to crawl under girls' clothes and steal jewelry. But if they take things somewhere far away, obstacles are sure to arise, especially with so many people roaming around these days. Silver replied that he wanted to buy everyone a drink. If there were any high-level quests, she should let him know. The young man left. He replied that if he were planning to become emperor, he wouldn't have a chance. He was going to find a beautiful wife and live a happy life. Then the culprit is nearby. If you're going to perform such dangerous maneuvers, there's no point in using weasels. There has to be some kind of trick, and it must be where those little creatures passed. He found a box containing a sound stone, a stone that emits a recorded sound at a set time, often used to lure monsters. After setting a certain time interval, he reproduces the female's call through the stone, which leads the male to the desired location. He then gives his partner a hair clip as a gift. Some exploit their abilities for their own gain. The heroes began to examine the boxes in the narrow alley. Finney found something and ran toward the hero. However, she tripped over a rock. The young man managed to catch her. They found themselves very close to each other. Suddenly, a weasel appeared and began to caress the girl. She told him that they would help him out. Arnold realized they were already close. They're tracking the weasel. They've discovered the criminal's lair. They decide to catch him. Arnold, disguised as Leonard, approaches the guards and tells them to gather knights from the surrounding area. They have found the jewel thief's lair. For this to happen, Leo needs to become emperor at any cost. He thought about how even the Eastern Knights had a good ear for Leo. Arnold looked at the girl. She had a grim expression. He asked what had happened. She replied that it was Al, not Leo, who had caught the thief. The young man explained that the knights wouldn't budge in his name, and if he ran away, they'd be in trouble. The girl shouldn't worry. It wasn't that bad. In this case, Leo would benefit in the fight for the throne. Finney looked at him. They entered the robber's house. The criminal doesn't understand how they figured out that he was here. Finney saw her hairpin. She was glad to find it. The knight had told them not to touch the stolen items until they identified their owners. Arnold had told them not to worry. They would identify them soon. He told Finney to take off his glasses. He's sure they know her well. Duke Kleinert's daughter, the blue gull. The stolen hairpin belonged to her, so he was looking for the culprit. If his father finds out his gift was stolen, the watchmen and guards will be reprimanded. The knight's heads might even roll. They might tell someone, but they themselves will suffer. He hoped for their understanding. They replied that they had seen nothing. The heroes left. Al says all that's left now is to explain everything to Leo. Well, all's well that ends well. Finney thanks him. He replies that it didn't do anything special. Arnold noticed his brother was trembling. He couldn't help it. Even for the remarkable Leo, the volume of the three monsters. Based on his abilities, prosperity is guaranteed, no matter who becomes ruler. She stopped and said that she didn't care if no one knew about his achievements because the main thing was that she knew. She will always remember how gifted and wonderful he is. Arnold smiled and said that he was counting on her in the future. The girl said she'd write a book someday and tell of his deeds without reservation. Al replied that he could do without it. The young lady didn't understand why. However, no matter how strong they are, they're not invincible. That's for sure. If these three fight each other, Leo has a chance. Now they'll start by promoting their allies and acknowledging their father. Ultimately, the father decides who will be his successor. They must then decide how they intend to gain His Majesty's recognition. This is how the twin struggle for the throne began. The hero asks if he hasn't heard of him. He is Silver, an SS-ranked adventurer. He is here to meet Duke Kleinert. The boy replied with what he'd heard about it. There had been no news from the Adventurers Guild about it. They told him to leave. The hero asked to see the guild map, which is made using a secret method. This map cannot be counterfeited. The guard says he doesn't need to see it. Arnold thinks that this guy is annoying. He really wants to shoot magic at him. He's an adventurer who only takes on high-level missions. That's why the guild notifies him first when it comes to missions of the highest difficulty. But some adventurers don't like this. It's crucial to relieve their stress. A few minutes ago, he and Sebas had discussed their next steps. He'd suggested revealing his identity as Silver. The young man had refused. There are advantages to revealing his identity, though. Ever since, his great-grandfather devoted himself to ancient magic and went mad because of it. Ancient magic has become taboo. Only one person knows his identity, and that's Sebas. It's a secret even for his younger brother. He uses forbidden magic. For Leo, who values the throne, it would be undesirable for his older brother's use of such magic to be revealed. However, Silver has a list of accomplishments and a good name. He is said to be the most powerful adventurer in the entire history of the Empire. He could be a great asset to Prince Leonard. Arnold replied that it was too early. This was their trump card if there was no other way. As long as Leo was striving for the throne, it would be easier for him to remain a foolish prince. It will be much easier for him this way. Sebas said that if that's what he's decided, he can't object. But what is he going to do? If he doesn't reveal his identity, they won't be able to help Prince Leonard. From Leo's perspective, it's small and weak. It's necessary to come up with a plan to expand it as quickly as possible. He asked if there were any duchies not involved in the war for the throne. Sebas replied that among them, only one was not involved in the battle. That was Duke Kleinert. It's quite a prestigious family. The ducal house is either part of the royal family or has blood relatives within it. This war is a significant event for them. If they support the next emperor, their income will be significant. That's why the ducal house strives to be close to the succession candidates, so that he doesn't do anything during this time. The hero asked if there was anything that was causing concern. Because of his personality, he cannot act openly. Sebas replied that it was as he suspected. There had been several monsters appearing in their territory. They'd contacted the guild for help, but the problem hadn't been resolved yet. That's because the guild around their area wasn't strong enough. It seemed they were in trouble. Why doesn't Arnold solve this problem? Sebas thinks this is an excellent proposal. How he plans to connect Silver with Prince Leonard. He'll simply say what Leo asked. His brother won't object, and it won't be difficult for him to explain it later. Manage the movements of an SS-ranked adventurer who never leaves the capital. thereby drawing attention to Prince Leonard. If this happens, Prince Arnold's connection to silver could be exposed. Arnold replied that they had the advantage. As long as they thought Leo had a connection to silver, they wouldn't act. As long as everything was going well, it was too early to reveal his identity. If the hero is so confident, C-Boss won't stop him. However, he asks them to remember that there's a difference between an announcement and a revelation. Arnold answered what he knew and said he was leaving. The journey to Duke Kleinert takes several days on horseback, but with his teleportation magic, he can appear there instantly. It's like the entire empire is his backyard, but that consumes a lot of mana. It's a skill that needs to be used wisely. With this, he got there, but he didn't know that that stupid gatekeeper would stop him. He came here specifically because Prince Leonard asked him to. It seems the prince is too kind. The man took off his clothes and transformed. The guard replied that there was no way he could believe it. He was definitely a suspicious exchanger. They might be short-handed because of the monsters, but they let someone like him guard the gates. This family will regret it. To request extermination from an SS rank adventurer, a fee of 3 rainbow coins is required. The value of the rainbow coin is so high that a peasant has no chance of ever seeing it. Even the Duke finds it difficult to make such a request. He came here at his own request, but to dismiss him as a fraud without proof. He wasn't feeling well enough to meet the Duke, but he needed to scare him. He noticed someone's silhouette in the window. It was some girl. She was watching him. Judging by her appearance, she didn't look like a maid. She was probably Duke Kleinert's daughter. The hero remembered what C-Boss had told him about her before leaving. Kleinert's daughter. She's called the Blue Seagull. She's unrivaledly beautiful. He should be careful not to let her distract him, lest he lose sight of his goal. She's pretty, of course, but that has nothing to do with the current situation. The guard sent the young man away again. He came to the forest and said that everything here should be fine. He began to use some kind of magic. He found himself home. C-Boss noticed that he returned quickly. In any case, if the prince's identity as an adventurer is revealed, there will be big problems. He is the 7th prince of the Edrasian Empire, Arnold Lakes Adler. The butler warns him to be careful. Arnold mentioned they were going to the Kleinert Duchy. The man asked if he hadn't just been there. He replied that yes, he had, but his silver. The one coming now is Prince Arnold. With this Duke, there's nothing left to do but cry and beg Leo. That's tantamount to dragging him to them. 5 days later, C-Boss and the hero made their way to the Kleinert Duchy on horseback. Elmer von Kleinert, Duke of Kleinert, greeted the young man. It had been quite some time since they had last seen each other. The last time they had seen each other was on his 10th birthday. Since inheriting the title of Duke at a young age, he has been a lord who has governed his territory for several decades. His employees have come to appreciate his noble personality. He is one of the dukes trusted by the current emperor. Arnold apologized for becoming estranged from the ducal lands. The duke responded that it was his fault. He had not left his territories for a long time and had not appeared in the capital. The young man decided to get straight to the point. He noted that the duke was truly a terrible man to ask about the purpose of their visit. Clearly, he had come to discuss compensation. His brother Leonard hadn't wanted that, but being in the middle of a struggle for the throne, he couldn't allow himself to say so. He came to remind him of this. If Duke Kleinert was even slightly grateful to Leo, he should support him. The man didn't understand what the prince meant by gratitude. Arnold asked if he was pretending not to know. Leo, understanding his problems, kindly did everything he could to help him. 2 guys are watching a crowd of people around a fire and thinking that this is what you would expect from a community celebration. There's a lot of activity around. It is really very cool. The emperor's speech will soon begin. The man reports that their country was attacked by monsters, which is why they have only just begun to resist them. He asks for forgiveness for such a stupid emperor. The vampire says that he praises him for such courage, but his bravado does not change the fact that the difference in their strength is colossal. Dark energy appears in his hand. The vampire attacks and tells the man to die and regret making them his enemies. But the next moment, the vampire's attack is repelled by the girl who arrives in time. The vampires ask what this obstacle is. The emperor tells Elna that she did well to come to the rescue. Shouldn't she protect Arnit? She couldn't fulfill his order to fight as one. She apologizes. The man says that it is nice to know that his son has grown into a wonderful person, and it is all thanks to her. He tells her that Arnold sent her. She responded to his desire and managed to arrive on time. This makes him happy. Maybe she will now show him how skilled a knight she has become. The girl confidently turns around and announces what will be done. She says that she will show her the full power of the Armsburg sword. The vampire says that there's only one more of them. She is the knight assigned to that useless prince, and it is precisely because of his uselessness that they were unable to advance further in the tournament table. The vampire says that his brother's plan failed. Dean asks Sam not to let his guard down, not to take him for an ordinary person. Even though she is gifted, she is still an ordinary person. The girl takes off and says that they are too weak to say to her face the words that she hates most. She demands that they prepare for immediate death. One of the vampires rushes to fight her and says that she is only human and should not underestimate her. The guy thinks that there is very little time left before their exit. He notices Krista and at first thinks that this is Finny. The girl is the third princess and is holding a toy in her hands. When they engage in combat, the vampire thinks that she is fast and that it is hard for him, which is expected from a knight of the Armsburg house. It is not for nothing that she is compared to a legendary hero. However, she makes her regret standing in their way. The Emperor kills one of the monsters and thinks that their pressure has weakened a little. But even with Elna's squad, the enemy still outnumbers them. The son turns to the Emperor. The guy says that Carlos has arrived. He came after defeating many monsters. The prince is asked to step aside. It's dangerous here. He says everything is fine and he'll become a hero. The man thinks it's Carlos, and he addresses the nasty vampires. The guy thinks that as soon as he arrives, they will retreat. That was the agreement. Having defended this city, he will become a hero. The vampire understands that he really has come. This prince is not exactly bright either. His brother asks him not to be distracted by small fry, to keep an eye on the enemy in front of him. The girl asks how they dared. The guy shouts at them not to slow down, because they need to get to Kiel as quickly as possible, when suddenly, someone in a black robe stops in front of them. The guy asks him if he is Silver. He bows and says that he is in person. He is glad to meet them. He turns to Leonard. The guy says he doesn't have time to go on and on. He asks if this is appropriate now, and he says yes. However, he has to stop on his journey. The guy asks what he is talking about. He asks her if there were any problems, and she says there aren't any, that it's just people. The guy asks what she saw this time. There are many people on their path whom he better not meet. The guy says that until he knows for sure, he won't stop. Maybe he can save someone's life. If they keep going, saving people, he'll have a lot of problems. They ask him if the knights surrounding him are truly on his side. It seems he needs to know before something terrible happens. He asks how many troops are there. He won't be able to stop it. Are there people protecting his father and sister? If something happens to them, he won't be able to forgive him. Silver says that he doesn't remember saying such a thing. He said that time was needed to prepare his forces. The knights in the east should have already surrounded him. The boy asks if they're surrounded. No matter how strong the prince is, he's clearly overestimated. They'll need several days to prepare the knights and report the situation. Silver asks him to leave the matter to him, asking what the prince's intentions are. Silver says that they can still make a mistake. Do they have such a possibility? He is asked about how serious his intentions are to save his family. The guy says that he is not interested in the status of the royal family. He does not mind being a simple knight. He asks to explain this to them. The knight turns to the guy. He needed to muster his resolve. The solution was simple. He'd use magic to open the gate. All they had to do was pass through it and let them warn the knights at the gate of the situation. A knight couldn't make promises. Anything could happen to the prince. He couldn't do it alone. It's a high-stakes situation. There are few knights. It's alarming and just a waste of magical powers. If everything goes well, then Leo will win, and the situation will be resolved quite quickly. The guy says that he will do it, and maybe his older brother will decide to try too. Silver says that he doesn't think, but he doesn't know. Because his brother shows special determination in such situations, he still believes that he makes decisions faster than anyone else. The girl says she saw the city surrounded by monsters. The boy is surprised. Krista possesses innate magic. Silver folds his arms and a huge dark circle appears in front of him. He steps into it, followed by Leo on his horse. The guy looks around and understands that this is transfer magic. Silver says that he transferred them here. This area now also has the ability to be transported using magic. Everything is already activated. Leo hears knights from the east and asks to listen. He reveals that he is the 8th prince. A tragedy has occurred in the eastern part of the city, which has now become a transit point and is in danger. They need troops to go there. If they hear him, they should go through the nearest magical portal. He informs that there is no need to ask the master's permission. He takes responsibility for them. The knights need to protect the inhabitants. Those who bravely follow him, he believes in them. One of the guys goes through the portal and is surprised that it worked. Suddenly he notices Leonard. The boy says he's a knight of Hesse. His name is Hans, and he'll be joining him. He thanks him. The knight explains that he only needs a small house. He's dreamed of fighting under him ever since he heard the emperor was saving villages all over the world. He's not the only knight who knows about it. The man reveals his name is Volker, Lord of Ulm, who has joined his highness with 500 knights. He possesses strength and courage, and the boy thanks him for joining. The number of people is increasing. Soon there will be about 3,000 of them. Soldiers who came to participate of their own free will. A terrifying and expensive spectacle. I wonder if this will become a problem. The protagonist thanks Silver for his cooperation. He simply showed initiative and asked to talk again after saving Kiel. The protagonist agrees. Magic can usually be learned through training, but it is rare for people to be naturally gifted with magic. These rare cases are very valuable, as their magic is unusually powerful. In the Lord's mansion, a knight tells the people to return to their seats. Can't they hear the orders? One man asks for the door to open, and a girl tells them to stop. The girl orders the knight to let the people in. He accepts her order. She tells the people that they can go. She is Hosona. They can call her the Seagull Princess. People understand that this is the princess whom the emperor loves like a daughter. One of the men says that this is Guido. The girl says that children and old people should be brought into the mansion. Special attention should be paid to the sick. There should be as many people as possible, and the gates should be opened. Soon a lot of monsters will come here. Life is not a priority. If a monster invades the city, it will be bad. They will distract him for a while. Then she will open the gate. Guido says that it is him. She reports that she remembers Guido. He asks why she can't let her through. The girl tells him to no shame. He is trying to get to a safe place. They tried to start a fight with His Majesty the Emperor now. He wonders if the venerable Duke Holvad shouldn't be allowed to attend with his predecessors. He asks who she is. She says it doesn't matter who she is. It's the princess's decision. If she has no other choice, she can approach the emperor later and relay all his grievances. She says that she thinks it would be better to look at the fire in which he will be punished. He tells her that he should worry, because Prince Leonardo is behind her. He will never forgive her. She tells people to come in, and they thank her. They should take the furniture and use it to fortify the entrance as much as possible. When the monster arrives, they need to delay it as much as possible. If they are having a hard time and are tired, they can take a rest. Her Highness calls someone. Krista's ability to predict the future is one of them. In the past, when the crown prince died, she lamented in front of him that she saw her brother's death. The girl walks up the stairs and thinks that Her Highness is calling and she needs to find out the details. A girl with a plush toy and in tears says that many monsters will come. Someone asks her to come closer and do this. The girl understands that the girl is okay. She hugs her and she says that she lost her whistle. Fine, we'll find it. She asks the girl if she will tell her. She says that no, because she is dead. She says that everything is fine. She is happy. Besides, they will help her if she is in danger. She asks to tell her the whole truth. Asks if she knows the details. She says that she saw the clock tower fall and lost the whistle. At that time, he seriously told her the history of the city and the monsters. And this is what happened. She's sure there's some special reason for the whistle. She can't fight like that. Maybe this will at least help. The girl manages to hit one vampire in the air, but the second one shouts at her not to bother his brother and attacks her. One of the vampires is holding a pipe in his hands and is thinking about how to summon more monsters. The girl notices this and screams for him to be stopped. The next moment, she attacks him herself, but he dodges. The pipe falls out of his hands and he looks at it, flies after it, and thinks that this is unpleasant. He asks her to stand. He thinks that he promised that he would definitely get rid of this black whistle. If he couldn't, then he wouldn't live. The next moment, the girl from the tower window catches the whistle with her hands. From then on, he ordered her to tell only him about what she saw. so that no one claiming the throne could exploit it. Sometimes she sees the future and desired events, but the ability is still unstable. There's no guarantee the prediction will come true, but it can't be ignored. He asks her if she's ever seen anyone die, and she agrees. The vampire is about to attack her, demanding that she give it to him. The girl screams at her to run away. She's surprised, and the next moment the tower collapses. As the girl falls, she manages to throw the whistle and Elna catches it. The girl smiles. The vampire is enraged by this and prepares another attack. He attacks the girl, who falls to the ground, horrifying Elna. The girl closes her eyes and thinks that this is finally it. However, the next moment, someone grabs her with their hands and erects a magical barrier, protecting her from the vampire's attacks. The vampire asks with displeasure who one must be to resist his magic bullets. He demands that the guy give it to him. He says that he is a member of the Adventurers Guild of His Majesty the Emperor, SS-class adventurer, and he came here specifically to kill these vampires. The vampire says that SS-class adventurers seem to enjoy seeking out adventures, and the girl smiles and says that it was a good idea. The adventurer is about to take the girl away. The vampire wants to catch up with them, but he is stopped by a girl with a sword, who says that she will not let him pass. The girl says that she is high up and she feels bad. Unusual. The adventurer asks her not to go crazy. Then he says that in that case he will go down lower for her. He says that they returned to the Lord's chambers. The girl looks at him nervously and wishes him luck, but he asks her to keep her for himself. He pats her head and tells her she's a good girl for coming to tell him. It'll be much easier for him to act now. She asks him if he'll go, and he says yes and apologizes. If the city is surrounded by monsters, it'll be much easier to act right on the street. But what should he do with Krista? Fimi. The vampire angrily says that they are very troublesome. One of the vampires demands that they do not disrupt his brother's plans. He did not think that SS-class adventurers would appear. He is surprised. The adventurer says that he is also surprised. They must have been waiting for him since then. Weren't they afraid of the arrival of an SS-class adventurer? The vampire asks not to fool around and not interfere with their plans. Their fight was interrupted by a monster, and it arrived. Their chance was lost. The vampire asks if they already feel like they've lost. The whistle was stolen, so what if there are more monsters they'll lose, and they'll leave victorious? The adventurer wasn't planning on dealing with them at the same time. The girl says it's interesting and there's someone to fight. The vampire informs them that they have no place here, that they should leave before she shows them the seriousness of her intentions. The girl asks him to show her, and she will destroy them all. The adventurer behind her is delighted with her, but he can handle this on his own, so she can go. The girl asks if she misheard, if he wants to steal all her loot. He says that she seems to have poor hearing. She is the Emperor's knight, so let her go, and he will kill the opponents. She says that she wants to fight, so let him go. She is the first one who fought with them. He asks her if she thinks that the Emperor is now defenseless. However, the Emperor ordered her not to retreat. First this, they said words that she really hates. She definitely decided not to retreat. Does he want to stand in her way so that she kills him too? He is scared of this. The vampire says he can afford it. He's a hero and an SS-class adventurer. That's good. The situation is, do they know they're equals? The adventurer asks. The vampire asks if they seriously misunderstood. The Emperor will soon be killed, so why don't they both go to help him? Adventurers belong to the Emperor, and the Emperor is more important. The adventurer says that he belongs to a guild that is not controlled by the Emperor. The job of adventurers is to protect the people on the continent, not the Emperor. Frankly, the Emperor is dying, but he doesn't care about it. A girl comes in and asks if they want some sweets. The guy realizes that's what he needs. He introduces the girls, and Krista tells him she knows her. She's the most beautiful girl in the Empire. He protects the people of the city, but they are the privileged classes. He protects the people of the country, not its rulers. In this country, there are people who are promised to be protected. Mainly, knights do this. They have no values in their existence, so he did not intend to hire them. The knights are shouted to follow the 8th Prince Leonardo. This is an order. Let them protect the city. The vampire is surprised when he sees a whole army. He demands that they not interfere with him. The girl offers to do this already. She tells the adventurer that she will give him something whether he will take it or not. He says that the offer is not bad, so he will take it. The vampire angrily tells them to try. All four of them prepare for a 2-on-2 fight. The girl runs along the road, turns around at the sounds of battle, and thinks about Arnold, worrying about him. The guy dodges all of the vampire's attacks, and he gets angry at him and prepares to attack again. The guy understands that he wants to try close combat, and the vampire is already right in front of him. The vampire hits the guy right in the stomach, causing him pain, and the enemy easily dodges his attack. The enemy tells him that he is moving slowly and hits him from above, causing him to fall and hit the ground. The vampire asks him what is going on. Is he really so weak that he can't even scratch him? The girl angrily asks what he is doing. Apparently, he is not as strong as he claimed. He asks the girl if she could stay with Krista, but she says no. The guy says he can trust her even more than him. Or maybe he's just holding back. Whether he thinks it makes him look cool, it looks pathetic. Not only is his enemy looking down on him, but his ally is insulting him. Seriously, being an adventurer isn't easy. For the sake of his good brother and the knights who got involved in this because of him, and for the sake of the people of this city, he will endure all this. The vampire says that he was a fool for being afraid and hiding from people like him. Because he is only a man. Everything has its limits. Arnold stands up and says that this means he really was in hiding. Even vampires can reach rock bottom. The vampire in the air looks at the guy standing upright and is shocked to realize that it doesn't work. One of the knights holds his wounded arm and screams in pain. Suddenly, a glow appears and his arm heals. He's surprised to realize the wound is healed. It's always like this. Arnold is busy, and they beat him up as they please. The vampire asks him not to mention that he was erecting a healing barrier during their fight. He says he's almost right. Another barrier was just completed. A huge magic circle appears in the city, and the vampire is shocked to realize that circles have been installed all over the city. Suddenly, a black chain flies towards the two vampires, surprising them, and the chain suddenly binds them. The vampires demand that Arnold let them go. He informs them that they will not be able to choose. Then he asks them if they are ready. Because the time for their punishment has come, he reports that ancient magic is in the captivity of the orcs. Anyone who finds themselves in these chains will be weakened by the curse. The strength of vampires comes from their huge reserves of magic. As for their physical strength, they are not so different from humans. The boy thinks that they really need such a fun time. Thanks to the fact that his father distributed the money, people can enjoy the festival, because the people in the eastern part were very worried about the monsters. He winks and tells her that she has some top-quality sweets with her. He gives the girl one, and she tries it. Arnold tells them that, in other words, if he simply seals their magic, then they have nothing to fear. The girl asks why his chains are also pursuing her. The guy is disgruntled at how she ruined the moment. He apologizes, but it seems they take anyone hostile toward him prisoner. She asks why he wanted to imprison his ally in chains. The guy explains to her that the chains will not react to those who consider him an ally. She was simply too aggressive towards him. Moreover, she shouldn't have any problems with the chains. She understands that he still holds a grudge from the last time. She was actually worried when he hit him. The guy says that people around him should be busy with their work. He thinks that it's fun. He apologizes. He had to get distracted and asks where they left off. There's no point in fearing a vampire whose magic has been sealed. The vampire girl demands that he stop looking down on them and let them go. Once she gets out, he's finished. He suggests they try to break free. They won't succeed. Arnold prepares 2 attacks and announces that it is time to repent, whether they have anything to say at the end. The vampire asks them to wait. He is not angry with them. If he lets them go, they will be in his debt. Arnold says that anger is an understatement. They ask what they did. He didn't come at the guild's request. If he wants to kill them, then it must be on the guild's orders. The guy says that people are complicated and they don't understand where grievances come from. Moreover, he's still an adventurer. Protecting the villagers from monsters is his duty, regardless of whether he's been ordered to do so. The vampire says they re not monsters, but the guild thinks otherwise. They act no differently than monsters. Will they say anything else? If they reveal the identity of the one who ordered them to do this, he might be able to stop them. He doesn't believe they could be loyal to anyone. They're simply scared. This is some kind of genius, feared even by bounty hunters. She suddenly beamed. The guy told her she liked it. Until he and Leo returned, she would stay with him. He was counting on Finney, who offer the girl another candy. The girl asks them to speak faster or she will kill them, but they are proud vampires, so they will not obey people. The girl says that it's time to end this. She's finished preparing. The guy asks her not to say that she's going to summon the sacred sword. Its magic will be enough, or she wants to destroy the entire city. She wants to adjust the power, so that while he holds off the enemies, she can carefully summon him. She is a representative of the House of Amsberg. It is her duty to destroy the enemies of the Empire. She raises her hand and asks to hear her voice and come down to the Shining Star Sword. The hero needs her now. The protagonist thinks about how 500 years ago, the sword with which the hero defeated the Demon King Aurora was. The girl asks them to prepare themselves with the sword in hand. The protagonist thinks this feeling of repression is absurd. This sword is said to have been forged from a meteorite, and it can cut through all things in creation and tolerates no evil. Due to its immense power, it was sealed by the first generation of the Amsberg Heroes House. Only those qualified to be heroes can summon it. Elna was only able to summon it at the age of 12. He says that so be it. He allows her to deal with them. She says that first and foremost they are her prey. It is from her that he should have asked permission. The guy suggests that they leave it at that. He is a usurper. A usurpation darker than the depths of the underworld. A darkness darker than the abyss. A darkness deeper than night. The time of creation, the darkness of death. To return all those born from the darkness whence they came. The protagonist uses endless darkness. He will bury all these monsters in one grave. The knight next to the emperor looks up at the sky and asks what that light is. Anyone remaining in the epicenter of the battle should get out of here. He can't guarantee they won't be affected. The boy thinks that his father seems to have finished his speech. It's time for him to reveal his true colors to the townspeople. They're asking the girl not to make such a face, but there's nothing she can do about it. They're members of the imperial family. Ni always shirks. The emperor shouts at the people to retreat to the castle wall. Right now, the guy orders them to stop attacking the monsters. The girl shouts to her enemies that they should now grit their teeth, because the time for reckoning has come. The vampires scream in horror, and the attack begins. The monsters begin to simply evaporate. A huge explosion occurs. All that remains is wasteland. The emperor looks at it and thinks that they have wiped the monsters from the face of the earth. Silver and the girl find themselves right next to the emperor. The guy wonders if they really overdid it, but everything is fine, because only Elna will be criticized. He tells the emperor that this time he participated only as a private individual, but hopes he will refrain from disrespecting the guild. The man thanks Silver for his cooperation. The guild can maintain its reputation, and they shouldn't pursue the empire for this. He asks for forgiveness. The girl turns to Silver, and he asks if there are any complaints. She says that's enough, but she won't discuss them now. Today he saved them. Special thanks for saving Fine, because this girl is dear to her childhood friend. Silver asks if she's talking about a talentless prince. The girl grabs her sword and angrily declares that her childhood friend is the best prince and she will never forgive anyone for bullying him. The boy understands that she's ready to fight to defend his name. Silver says it must be hard having a childhood friend like him. He'll have to take his leave here, but the girl asks him to wait. Arnold announces that it's not this time and asks her to go. The girl asks him if he's decided to become a nanny. She asks if it's because he's acquired the genius of the Armsburg house. Silver tells him that if it bothers him so much, then he really shouldn't have called him a talentless prince, and he apologizes. It's rather sad, though. The man says the horse has very fine fur. It seems to belong to the imperial family. He asks if anyone from the imperial family is staying at this inn. The man thanks the guy for his work and brings him tea. The guy thanks him and is being blamed. The man tells the guy that he looks very tired. He spent too much magic. He asks to give him the rest. The guy thinks he's getting sleepy, exhausted as expected. He thanks him wholeheartedly for his hard work. He tells Arnold he was amazing. 3 days after the incident, the man tells Arnold that the meeting will begin as soon as they arrive, meaning they're all waiting for him. He's afraid they'll laugh at him again. The girl turns to her brother. Arnold asks Krista how she's doing. She was scared. He says he's glad she's safe. The guy comes home and they wish him welcome. He understands that no one is injured. For Elna, but when asked if Leo managed to get everything done in time, he says Silver helped him, as expected from an SS-class adventurer. He's quite capable. The girl asks what part of the man struck him as human. Arnold asks if he saved the Emperor, and she says she's sure it was an accident. She's sure even if he was just lucky, it wouldn't make a difference. He still saved him. She says it's unfair to lure Krista over to her side. He tells his sister that it's rude, but natural, for an older brother to look after his younger sister. That's the duty of elders. She says it's funny, seeing he has the courage to be cheeky. He understands that she's irritated, and what's wrong with her. Arnold wonders if she meant they could talk later. The guy in glasses tells him he's late and what he was doing. Arnold asks if it's Eric, who apologizes for being late. Eric says he doesn't care about his apology. He's not even sorry. Maybe he wasn't clear enough. He's not sorry at all. He's always been like that. Arnold thinks he didn't bother anyone with it. He talks about how he's an interesting person. He did the right thing by letting Elna go ahead. Continue to make good decisions in the future. If he's of some value to her, like Leonard, he won't do anything bad to him. It sounds like he's already become an emperor. The guy says that he is the future emperor. No matter how hard he, Guardawan or Xandra try, they cannot change this. Let them remember this. He asks Leo not to be too presumptuous, and he tells Eric what he means. This was just a declaration of war, meaning they can no longer ignore the most powerful contender for the emperor's seat. However, it was only a warning. The girl is worried, and her brother reassures her that he won't harm her, and that they'll be fine. He tells Arnold that it is time to go. His father is waiting for them, but the boy asks him to listen. The emperor says that they all did a great job. This time he gathered here only those who need to know this information. What he is about to say is completely confidential. Last night Carlos, who was seriously injured, came to his senses. After reviewing the evidence gathered over the past few days, he concluded he was connected to the two vampires. Carlos had hunted the monsters lured out by their flute and had won first place. He had collaborated with them in the attack on Kiel, on the condition that they retreat once he arrived, and in exchange, he would forfeit their rewards. The Emperor slams his fist and declares this nonsense. Eric asks if this was Carlos's plan all along to lure out this monster, and he is told yes. She asks him to be prepared. She will explain to him with an example how useless the strong sword he received is if he cannot use it. The man with a scar on his face asks what it is. How can she explain? Ultimately, these vampires took advantage of him. But it's undeniable that he did it all for his own gain, and his actions put them, and of course the Empire, at risk. He can't forgive him for this betrayal. Eric asks the Emperor not to be too strict in his punishment, no matter how stupid he is. He is still his brother. Arnold understands that this is a blatant lie. Of course they are not asking for Carlos from the bottom of their hearts. They just know that this is exactly what the Emperor wants. As one would expect from his father, he doesn't want to kill Carlos, who ended up bedridden for the rest of his life. The reason the Emperor gathered them here and openly showed his anger is because he can't forgive him himself. He wants Eric and the others to help him forgive Carlos. Otherwise, he will not be able to maintain his dignity as Emperor. The Emperor tells Leonardo that this could be considered his first achievement. What can he say about it? Leo says he believes the Emperor shouldn't forgive him, but rather execute him. For a while, everyone stands in silence. Then the Emperor asks the guy why he is talking like that since he is his brother. Leo says that he is not only his brother, but a traitor to the Empire first and foremost. And if he forgives him, it will set an undesirable precedent, as he will explain to the knights who shed blood defending them. The Emperor says the people and the knights will not know what happened. It will remain strictly between them. Leo says it's still unacceptable. He must be fair. Even if he is his son, he must judge him for the sin he committed and present the rebel's head to the people, so that everyone knows that the Emperor is just. This will give them confidence and peace. He asks Arnold if he'd like to lend him a sword. He asks his father to do so. His father asks him to complain to him about how it's not profitable for him and admit that he's more suited for it. Arnold asks Leo if he understands. Leo asks if he's sure everything will be okay. He says yes, but only he can make this proposal. It will be for everyone's benefit. If he saves Carlos, it won't mean he neglected Leo, which is why, even though he shares third place with Gordon, everything will work out so that he becomes the plenipotentiary ambassador, all for the sake of the development his father so desired. The Emperor says he respects the opinions of Eric and the others and will therefore spare Carlos, but Leo's achievements can no longer be ignored. Let him accept the sword, as he hadn't prepared for this in advance. He announces Leonard as the winner of this festival. The boy bows and accepts the prize. The man says that Carlos was disqualified, like Arnold, in second place, while he and Gordon took third place, but Leo led the knights to rescue Kiel, thanks to which he gained popularity in the East. Therefore, he must emerge victorious to allay the people's discontent, whether Gordon understands this or not. The people are completely at his disposal. Even though he doesn't like it, the girl asks to make a statement. Asking to lift Arnold's disqualification, he did it to send them, the knights, to Kiel. His action is worthy of praise. He does not deserve disqualification. She begs him. The man asks the boy if he broke his bracelet by mistake, and he says it was an accident. The emperor declares that the disqualification can't be overturned, though it would be a different matter if he had broken it on purpose. But rules are rules, and Leo will be the winner. Arnold thinks that even if he said that he sent her here on purpose, no one would accept his victory, so he is content with the place of the stupid prince who accidentally broke his bracelet. The man says that it is true that he was saved thanks to Elna. In other words, he was saved by Arnold's mistake, for which he definitely deserves a reward. Arnold apologizes to his brother, saying he doesn't have that kind of courage. It's the same as criticizing his father's choices. After all, he fears his father far more. The man says that letting such a talented man fail means he'll simply crush them all. The girl says those were her words, so he appoints Arnold as deputy ambassador, to go with Leo and help him. He is surprised and says that he does not think he has the necessary skills, but he can leave everything to Leo. Let him at least find a job he can handle and prove he can do it. This is unexpected for the guy. The man says the conversation is over, and he'll make an official announcement tomorrow. So now they can relax. The woman tells the guy that it's wonderful, but he asks her not to contact him. He understands that it is not her fault. The reason why his father behaved this way is probably because of his carefree behavior, so it is completely his fault. Arnold thinks his plan has failed. Their faction will surely be destroyed while he and Leo are in another country. He doesn't even know what to say. He holds the mug and thinks that it doesn't taste like regular tea. This bitterness and aroma, it tastes like the tea his mother loved to drink. He's sure the girl made it using a different recipe, whether she used oriental tea leaves. She says her mother taught her this too, and they were passed down to her from home. She said he looked tired and this tea would help him get back to normal. She asks him to drink it all. The main character thanks the girl for everything, but she says that she should thank him for his help. She only causes him problems. He says that's not true. If not for her heroic act, the tsunami would have caused far more damage. It wasn't a needless sacrifice. Just don't let her risk herself needlessly. She, too, thought she was going to die. Krista says she's scared. He says everything's fine. Finney will be with her, and if anything happens to her, he'll come save her. Leo arrives and asks if she's relying solely on their brother, but she was so happy he came. The guy finishes his drink and asks for another cup. She asks him to take it slow. He says it's his fault. The girl thinks that he has not changed since their first meeting. The day when they began to call her Princess Chaika, she was so worried about meeting the Emperor, but he was able to cheer her up with a conversation. The girl understands that from that very moment, her heart belongs to Arnold. When he came to her house, she didn't say she was pleased to meet him. She thought he'd changed when she saw him angry. But he's still the same as he was that day, so she asked her father to help him. Then, when the main character has already fallen asleep, the girl comes up to him, covers him, and kisses him on the cheek. Then she turned completely red and said that her face was burning and she needed to drink some water. She sits next to him with a smile and asks him to let her stay next to him. She takes his hand. The girl holds both of their hands and says she's calm. Arnold asks Leo if he's decided where he'll patrol. He'll be in the south, but almost no one has been harmed by the monsters there, so no one but him will be going there. Comes in and tells him that's where he was. He realizes it's Elna and says hello, asking how she's feeling. She tells him she's mentally tired right before the competition. Of course, holding the festival and serving as the authorized ambassador are very important. But in his opinion, it's more important to exterminate the monsters so that the people of the eastern region feel safe. He wondered if there was any chance of success, but there certainly was. Having overheard conversations about such minor destruction, he began investigating. Ever since the monsters had taken over the south, others had stopped approaching him. If he defeats him, there's a chance he'll win. That's why he was scouting the area. Of course, he also went there to express his sympathy. He has to do what he has to do. Now Arnold isn't worried. Leo says that if his brother doesn't try harder, Elna will get him in trouble. The Emperor announces that during the festival, the Imperial Knights will swear an oath of allegiance to his children. They must respect the Knights, and the Knights will serve them faithfully. Together, they will act as one and defeat the enormous monsters. They are the Imperial family. It is their duty to destroy the enemies of their empire. Let their children and knights tread. The Emperor, raising his hand, shouts that the nightly hunting festival is now declared open. People are shouting at Prince Eric to try harder, at Prince Gordon that the advantage is on his side, at Princess Sandra to show them a new kind of fighting. Someone will support Prince Leonard, because for the first time they see such kindness, the guy waves to them. Arnold thinks that it is not scary if someone has started the secret trick. Of course, that he will simply ruin his plans. A girl on horseback kills a monster with a sword and realizes it was the last one. Arnold wonders if she's a master of everything. Having finished off a AAA-ranked group in a matter of minutes, they seem to be under strain due to the lack of manpower in the region. Monitoring unrest among the commoners, chasing down violators and missions she didn't particularly handle had proven difficult. She asks what they've been up to. He asks what they've been up to. He asks as usual, but tired. She reports that Arnold's squad has destroyed 32 bloodhounds. The battle results are recorded on a magical item and quickly delivered to the city and main camp so that the townspeople can see the results for themselves. Judging by the interim report, they are currently in first place. The festival rules require defeating the biggest monster, so someone might get ahead, but they have an advantage. He asks them to try not to get ahead under the influence of emotion, or they will be disqualified. The Emperor's children have magical bracelets on their wrists. The squad captain also has a bracelet, and if she moves a certain distance away, it will break. Knights cannot move without permission. The girl says she sees more monsters ahead, needs to pursue them. The guy says they're tired already. Maybe she isn't, but the others are. It's still the first day. The festival lasts 3 days, so there's no need to rush. The girl says they must win, but he says he's the commander and asks if she's resisting his orders. She complies, and the boy asks her to head to the nearest town. Arnold sits and thinks about how noisy it is here too. The girl says that this was the Emperor's goal. He used this festival to pacify the people's discontent. Arnold says that you need to knock on the door. She asks if it's necessary, and the guy asks her to put herself in his shoes. She threatens him. The guy thinks it's pity, but she says he doesn't look like a member of the imperial family, so he shouldn't be upset. He tells her that although she is a knight, she does not know the value of such drinks. She does not want to hear this from someone who has never been anywhere beyond the capital. She asks if it's worth getting drunk at all, because tomorrow she'll suffer from a hangover. Arnold looks at her carefully. She asks him where he's looking. He tells her she still hasn't grown up. She says she's just late maturing and will definitely grow up well. After all, he recently visited the villages that suffered from the monsters and believes it's the imperial family's duty to ease their burden. Besides, if he wins, he'll have some money. If he wins and adds his own, he can make a contribution. She asks the other man what he was doing during that time. He says she's only in danger of gaining weight, and she angrily raises her fist in front of him. He says everything's fine. This makes her want to stretch after dinner. After this, Leonard tells her that she'll definitely grow up to be a beautiful young lady, so she should calm down. She says he hasn't changed at all. The guy asks what illusions she had about him. She says that as an ordinary prince, so that he would not be treated like a fool. He asks her what she is worried about, because she has been treated like this for a long time. A talentless, effortless, lazy person, who Leo took everything from before he was even born. Wouldn't be strange if they were speaking differently. He's upset and resentful of this attitude. She asks if he understands, because he says nothing, does nothing, and the aristocrats mock him. The guy thinks they have the right, frankly, to tell a worthless person he's useless. The girl asks if he's offended, because, unlike childhood, everything is different now. He asks her if she thinks that if he wins, with her help, the bad rumors about him will stop, which is what she wants him to do. She thinks he needs to show serious intentions. She truly believes he's never done anything seriously, that he's always been like this, and she brushes it off with her behavior. The lower his reputation sank, the higher Leo's was. So he didn't try. He realizes she's figured him out, and in that case, she should know his response. The guy admits that what's right now is fine, and that she, once the festival is over, should never come near him again. They tried to kill him. The girl is surprised. He drinks and says that when he was walking around the castle at night, he was attacked. If Sebas had not been around, something could have happened. This festival is very important. The position of ambassador plenipotentiary is at stake, and her presence makes him a contender for victory. His brothers don't like this and are trying to get rid of him. They have no mercy. They're willing to do anything to secure the throne. He smiles as he says he was content with the festival, holding the tail of a roasted earth lizard. She tells Leo that if he had just one virtue, she would feel better. None of them will give in and will show no mercy. If one of them, he or Leo, does not become emperor, then they will both simply be killed. Most likely, his dear relatives will soon try to eliminate Elna, not by force, but through politics. He cannot allow her to become embroiled in these political squabbles. It would be best to stay away from her. If someone without the ability gains the upper hand, the attacks will resume, so she should not associate with him. She apologizes and leaves. The guy tells her not to worry about it. He will do his best at this festival, so she can sleep peacefully. The nightly hunting festival is underway, already on its third day. The girl on horseback realizes there are no monsters, but why not? If this continues, they'll be overtaken. She asks Al if he's going to stand here and wait, but he asks her to wait, as he's thinking it over. It's no surprise they disappeared. They stopped coming, as they sensed the threat from Elna. Any adventurer knows that sort of thing. That's why he didn't bother her. It was his plan to have all the monsters move south, to Leo. Gordon and Leo are behind them in the standings. They could also win, but Leo is the best option, so he chose a plan to help him. So far, everything is going well, so it's time to stop. He apologizes for being lost in thought. Eric and Sonda are suspiciously quiet. Monsters aren't easy to lure out. She'll be surprised if they find even 3. Suddenly, someone addresses the girl. She looks into the orb and realizes Prince Carlos is in first place. The order has reversed. He's defeated 2 monsters, and unless the captain is an SS-ranked adventurer, that's impossible. Under his command, she won't say that he is weak, but he is not capable of such a thing. Arnold is convinced that Carlos is the one who lured the monsters out and is controlling them. It's highly likely that someone is using him. It's too difficult for his stupid mind to accomplish this alone. Leo, as a contribution, caught a jewel thief, and the knights of the city highly praise him. The knight reports that his brother simply skillfully hides his virtue so that others simply don't notice. They keep secret the fact that Leo helped him. In any case, the deadline is tonight. They'll do what they can. It doesn't matter about the ratings. The more important position of ambassadorial plenipotentiary won't satisfy him. He recalls the girl's words about the city being surrounded by monsters. If Grandpa's words and Krista's bad dream are to be believed, the worst-case scenario awaits them. Suddenly, they hear something. The girl doesn't believe it. Arnold asks what happened. She puts her head to the ground. Elna screams about an army of monsters approaching. They rush all together, just like an avalanche. This happens in places where there are a lot of monsters. It's their fault. They drove them here. That's why they all came running. It's strange that they're all running in the same direction. He understands that if they were running from Elna, the stopping sounds are close. Carlos was most likely using the flute that controls the monsters. They could buy time for the Emperor to escape. But there's no point. The people would revolt because they caused the tsunami and the Emperor escaped, and a riot would ensue. The plan ignores civilian casualties. Whoever came up with it is a villain. The boy asks if she'll agree if he orders her to save Kiel, and she agrees. She's not afraid of death. He asks the knights if they agree, and they agree too. They'll save Kiel. He hates all those words. The guy asks them to swear that they will survive, to swear on the sword that they will not die. Without an oath, he will not allow anyone to enter the battle. The girl thrusts her sword into the ground and kneels down, announcing that the Imperial Knight Elna Armsburg swears by his sword. However, even if this fact is revealed, nothing will change, and it will be problematic if others find out that they can pretend to be each other. She swears that she will definitely survive. The knights do the same. The guy smiles. The girl says that there are a lot of monsters and they can regain their leadership. But the guy takes the bracelet. He says he accidentally removed it, disqualifying them, so they can go out and have a drink. If he goes with them, he'll be a nuisance. He asks the girl not to worry. He chose to do this of his own free will. He asks his father to tell him that he broke his bracelet. He turns to the knights. They listen to him. He asks them to protect the emperor and the citizens. It doesn't matter if they lose the city. Lives matter. The girl complies. Krista and Finney are still in the keel. They'll be scared and need to be reassured. The girl says she'll take care of Arnold's safety. Sebas appears from behind and says that she doesn't have to worry. She is surprised, and he asks her to leave everything to him. He was worried about his highness. The girl agrees. She reports that the knight Elna Armsburg will fulfill the will of his highness, putting his sword on the line, swearing that he will defeat all enemies and save Kiel. The protagonist asks Sebas to get ready, because from now on it's time for the Dark Horse to step up. Large-scale battles between people and monsters are taking place near the city, and bird monsters are flying over the walls. The girl runs away from one of these birds and shouts at it not to come near her. Leo's brother tells him it was expected and that he'll give him a piece as a reward. They help each other, but Erna remains silent. He has a talent for finding delicacies in the markets, a useless talent for the scion of an imperial family. Suddenly the emperor appears and destroys the monster with one swing. He asks her to hide inside any building. She agrees. One of the knights tells the emperor to leave. The monsters are arriving. He says that he will not run away and orders to hold the defense. He raises his sword and declares that he will no longer allow anyone to harm his people. Let them protect them. Suddenly, someone laughs. Two men in robes say that the emperor looks pathetic, which is a pleasant sight for them. The emperor asks them who they are. One of them is called Sam, and the other is Dean. The man looks closely at their fangs and realizes they're vampires. There were some, the kind the clan persecuted harshly, the ones the Adventurers Guild placed a bounty on. If he remembers correctly, they were considered S-class monsters. The vampires smile and say that it was exactly like that. It was them. The guild treated them like low-grade monsters. Such an insult was unforgivable. They have not forgotten this humiliation, nor the hatred towards those who insulted them then. The emperor reports that they have a long memory, but those people have long been dead. Whether they therefore decided to take revenge on him, they refused such pettiness. After all, their life expectancy is much higher than that of ordinary people. That's why they decided to take revenge on the entire empire whose lands their descendants inhabit. His pompous speeches will soon come to an end. He will drink him dry and dump his body in the center of their beloved capital. The man understands that it was they who lured the monsters here. If his knights were with him, the man tells the vampire that he should try. If he can, even after his death, the empire will not fall. A new moon shone in the sky, its light penetrating the room where Xandra was sipping a glass of liquid. At that moment, a visitor arrived. This man was a legendary assassin, once known as the God of Death. Xandra couldn't understand why he became the butler of a talentless prince. The girl realized that, in other words, Her Highness Xandra rarely appeared in the capital, since she had few supporters and therefore few volunteered to convey her words to the emperor. The young man asked his friend if everything was clear to her, and she answered positively. If the princess did not have allies capable of attending the most important meetings of the highest dignitary, then this became a huge problem. The prince thought so too. And that was precisely why Xandra always tried to push her supporter into the government. His interlocutor couldn't understand how that was possible, since His Highness the Emperor was the one making the decision. However, even in such a matter, there were loopholes. In modern times, the minister was the lion. He chose the bird for the candidates for the role of minister. Thus, the choice always fell on the right person for them. The girl finally realized that after everything, now with full rights, he could remove him. But she was curious how all this related to Count Bertz and what his position was. The young man let out a tired breath. This man held the position of Deputy Minister of Construction Works. In other words, Princess Xandra manipulated Bettina for her own purposes. Recently, she even ordered that the Countess begin dating the current minister instead of her husband. His wife was a close friend of the Emperor, and in all likelihood, the ruler himself had brought them together. If the king had learned of such a thing, he would have been furious. That's exactly what Arnold believed. His talent was literally buried in the ground, and the servant found himself associated with the Amsberg house. The interlocutor covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. She was struck by the fact that everything could have been planned from the very beginning. This was Xandra's plan, bringing the Count's wife and the minister together and then making him suffer for his choice. Meanwhile, she also planned the overthrow of the minister himself. The young man noticed this in time and began to rescue Count Bertz, informing the emperor of the betrayal. And, as if by chance, the prince acquired a new minister as an ally. Suddenly, it dawned on the girl, and the young man continued speaking. He had been grateful to the princess for such efforts over several years. But even so, she was able to get even in some things. As it turned out, the guy had simply stolen her plan and was now sure that the woman was feeling angry. His friend was outraged, as he decided to anger her just when she and Mr. Leo were about to leave the capital. The prince calmly confirmed her words, so he had to come up with something. If the three of them could find him, it was clear he wouldn't be able to counter them. But there was always the possibility of upsetting the balance. After the princess's plan was stolen and she suffered such a slap in the face, she should have been in complete disarray. Eric and Gordon couldn't turn a blind eye to this, so Arnold could be removed at any moment. But Xandra was vulnerable to the current situation, and her wings could be clipped. She was surprised at how far he'd thought things through. However, he didn't succeed without Tsubas's help. The man extracted all the necessary information from the assassins, and it was he who revealed Count Bertz's situation. Thanks to this, they were able to fully uncover Xandra's plan. The girl became curious about who this butler really was. The woman became curious as to why such treasures ended up in the hands of those who couldn't comprehend their value. The guests supported her, insisting that soon, everything would belong to her. Arnold was surprised he hadn't mentioned it. Tsubas was a master of his craft, known throughout the continent, and known as the God of Death. She became even more curious about how such a man could become a servant. The prince continued writing, explaining that it was a long story, which he would tell another time. He then asked her if she had any questions about his assistance to Count Bertz. She replied in the negative, feeling sorry for the man. The young man agreed with her. From his marriage until now, he had always curried favor with others. But it was clear that the Count would continue to do this, only for the prince himself. The guy folded up the papers and said he was finished. His friend praised him for his work and asked what he'd written. He showed her the package and explained that it contained information about the betrayal of the Minister of Construction. Through Count Bertz, Arnold intended to convey information to his father, and thus begin their underground war with Xandra. He placed a seal, signaling the intensification of the battle for the throne. Gordon and the princess were ready to fight. They just needed a pretext. In such a situation, Eric simply couldn't stand idly by. During the brothers' absence from the capital, their rivals will do all the work for them. The man pulled away from his interlocutor with undisguised hostility, but he still asked him to have mercy, as some kind of mistake had occurred. The emperor considered it a sin to lay hands on other people's wives, and the culprit, being a minister, could not have been unaware of this. He tried to justify himself and place all responsibility on Bettina, who had wanted to commit such a crime herself, and he had merely been led into a trap. However, this answer further outraged the ruler. He was perplexed how the minister could succumb to temptation and be with a subordinate's woman. The emperor provocatively asked him if he could do the same if the princess beckoned him. A smug smile appeared on her face. She stood up from her seat in excitement. She herself was going to make sure that the throne ended up in her hands. The man was unable to answer with certainty, and the king considered his behavior as confirmation that he would again blame the woman and not himself. The emperor dismissed him from his post as minister and ordered the culprit locked in his own home so he could reflect on his actions. While the guards led the aristocrat away, he continued to plead with his majesty for mercy. But the latter no longer listened, instead demanding that Count Bertz be brought to him. The men collided in the hallway, but the offending husband didn't look up at his injured husband. Soon, the count appeared before the ruler and apologized for failing to keep an eye on his wife. The emperor corrected him, saying that from now on Bettina was no longer considered his wife, and besides, he wanted to talk about something else, and asked the man not to blame himself for what had happened. His Majesty had no intention of reprimanding the count, and if anyone slandered him again, he would personally deal with it. Bertz was shocked by the ruler's reaction. A blush even appeared on his cheeks. The king believed that the man was always serious and passionate about his work, so he would always like to see such people in the position of minister. His Majesty didn't delay, immediately appointing him to the vacant position of Minister of Construction Works and urging the count to devote himself entirely to the glory of their empire. Bertz promised to always remember the sovereign's favor bestowed upon him. He swore an oath in the name of the Holy Family that he would not dishonor the emperor's name. Prime Minister Franz Seebeck entered the hall and announced that the first blow had been struck. The ruler was not surprised, as such a course of events seemed entirely natural during the struggle for the throne. He instructed everyone to be vigilant and to eliminate those who wished to deceive him. Seebeck doubted the king's decision to appoint Bertz to the post of Minister of Construction Works. The emperor did not consider it a problem even if he was manipulated, since to ascend to the throne it was necessary to be able to resort to tricks. Zandra was filled with inspiration, because having gained power, she would finally be able to do whatever she wanted, and all her hated rivals would soon be executed. The man found everything he said strange. He remembered how, during his ascension, His Majesty had commissioned him to carry out similar schemes. The ruler replied that he had to test his subordinates' abilities and that the result of this test was his usurped throne. The minister smiled and took the sovereign's words as a joke, because he knew that even without his participation he would have been able to ascend the throne. He had no doubt about that. In the past, the emperor played the role of a fool, and as the eldest son, he received the nickname the debauched prince. He himself believed that there was no need to rush the struggle for the throne, but his son had already made a mistake. Franz clarified that there was no evidence of his murder, but even this could not assuage the king's doubts. He felt a firm conviction that his son had been killed. The young prince was a remarkable man, but too kind. The emperor would have been content with just having his child by his side. The minister agreed, but the current four factions were intriguing. Prince Leonard possessed incredible charisma, but someone was acting behind his back. Otherwise, the young man would not have been able to increase his power so quickly. The emperor's guess fell on Arnold, who was very similar to himself and played his role as a fool. However, it couldn't be ruled out that His Majesty was simply imagining things. He was willing to help him sort things out, but Leonard wasn't strong enough to handle it and assume the reins of power. The minister was right, but the ruler himself was a little overcome by emotion, as he wasn't particularly fond of Al's face. Franz chuckled. Next, they had to see what the dark twins could show them. Her cheeks flushed. The woman couldn't wait for this moment to arrive. The Tsar liked this designation. The two boys looked like a single whole, Leonard, who followed the righteous path, cast a shadow. And Arnold was this shadow and assistant. They had a chance to ascend to the throne. However, all the contenders were worthy, and each family could ascend the throne in another generation. But it was still too early to talk about their chances. The emperor found this state of affairs wonderful, as the battle for the throne produced great minds. Thanks to this, the empire could exist in peace and tranquility. He could only hope for as little bloodshed as possible. A subordinate reported to the ambassador that Viscount Helmel had begun to act. Leo stood up and shouted that he would speak with the people and ordered everyone else not to allow him to recruit anyone to his side. He was then given a report on the Imperial Guard commander Remer, who had been captured by Her Highness Sandra. The prince ordered that no more men be sent there. From now on, they would only use those who could counter. Arnold listened to his brother with a carefree expression, and then expressed a desire to go with everyone, since things were not going very well. Leo asked him for help. After all, it was all because of him. The young man didn't even deny his words, as he himself had offered to save Count Bertz. However, his brother also agreed. Leo was ready to apologize for the mess it had gotten into. But if they hadn't acted this way, they might have been attacked. So, this outcome was the best option. Besides, he didn't see how he could help at this point. Arnold winked at his brother and said that his modesty would one day lead him to the grave. All he needed to do was come out and convince people. Then, those who supported the faction could switch sides. The second prince wasn't surprised by his twin's manners, as he was quite capable. But he certainly couldn't help with the ambassador's job. Young people arrived at the Imperial Sword Palace in the inner chambers. Once in the room, one of the guys informed his mother about his and Al's arrival. When Leonard left, the young man asked Sebas what they were supposed to do with Princess Sandra. The man thought for a moment, looking at the cookies, and then suggested that they aim for Madame Fine. The young man's suspicions were correct. He had already thought about it, because only this girl was able to help them during their absence. The minister asked the prince whether they should have left her in the castle, even though he had not seen her for a long time. But the castle turned out to be not so safe, and as far as the man could judge, the most suitable place was next to Ao. Apparently, Xandra wanted to tear the young man to pieces, so there was no question of any safety. Sebas asked him if it had been a mistake to persuade Count Bertz to their side, since the princess now understood that the prince no longer posed a threat. However, the young man could not remain inactive forever, which was important. The girl could mistakenly believe that the man had greatly contributed to this. Sebas knew Arnold always preferred to counterattack when he understood the enemy's plan, but this time he was simply forced to defend himself. Apparently, it was all because of Lady Fine. The guy didn't deny it, because she was the daughter of Prince Kleinert, and having lost them, they could have driven themselves into a dead end. The woman invited them in. She had managed to bake some sweets quite successfully, so she offered the guests a taste. Suddenly, he noticed the man looking at him strangely. Then he winked and asked if that was really all there was to it. Arnold didn't understand what they wanted to convey to him, but the minister quickly dropped the topic and changed the conversation to the fact that Mrs. Mitsuba would also be happy. The young man headed for the exit, and the assistant asked if he had left. The prince replied that he was going to make sure Fine was all right. Sebas thought it was a great excuse to go to the meeting under the pretext of concern. Vinny became curious about where the young man could have hidden the girl, but he didn't give a precise answer, believing his subordinate already knew everything. She was hiding in the safest place in the capital, with the most influential man. Everything became clear to the man when they arrived at the hero Amsberg's mansion. And then he confirmed his master's correctness. Enemies would indeed be unable to reach this place. When they approached the massive doors, the guard greeted the prince. The guests settled into a room with upholstered furniture when Anna von Amsberg, the wife of the hero Amsberg and Erna's mother, arrived. She hadn't seen His Highness the Prince in a long time. The young man agreed with her, and the mistress of the house turned her attention to the attendant and noticed that this time he had brought Sebas with him. The servant bowed to his mistress in greeting. She suddenly remembered that her husband was not at home and apologized. She probably should have spoken to them more formally. The young men sat down at the table with their hostess, and his mother began the conversation by reminding them how long it had been since they had seen each other. The young man also thought it had been quite a while. The prince saw no need for this and suggested she behave as usual. With his permission, Anna explained that Erna and Fine were taking a bath. Then the woman glanced sideways at the young man and casually invited him to join them. But the boy immediately cut her off and refused, as he still wanted to live. Miss Amsberg didn't see any problem with this, since they'd been together before. However, that was in their early childhood, and besides, her daughter had always tried to harm him. As a result, after such a swim, they both returned in tears. Arnold cried from the constant beatings during training, and Erna raged and sobbed over how he wasn't getting any stronger. Hearing this as an adult, the prince began to understand the irrationality. He even began to wonder if the girl was his natural enemy. The woman suggested he wait in the back living room and asked Sebas to pour tea. The guy reached the right door and turned the handle. He was planning to head straight home after all the business he'd done there. When he entered the room, his words froze in his throat. There were two girls there trying on clothes in their underwear. Fine offered her friend a white dress, but she refused and asked her to stop dressing her up like a doll. Suddenly, the friends noticed someone's presence and turned around, and silence fell in the room. They did not expect to see a young man and shouted indignantly. The woman jokingly suggested that her son might have gotten carried away and forgotten about his mother, and she also thought he might have found a girlfriend. Mitsuba was an oriental dancer, famous for the fact that Al's father fell in love with her at first sight and proposed on the spot. The prince realized with horror that Anna had deliberately deceived him, and the girls began to hastily look for clothes and cover themselves. Mrs. Amsberg apologized to Arnold with an innocent expression. He told her everything was fine, but the sting on his cheek from the blow spoke volumes. Fine blushed with shame and begged forgiveness for her thoughtless act. Erna tried to convince her friend that she was innocent and that Arnold was the only one to blame. Anna suspected that the girls were in the bathroom, but all the clothes for the guests were in that room. The woman deliberately chose the moment when Fine was changing clothes for what happened. Erna, however, was so infuriated by the whole situation that she threw a pillow at the intruder and even considered attacking him with a sword. The boy sensed her malice, but trying to keep up was futile. Now they could consider themselves repaid with eye candy. However, his act was akin to peeping at a bride changing her clothes. Anna would not have objected if the prince had wanted to take responsibility. The friends didn't expect such words from their hostess. A blush mixed with shame and excitement lit up both their faces. The woman turned to her daughter and answered for her as if she hadn't minded at all. But the girl tried to justify herself with her status as a knight. In that case, the question remained with the Kleinert family. Anna noticed the young man's high popularity. The mysterious man informed her that she had received a letter from Madame, then reminded her that the time was approaching. The young man answered her question with an unperturbed expression, choosing the first option. The woman found this boring. After all, he could have shared his love stories with her since he'd finally deigned to visit. Then she wondered why they'd come alone this time. Sebas also supported her and suggested contacting Lady Fine's family. The girl was alarmed that they wanted to talk to her father. She covered her face with her hands and began begging them not to make all the decisions for her. Arnold, too, showed no desire to get married in his current situation. The woman tried to pressure him, saying he wasn't prepared to take on the responsibility. But her method didn't work, and the young man still refused, which caused her slight disappointment. Fine was flushed with shame, and Erna tried to hide her embarrassment behind a stern expression. Suddenly, Anna set her cup down and decided to get down to business. She understood that the young man had come to see them not just to visit. The young man knew his requests might seem impudent, but he wanted the hero Amsberg's house to shelter Fine for a while, and for Erna to be near her as much as possible. Mrs. Amsberg understood that it was a matter of the battle for the throne, but in that case, fulfilling his wish became impossible. Amsberg family was the family of a hero, which prevented them from aiding in the war for the throne. Arnold agreed that such actions could indeed be considered aiding the king. However, His Majesty the Emperor treated Baramov with the utmost care. If anything happened to her, it would only incur his wrath. In this situation, the safest place for her was the hero's home and his family. The young man explained that he had been appointed ambassador plenipotentiary, and his brother had been assigned to accompany him as his assistant. This meant they might have to leave the empire, so the boys wanted to inform her in advance. The state of affairs became obvious to Anna, and the young man understood that she would not give up so easily. The woman might well have agreed if his request had sounded in the spirit of salvation, but as always, it was impossible to squeeze emotion out of the prince. The lady winked at him and clarified that he might regret it. The young man promised to heed her warning and thanked her for her concern. He would be able to repay her one day. She sighed at how quickly time had flown. The prince was already taking part in the battle for the throne, but to her, he'd always been a little crybaby. Nevertheless, change was inevitable. The young man joked that he couldn't keep crying forever. His words brought a smile to the faces of Anna and the princess. Then he asked the girl to stay a little longer as a guest. He expected to sort everything out soon. The friend was worried about whether he was in danger. The prince explained that they were planning to attack Gordon and Zandra. This fight would determine whether they could continue their fight. The princess believed it would have been much better for him to hide in such a situation. She was delighted, because then they could bring back something tasty as a souvenir. If her sons bought her any jewelry, she would feel awkward. But he explained that in such a case, Leonard would be the target. He needed to avert the princess's gaze, so hiding was out of the question. Moreover, the young man understood perfectly well that at least once he would be attacked by some killer. The girl immediately stood up from her seat upon hearing his words. The guy asked her to calm down, because Sebas was always by his side and there was someone to come to his aid. Fine froze, not knowing what to say. 2 days later, Arnold was riding in a karate, with enemies already watching him from the sides. Among them was a woman he hadn't seen before. His murder could only benefit Eric and Gordon. They preferred to blame all the work on Her Highness Andra. Sebas pointedly adjusted his glove and asked the prince to let him sort it out. The boy agreed and headed toward the castle. The man asked him to be careful, as there was still a chance of an ambush. The young man winked cheerfully and replied that if a problem arose, he would think about it. Then the butler hastily left the carriage. Arnold frowned. Despite her character, Mitsuba had settled in quite comfortably in the inner palace. And this was despite the fact that a war for power was in full swing there too. Arnold was more than certain an ambush had been set for him. The enemies would likely try to distract Sebas. In that case, he had no choice but to gather information to kill whoever wanted to kill him. At that moment, his fears were realized. He was discovered. A man appeared on the road in front of the carriage, but the prince ordered the coachman to continue driving. But the guy did not obey the order and stopped the crew. He decided to run away, since he did not intend to die this way. The young man sighed. He'd suspected how he'd been treated, but it seemed he was being held in even less esteem than he'd thought. A menacing voice from outside called him out. The mercenary had no intention of getting him out of the carriage, but the prince understood that this was the only way he wanted to check who was in it. Then Arnold went outside. The enemy thought it was stupid that he had separated from the escort. The young man concluded that Xandra had acted with confidence. The adventurer before him was roughly a Class A. He also realized that it wasn't precisely at that moment that they lost respect for him. The masked man realized the prince wasn't so easily frightened, and then asked how much he trusted his butler. The young man replied that Sebas would come for him soon. The adventurer admired the excellent relationship between master and servant, but he had to disappoint Arnold. No matter how strong his servant was, he would not be able to deal with 20 killers and rush to him in time. However, this did not shake the prince's faith in the butler. Then Leo decided to ask her if she wasn't worried at all. But his mother saw him as just another child again, as she had no intention of lecturing her 18-year-old sons on what they should and shouldn't do. However, if the emperor had assigned them work, she assumed he'd already decided for himself exactly what they were capable of. A weapon began to form in the enemy's hand. He was given the order to kill, but he had no intention of carrying it out. Instead, the man wanted to immobilize the prince and transport him to immobilize the prince and transport him to his master. Arnold wasn't particularly keen on being confronted by his sister, who loved interrogations. The adventurer suggested he reproach his brother if he was so eager to find the target. The next moment, he struck the burning blade towards the prince. Suddenly, a girl appeared and repelled the attack. The young man did not expect her to appear. He asked who she was, and the girl simply replied that she was just passing by. She called herself an adventurer and stood up for the young man. The young man remembered meeting this stranger once. She turned out to be an A-rank adventurer. The man asked her to leave since she was not there on assignment. The girl explained that she did not know the guy standing behind her and had no idea why he was attacked. Leonard happily declared that he would confidently fulfill his duties. Arnold was already pleased that his father had given him a job, so he too promised to do his best. Mitsuba reassured them that they could work at their own pace, and no one would punish them for failure. She had no sense of duty or reason to save him. However, the aftertaste of murder right before her nose was simply disgusting, and such a fight seemed unfair to the adventurer, so she wanted to help. The mercenary was angry, as this could turn the nobles against her. He asked if she was sure of her decision. But in the opinion of the bravest stranger, this was certainly better than turning a blind eye to what was happening. Hearing her answer, the adventurer attacked her and Arnold with several blades at once. In this way, he managed to put the girl in a difficult position. If she tried to dodge, the blade would hit the prince. The next moment, something happened that shocked the participants in the battle. The adventurer's sword transformed into a shield. With its help, she was able to meet the enemy's blade without damage or casualties. Arnold took a liking to her interesting object, and the girl explained that she had found it in one of the ruins. This object was even capable of such miracles. She raised the weapon and began to spin it above her head, creating a whirlwind of sound. The man was forced to kneel and cover his face, unable to resist. Even high-level monsters were unable to resist this symphony. The door to the room swung open, and a girl entered with a toy in her hands. She loudly called for her mother. The mercenary put his hand on his forehead from tension, and the prince, smiling, looked out from behind his savior and waved his hand at him. Seba suddenly came to them, not understanding what was happening. The guy explained that he found himself in an extremely dangerous situation, but the stranger saved him, for which he was grateful. The girl wasn't interested in gratitude. She simply couldn't pass by the murder of a man. After examining the carriage, the adventurer concluded that the young man represented the nobility. And she was right. The seventh prince had to introduce himself. The savior removed her headdress, quickly realizing she had witnessed the much-rumored battle for the throne. Meanwhile, she was trying to help people. The adventurer's name was Lynfia. The girl knelt down and wanted to tell the prince the story of her fate. They returned to the castle and Arnold agreed to listen to her, although he was not sure he could help. The girl was born in a village in the south of the empire, and she believed that listeners could imagine a settlement of migrants. These were people who fled their homelands because of war or the appearance of monsters. The prince was aware of this, as it was also a major concern for him. There were many migrant villages, but the empire couldn't even imagine just how many. This didn't surprise the adventurer, however, as they were built arbitrarily. As one of these residents, she had no intention of complaining about it. Mitsuba smiled at her daughter and greeted her, and then offered her some sweets, since Alan and Leo were too little in her opinion. However, now the people needed the help of the Empire. Their villages were formed thanks to refugees. But recently, abductions of children and young girls have begun to occur more and more often. The prince thought that since that was all there was to it, there was nothing surprising about it. But everything changed if there was an ulterior motive behind the kidnappings. Lymphia explained that the cause was heterochromia. A distinctive feature of this trait was the different colored pupils. Such individuals were extremely rare and more capable of magic, making them highly prized. If this kind of trade was involved, the prince couldn't help but pay attention. But the girl might have guessed it would be easier to approach the soldiers in the nearest large city. She'd already done that, but no one listened to her or took any action. She was forced to leave the village to seek out powerful figures. While on one of her errands, she learned about Silver. Rumor had it he might have connections to the imperial family. Lymphia had come to the capital to meet him, but another opportunity presented itself along the way. The prince pondered the fact that her request had been ignored. If the local powerful forces were complicit, there simply wouldn't be enough time to resolve the issue. The savior wondered why. The butler told her that Arnold was going to another country as an ambassador for at least 2 weeks, and if the matter dragged on, several. He didn't have the time, even if he wanted to. Lymphia asked if she could at least get financial support. She promised to try to find adventurers she could trust and offer a reward for protecting the villages. Her home village lacked the resources to hire guards, and she had to spend her earnings on the same. But even that wasn't enough. Krista asked her brothers if she really could do that. The boy clarified that she could eat anything she wanted. The girl's biological mother died when she was very young. The young man understood the reason why the girl became an adventurer. But now he had to find the answer to the question of what exactly she was supposed to do with it. Technically, she saved his life, but it's not like the young man's life was in any danger at all. If he left things as they were, a couple of people would start complaining. So he had no choice. He told his savior that he had heard her request and asked for suggestions. Arnold could only fully assist upon his return, and until then, he needed time. While he was gone, he planned to entrust the defense of the villages to responsible adventurers. The girl also didn't have to worry about payment. After explaining all the terms, the young man asked her if she was satisfied. However, she herself doubted his confidence. The butler whispered in the prince's ear that the matter was dangerous. If they were drawn into other problems, this could become a weak point, and then the recent attack could happen again. Lymphia overheard his words and explained that in that case, she could help. In exchange for protecting the village, the girl volunteered to protect them and what they themselves wished to protect. She then asked the prince what he thought of such a deal. He found the offer tempting, but asked again if she was sure. The rescuer explained that the kidnappers weren't particularly dangerous, so she assumed there would be enough A-class adventurers to ensure the safety of the residents. Arnold assumed she simply wanted to be there to make sure he meant more than just words. He knew his friend had a strong sense of duty and caution. He decided to test her and asked her what would happen if he abandoned his duties. In that case, Lymphia was going to join the other camp along with all the dirt on the princes. Having received a reward for the information, she would be able to save the village. Mitsuba volunteered to take custody of the child, and from that moment on, Krista treated the woman as if she were her real mother. Looking at them, the young man and his brother remembered their own childhoods. Arnold asked again what would happen if he refused the deal altogether. Then the girl intended to simply address other people with the same words, only adding to the above his refusal to help. The adventurer could calmly assess the situation and move the pieces on the board. She understood that the young man was testing her. The boy then asked Sabus for his opinion on the matter. The man had no particular reservations, and their new acquaintance could become a powerful ally. The prince cheerfully noted that he had no choice and agreed to her proposal. Now they would help each other. Lymphia was embarrassed by his mention of a lack of choice. Arnold explained that his brother was a good-natured simpleton, and the duke's daughter had been incredibly supportive. If he refused to help, they would all get angry and try to do it themselves. Therefore, his best option was to agree immediately. To tell the truth, the adventurer was surprised because most of the residents spoke unflatteringly about him, calling him only a semblance of a brother. But the girl was able to see that these rumors were completely contrary to reality, and the prince was not at all weak and powerless. She even wondered if he was that same Prince Leonard. The young man asked her not to worry about it, because he was definitely Arnold. Suddenly, he remembered that he had completely forgotten his role as the powerless one. The young man extended his hand to her, hoping to seal the deal with a handshake. He was relying on Lymphia. The woman pulled the glass away from her lips, her face suddenly becoming sad. The woman recalled that Elna had recently visited her. She had apologized for Al, but her mother still hadn't figured out what exactly he had done. The boy explained that she had done something wrong and that it had gotten him into trouble. Erna met Arnold at the gate and asked what was going on, whether he shouldn't be busy preparing for his departure. But the young man waved it off, saying he'd simply entrusted the entire matter to Leo. The girl snorted in displeasure and quickly scolded him, but he didn't let her. The boy explained that if his brother didn't have a job, he would start looking for one himself. Then the prince suddenly asked if she was busy. The friend decided to joke that he was going to ask her out on a date, and she guessed right. That's what the guy was going to do. She stared at her friend, uncomprehending. Erna turned out to be quite naive, grateful to him for hiding fine, but he should have told her first, so as not to confuse her. But for the young man, what was more important was that she needed to go to a meeting with the count, and he had distracted her. She asked him not to worry about it, as she herself wanted to stroll around the capital after so long. Arnold reminded him that he'd only talked about lunch. The hat on the girl's head was a magical instrument against recognition. Walking through the streets, Omsberg noticed that there was no change in appearance, and then began to reminisce about how Al had been bullied in that very spot. He hadn't enjoyed it that much. Erna had a hard time fighting off the children who were beating him, but it was imperative to stop them. Soon, beating one would be pointless, let alone the prince. However, none of them knew his true status. For the hero's daughter, it was still unforgivable, because they made her comrade cry. Krista took the toy's paw and pointed it at her brother, saying that only he could cause trouble. This gesture made the young man feel uneasy. The young man suddenly noticed she'd misremembered something. It was after that incident that she started taking him to fencing lessons and taunting him in every way, bringing him to tears. The girl clarified that she had done nothing wrong. She just wanted him to become at least somewhat like a real prince, at least in terms of self-defense. The young man laughed, apparently doing so to defend himself against her. She didn't like his answer, and for that, he received an elbow to the stomach. The boy doubled over in pain, and Erna complained that she'd only been lost in pleasant memories. But Arnold believed they were only like that for her. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. How could it be that as soon as he went outside, she was always there? The hero's daughter simply replied that Seaboss had informed her of everything. The young man gritted his teeth. Apparently, this butler had chosen too much security for him. The girl's father also told her to follow the prince, and even allowed her to skip classes. The hero had too much respect for the royal family. But, as it turned out, she believed that there was more to it than that. His friend extended her hand to help him up and explained that someday she would be able to tell him everything. But for now, they should move on. Erna, who became a Knight of the Guard at the age of 11, was constantly on the move on missions. Mitsuba laughed and Leo laughed, and Al felt even more awkward. One of the duties of the Knights of the Guard was to travel around the Empire as the eyes of the Emperor. The daughter of the hero Amsberg became the family's genius, able to summon the sacred sword at the age of 12. Her mere presence at the borders was instrumental in establishing diplomatic relations. It was an amazing coincidence that they met, because the girl returned to the capital only once a year. As soon as she was assigned the next mission, she had to immediately go to another place. This was Erna's only chance to stroll around the capital. But once the boys finished lunch, that time would be over. But the young man was already grateful for the opportunity to spend time with her like this. Then he asked her where they should go next, but she wanted to decide as they went along. Suddenly it started to rain, and Arnold sadly noted that this decision had been very short-sighted. The friends had no choice, and the girl suggested going to the nearest restaurant. He noticed her quickened step and asked where she was going. Once upon a time, after his fun, the young man also went to the hotel. The young man decided to take a sip of tea, but at that moment his mother remembered that she wanted to ask them something else. He asked her to stop, but his friend didn't see anything wrong with that. After all, if she said she wanted to go there, then she would do so. Knights didn't back down from their word. Arnold exhaled and decided not to argue. The guy understood that it would be faster for her to see everything herself. When they reached the right place, Erna froze in shock, and the young man explained that a few years ago, the owner had changed, carried out a major renovation, and now only allowed the hotel to couples. He understood that it would be a blow to her reputation if she were recognized and seen in such an establishment. So the prince suggested finding another place, but his girlfriend refused and wanted to go inside. The young man looked at her questioningly, but then he noticed her wet clothes, and the question disappeared by itself. Besides, they needed somewhere to wait out the rain. The girl sat on the bed, her head buried in her knee. Meanwhile, the prince emerged from the shower and informed her that he was finished. She noticed that he washed himself rather quickly, but he felt there was no need to indulge. He sat down sullenly, wondering how it could have come to this. Erna had warned him, if he spied on her, he would pay. The guy sighed even more heavily, but suddenly it dawned on him. She was curious about which of the boys would Miriam find. The unexpected question left the boy shocked. The girl began to take off her clothes. The prince sensed the approaching danger because he could certainly lose something, for example, his life. But her reflection was visible in the window, so he had to cover his head with a towel and bend lower to the floor. In his heart, Arnold wished for this to be over quickly. Soon Erna also finished taking a shower and came out in a dry robe. The girl then immediately crawled under the covers. The young man explained that if she was so embarrassed, they shouldn't have entered the hotel in the first place. But Amsberg believed that if the knight broke his word even once, everything he had said up to that point would be called into question, be it a nickname or an oath. But the prince wouldn't think that of her over such a trifle. Al heard her sobs and warned her he wouldn't console her. The girl, however, blamed him for everything. The guy didn't understand his guilt, then she explained that the reason was his provocation. He knew the hotel was a love hotel and had visited it with someone. She believed his companion was the woman the other girls had mentioned. He smiled. If she had enough strength to nag him, then his friend was fine. However, she asked him not to avoid the answer. Leo told his mother that he and this girl had a different relationship. But she still thought it was unusual for both of them to be around a young woman. She concluded that they were close after all. But rumor had it that Fine and Alon were quite good together. Then he had to explain that the brothel, where he sometimes frequented, often featured girls who were forced to engage in inappropriate behavior, simply because they had been deprived of their freedom as children. Erna didn't understand the connection. The prince paid for these girls for the day and took them to the hotel, registered them, and then escorted them outside. One day, the children saw him. Women of this kind were forbidden to enter the shop alone, but they were always allowed in with his escort. No one would have guessed that the prince himself was leading representatives of such a profession. His friend still didn't understand the point of his actions. He explained that these women had no choice but to work in brothels, and that was better than starvation. But these girls also wanted to roam freely outside, so he led them out this way. Arnold didn't think his actions could change anything, but even such false kindness was better than none at all. Erna understood that in such situations, the urge to take action arose, but the prince had to stop. He could get into trouble if word got out that a member of the royal family was visiting the city's establishments for fun. She was worried about his reputation, but the guy himself did not attach such great importance to it, because rumors about his entertainment with women could not change anything. The girl suddenly asked her friend if all this had been hard for him. The young man believed that if he were alone, he would certainly not have been able to endure it. But he had many friends who supported him, and even Erna herself was among them. She pressed herself more tightly into the blanket. It was unfair of him to ask such things. Leo looked at his brother with frightened eyes. Even his hair on his head was disheveled. The day of departure arrived, and Leonard decided to leave all the affairs to Marie. He felt certain that someone would attempt an attack in their absence. The prince counted on her and Fine to handle everything. The girl reassured him, as he could rely on her. However, she was more worried about the young man. The guy smiled. He took her words as a hint about unreliable companions. In truth, Marie wasn't worried about his safety, since Erna would be accompanying him. But she was doubtful about the strength of the rest of the team. Leo tried to console her, reminding her that his brother would be with him. This had the opposite effect and only made her more anxious. The prince considered Arnold a remarkable man, though Marie didn't realize it. He failed to convince her. She remained convinced the second twin had been embellished. Leo hoped that one day she would understand that all those who called his brother the Lost Prince were wrong. Without a trace of modesty, the boy could handle anything if he put in the effort. But Al was different. If he wanted something, he could achieve it without even trying. Therefore, The young man again asked Marie not to worry, because he would have such a brother next to him. The girl bowed and accepted his confidence. If he believed it, then she had no reason to worry either. She then wished him a wonderful journey, and the prince apologized for placing so much burden on her shoulders. Soon all preparations were complete. The knight's corps was assembled, and flags bearing the family insignia were attached to their lances and carriage. Fine and Marie escorted the ambassador and his entourage on their way. But then Krista chimed in. She told Mitsuba that Fine was Al's girlfriend. She thought she was pretty, and they made quite a good couple. The young man hadn't expected this turn of events and quickly declined. Thus, the imperial delegation left the capital, its final destination being the south of the continent. This point was considered a volatile land on the border between the two countries. Arnold and Leonard were sent as diplomats to one of the countries in the southern part of the Vogel continent, the Duchy of Rondon. The letter the prince read said it was one of two countries that had survived a civil war. The young man noticed Erna trembling and suggested she cross the sea another way, as she was so scared in the calm waters. The girl blamed her friend, as he was the one who had taken her along. She could have cursed him and been offended, but she still wouldn't have forgiven all three of them. Omsberg covered her head with a pillow and snuggled into the bed. Imperial Guard knights were usually sent with the diplomat to protect him, so the young man's relatives had recommended her. This could have been done to remove at least one person who supported the emperor's family. But the guy left Raffia in the capital to deal with their actions, so everything was under control. The prince sat on the edge of the bed and asked his friend how no one had yet revealed her secret. In a trembling voice, she explained that no one in the hero's family who wielded the sacred sword had ever left the empire for long. That was why she had so desperately studied the weapon's summoning. Erna did all this only because she didn't want to sail on boats. Arnold snorted when he heard the reason. She didn't like that her friend was laughing. The young man reminded her that she developed aquaphobia when she saw him almost go down thanks to her efforts. The boat brushed against the waves, causing Erna to scream. He explained that they had only been together a little longer because of the matter involving Duke Kleinert, so nothing had definitely happened between them. The woman persisted, adding that he should have known how Miss Fine was considered the most beautiful woman in the empire. The girl panicked, thinking the violent shaking could mean a crack in the ship's bottom. Arnold reassured her that there was no hole there. Something like that could have happened if a sea dragon had crashed into them. Omsberg suddenly began to sob at the realization that her life could have been cut off like this. Arnold let out a tired sigh and then created a barrier around the ship, which reduced the shaking. There was a knock on their cabin door, distracting Erna. The deputy captain of the 3rd Detachment of Guard Knights entered them. The girl answered with difficulty that she was still alive, and then the man decided to begin his report. The ships of the Duchy of Albatros requested permission to negotiate, and he wondered what answer he should give them. The prince was surprised that the ship had already entered their waters. They had previously agreed on unimpeded passage to Rondon, but now they were being asked to negotiate. The young man found this suspicious. Erna ordered all the knights to their cabins. They didn't need to provoke Albatros' men any further. The boy agreed with her decision, then clarified that his brother had responded. The second-in-command awkwardly explained that Leonard had been unwell. The young man exhaled. They had no choice but to go to Leo's ship. They moved to the adjacent deck, and then he looked in on his twin to inquire about his well-being. Apparently, the prince was suffering from seasickness. The woman turned her gaze to the girl and asked her to confirm her words, but she answered negatively. Arnold noticed that the symptoms weren't like Erna's, but that wasn't good either. Then he suddenly changed and began running his fingers through his brother's hair. After this, the young man arranged his curls like Leo and said that he was going to take his place, and told him to rest on the next ship. The deputy began to lead the second twin away, and the boy tried to console him and asked him to tell the others that Prince Arnold was feeling unwell. The man believed that such an act would once again reflect poorly on his reputation. The young man was certain things couldn't get any worse. The knight glanced at his figure again and then closed the door. Al changed his clothes for Leo's outfit, because they were about to receive a request for negotiations, and for such a matter it was worth preparing. She was very disappointed to miss out on the opportunity to become a full-fledged ambassador, but she did not want to despair. Krista clung to her adoptive mother. She considered Mitsuba the most beautiful. She thanked the child and thought the same of her. The young man sighed contentedly, looking at them. Then he rose from the table, and Leo asked if his brother was leaving. As it turned out, Al had to meet someone. However, he allowed the second twin to remain in his mother's company for a little while longer. Krista hoped to see us again, and he agreed. As they parted, Mitsuba asked him to take care of himself, as he tended to put too much pressure on himself. The young man brushed off the lectures. He believed no one acted like that, and, after all, he had lived his life with dignity. The woman didn't argue with her son, but allowed him to do whatever was in his power. He stepped out of the gate and looked up at the sky, a look of determination in his eyes. The prince then summoned Semid Sibas and ordered him to discover the weaknesses of the neutral faction's nobility. He was to do everything in his power to do so while he was in the capital. Arnold understood that he had to think about the future. Defending the house had become his duty, which meant the young man had no right to rest. He and his faithful butler intended to continue their secret maneuver. Arnold arrived at the estate of Count Bertz, and upon entering, he greeted the man. The woman's face was hidden by the shadow of the glass, creating a sense of mystery. She was unwavering in her intention not to need the help of other states, because the only thing that really mattered was what kind of resin she had in the imperial capital. The head of the Ministry of Construction Works invited the prince to come in, and then asked what could have brought such a person to him. The count had no direct connection to the battle for the throne and took no sides. The young man decided to visit him because of rumors he had heard. However, he didn't understand what the visitor meant. Then the guy clarified the details, for example, that his wife had fun every night. The prince didn't like the way she indulged in such behavior, as if she were of royal blood. This all fueled rumors about where exactly she got the money for her pleasures. Bertz wanted to justify himself and began to claim it was a lie. His wife did enjoy pleasure, but not to this extent. The prince was beginning to believe the count was telling the truth, as Sabus's reports made it clear. He'd told his friends about it. Apparently, he himself wasn't pleased with his wife's behavior, but the question remained as to how deeply the count was involved in all this. So the prince told him of another rumor. Arnold stunned the man by saying that he had heard about his use of state treasury for personal purposes. Bertz, frightened, began to convince the prince that he would never have dared to do such a thing, because he considered himself a loyal subject of his empire, who made every effort for the sake of the country. The boy wanted to believe him, but his very presence at the estate indicated that this rumor had reached the main castle. It was clear what would happen if the king learned of this. The count begged the prince to help him, but Arnold had no reason to aid a criminal. Bertz insisted he hadn't taken money from the treasury, but the young man didn't believe him, as he was beginning to have funds. His title couldn't support his wife. The glass depicted two young men, the one Xandra had been counting on, as they were both working to establish connections in other countries. The lady wanted to keep power in the hands of the empire. The man hesitantly explained that everything had been fine at first and his savings were sufficient, but they had suddenly run out. Afterwards, the count had to borrow from acquaintances and even merchants, which made him feel awkward in front of his friends. And the merchant's debt was about to be repaid. Bertz felt at a loss, unsure what to do. A woman practically burst into the room, her face indignant. She felt her husband had given her too little. The prince, looking at her, wondered why this man had married her in the first place. The man tried to calm Bettina down, as he and the prince were having an important conversation. She glanced at the guest and was skeptical of her husband's words. Arnold Lakes Adler turned and apologized to the lady of the estate for the intrusion. Upon hearing his name, Mrs. Bertz covered her smug smile with her fan, but her eyes betrayed the condescension she bestowed upon a person of royal blood. She had heard Prince Hardsbat's son speak of a worthless prince who had absorbed all the best qualities. The boy possessed no talent whatsoever, so she couldn't even imagine what business he had with them. Her words caused His Highness's eyes to widen, and the count turned as white as a sheet. He was trembling, but asked her to leave. The woman asked questioningly if her husband had really ordered her to leave. The next moment, the man could not restrain himself and started shouting. His wife snorted in displeasure and left the room. After she left, the count bowed to the prince and apologized for his wife's rudeness. Arnold was understanding, accustomed to such remarks. But the countess proved blunt. Bertz admitted with annoyance that he had met her at 17. She was from provincial aristocracy, quite beautiful and popular. The man immediately fell in love with her and began showering her with gifts, eventually marrying her. He continued to give her what she wanted, but her demands increased with each passing day. It got to the point where Bettina began to consider herself a member of the highest aristocracy. After listening to his story, Rex concluded that she was largely to blame, but the Count was also partly responsible. Parquet believed the man should have scolded her promptly to avoid a similar situation. The man was also pleased. It was finally their turn. After many years, they had someone in the position of minister. The woman was pleased with this success, since they had managed to do so even though all the ministerial positions were monopolized by Eric. His Highness assumed the Count hadn't filed for divorce because he had personally proposed marriage. This wasn't the only reason. The main obstacle for Bertz was the king's joy at the news of their engagement. He even gave the newlyweds gifts and hosted a feast. Arnold understood the reason for ending the marriage. Count Bertz's interest was not limited to this. The young man's father had been bribing him to serve loyally. If the emperor had learned of what was happening, he would certainly have advised a divorce. However, the prince himself needed a mediator, and so he assumed the man knew the reason for his visit. The Count guessed that the young man sought his help in the battle for the throne. Rex would have preferred to observe his new ally for a while, to be sure he could trust him. But time was running out. Therefore, the boy was going to tell his father about everything that was happening in the Count's domain. He then advised the man, if the king had no objections, to file for divorce immediately. He needn't worry about his wife, as the prince would write a letter to her family. Although it was a somewhat selfish act on his part, it was all for the sake of the throne, and Bettina could shed as many tears as she wanted, since it was her fault. Then the young man decided to get down to business and asked the Count to write him a letter. The perfect time had arrived to convince him that the prince was a good man. He also suggested that Bertz, too, was unwilling to save his marriage. Upon hearing this, the man decided to get to work immediately. The couple needed to get along well and avoid arguing. The Count was born a capital aristocrat, but because of just one woman, he became so unhappy. The prince began to think about how he should have taken his choice of wife with the utmost seriousness. He already had 2 girls in mind who would not mind marrying him. The young man exhaled heavily. He was plagued by doubts in both cases, and he still preferred ordinary girls. While he was pondering this, the Count finished writing the letter and asked if this result would satisfy him. Arnold picked up the sheet of paper and began to read. Then she remembered those sent to Arnold. As it turned out, none of them returned. Suspicion fell on the butler, who might have gotten rid of the messengers. The contents seemed comparable to a curse to the prince, but he only said out loud that the man had perfectly conveyed his displeasure with his wife's actions. He then warned his ally not to fall into the same trap twice, if he agreed to help. Bertz promised not to fall for the woman and swore to serve Al and Leonard with faith and honor. The boy asked him not to misunderstand, because he was only supposed to help. The emperor was still the Count's master. Arnold was getting ready to head back. He now had the letter in his hands, and the result could be expected in a few days. The Count bowed to the prince, thanking him for his help. The young man noticed a woman watching him angrily from the window. However, her gaze didn't frighten him, as he didn't have much time left to endure. Leonard read the letter his brother brought and couldn't understand why these people had gotten married in the first place. Al, however, was able to easily convince him. The father also agreed to their divorce and ordered a letter to that effect. The prince received Count Bertz's support and influence, which increased slightly. The girl asked the guy doubtfully if he was really sure, but he didn't understand her question. She was referring to his intention to make Bertz his ally. She believed she could sympathize with him, but she couldn't deny that the man himself bore responsibility in this matter. He lavished gifts on his young wife, and when the situation got out of control, she got a divorce. The woman frowned. Apparently she had underestimated this servant, but she hoped that next time everything would go perfectly. The butler was the only one who posed a threat in the twin tandem. Al agreed with her that the Count really did look unpromising from this angle. So her friend asked again if there weren't other, more suitable allies. Bettina came from the family of the 5th princess and was a distant relative of Count Kruger. As the 5th princess's child, she also had a relationship with Xandra. Arnold understood everything, but it didn't seem all that significant to him. Then he asked her to recall the connections of Fine, their rival. The girl figured it out. Prince Eric was a civil servant, Prince Gord was an officer, and Princess Xandra was a magic tutor. She answered correctly, and the prince confirmed it, delighting his friend. He then asked who, in her opinion, was the capital's weakest link. She was surprised that he was talking about the capital, not the empire. She placed Prince Eric in the place of the most powerful. Then came His Highness Gordon. Since the officer was on the front lines outside the capital, so he could be considered the weakest. Albert thought her line of thought was sound, but her answer was still wrong. There were officers who didn't go to the front lines. The correct answer was Zandra. The young lady was upset to hear she'd been mistaken, but then she wondered why the princess was considered the weakest. The young man wanted to explain it to her as simply as possible and, as an example, took a cookie, which he divided in half. He laid the pieces out in different places and began to demonstrate. Due to their positions, the civil servant and the officer spent a lot of time in the capital. However, with the magic instructor, things were different. He could be a local aristocrat or a border officer. Thus, they were scattered throughout all corners. The hero said that he saw a new generation ship with magical weapons, as expected from a country known as the ruler of the seas. But would they really risk attacking? Eva called her brother a fool and told him to keep a straight face. He apologized to his sister. She decided to speak frankly and said that they would like them to change course. They were in no way preventing their passage to Rondon, but they were asking that they take the most remote route. It's hard for her to protect such an impulsive and cunning person as Al. A smart and uninhibited adventurer who could keep up with his flight of thought would be suitable as his bodyguard. Leo said that she was good in her own way. There were things that only she could do. So wasn't it she who saved his brother, or was he wrong? The girl understood this intellectually, but she couldn't accept it in her heart. It was her responsibility to protect Finn. Leo said she still didn't like losing. They had few allies on their side, but at least they could protect themselves. If Elna were free, her brother would trust her. Elna asked if it didn't sound like Al saw her as a nuisance. Leo said it was just her stubbornness playing a role. Anyway, he had no one to rely on except her right now, so let her sulk and give him some advice. He asked what he should do if he met King Rondon. She sighed and asked what to do with him. She explained that Al knew basic etiquette, so it was okay to just greet him. But nothing extra, and especially no praise. Just the simplest greeting according to etiquette. The man told the prince that there were too many victims, and they would do everything in their power. The prince understood, but still had to ask them. The man sighed, saying that of course they would try, but he couldn't guarantee anything. The prince thanked him for his efforts, and the man, leaving, said it wasn't worth it. Mark said their only option was to trust the ship's doctor. The prince said he had no right to say anything. Nothing could be done. He had promised that none of those rescued today would die. The knight reminded them that they were not omnipotent. Al told him to believe in this world. It's normal when something that shouldn't happen happens. The world isn't so unfair that it can't save the lives of a small group of people, and they've already offered him a sufficient price. He's more than paid for their lives with imperial treasures, so he has every right to dispose of them as he sees fit. They'll reach the defensive line soon. The hero asked if they could find out the reason, but she replied that she didn't want to reveal it because she couldn't trust either him or the Empire. Someone shouted for the imperial ship to report its approach. Their country had received no notification from them. He repeated the warning again, but received no response. The hero responded that Arnold Lakes Adler, the 8th prince of the Empire, was speaking to them. On the way to Rondon, they came across the wrecked ships of their country, and they had about 80 rescued people on board. He added that a prince and princess were among them and asked for permission to enter their port. The man accepted his intention and said that, however, for safety's sake, they needed to inspect their ship, so they should remain where they were. The prince responded that it was accepted and said that the lives of many of the rescued men were in danger and that they required urgent medical attention. He requested permission to immediately transport them to port, but he was still asked to wait, as he had no right to enter the port without His Majesty's permission. The hero was indignant at the slowness. Now was not the time to be afraid of spies. He asked Mark what was wrong with the prince and princess, and Mark replied that they hadn't yet regained consciousness. If at least one of them were conscious, things would be better. Mark said that the problem was no longer their responsibility, since they had brought them here. Responsibility for the survivors had passed to their country. The prince said that responsibility for them had been his from the very beginning, since he was neck-deep in this matter and would fight for them to the end. However, if they continued moving, they would have no choice but to attack them. The hero wondered if there really was no other choice but to break through by force. He spoke into a loudspeaker, asking to be heard that at this very moment, one of them was on death's door. They managed to survive the nightmare of drifting at sea, and now their lives are in the hands of those who do not let them in. He asked for permission to enter the Ort only for their delivery. They replied that they were grateful for his words in defense of their country's inhabitants, but the law was the law. And even with aristocrats on board, they still had to wait for the king's decision. The hero asked who was the captain of their ship. The man answered him. The hero said that they had taken a risk and sacrificed a lot to save them. In a confrontation between an empire and a small duchy, the outcome is known, which means there must be some troublesome reason for such persistence. For one reason only. To prevent anyone from dying, they must know how terrible it is to drift in the open sea. And he asked them to make a decision. The captain replied that there were 2 of his sons on board those 3 ships, and right now he hoped that they were alive. But he was a soldier, and no matter what happened, he could not go against the regulations. He was sorry. The hero didn't understand why this was happening. Mark tried to say that was enough. At that moment, the doctor shouted that the situation was critical. The hero told the captain to set course for port. The man shouted that they didn't have permission. Al knew this, but if they delayed, the men would die. The captain asked if the hero wanted to ignore the warning and enter port for the sake of a crew that held no political value, and if he understood that they wouldn't even be able to send a note of protest if they were sunk here. Al said that as long as they had the prince and princess on board, they wouldn't sink them, so for now they would do everything possible to save the lives of those around them. He wouldn't change the order. It was time to enter port. Mark said that was too drastic, and Prince Leo would never resort to such extreme measures. Al replied that was correct. He said that this was a great chance to make an impression instead of Leo, that if he decided on something, then he couldn't be stopped. The hero said that even if this decision didn't seem like something Leo would make, if he could manage to improve his reputation a little, Leo would be perceived differently. Mark replied that if he did so, Prince Leo would have to make more difficult decisions in the future. The hero said not to worry. He was his younger brother, after all. He was sure that there was nothing that he could do that Leo couldn't do. The captain asked the prince if he was aware that illegal entry into the port would, at worst, result in imprisonment, but Al knew that. The man said he could resupply there and then head to Rondon. There was no point in risking his life for people who carried no political weight. The prince said that everyone here was important to their families, and that lingering would only needlessly endanger everyone on the ship. The man remembered that the prince was fighting for the throne, and if this situation were used against him, the throne would further distance itself. Al replied that he would think about it later. Hero gave the order to change course and take a detour to Rondon. The knight told the prince that this route would take several days longer than planned. Rex replied that it didn't matter. Rondon would overlook even a significant delay, and he had already made up his mind. Al said that this is the captain's ship, and the lives of the crew are in his hands. He does not want to act rudely by taking away his ship and personally controlling it. The captain said he thought he was just a naive prince, but apparently that's not the case, and he likes him better this way. He shouted to the crew to prepare to enter the port. The other side responded that they were entering port and had no more time to wait. They were warned to stop immediately, or they would be forced to open fire and asked to allow them to inspect the vessel after that. The captain had a great idea and suggested hanging out a white flag. The prince said he was proposing this knowing full well that the ships of their empire had never raised a white flag. The captain knew, after all, he was now on the first ship, the Monument. Al said that naturally no one would fire on a ship with a white flag. But was that really necessary? The man said they had many ships, each with a stubborn captain, so they should give their superiors an excuse after all. He was also a ship's captain and understood their predicament. The hero understood, and they raised the flag. The prince again addressed everyone in the port, saying that at the moment there were survivors from the wrecked ships of their country on their ship. Since the condition of the survivors is critical, they enter the port without official permission. Their ship does not intend to attack the port. They were able to survive this disaster, so he asks them to help them. He also addresses the fleet captains, saying that the lives of their compatriots, hanging by a thread, are now in their hands. The hero hoped for a wise decision from the captains. He asked the princess if this would be okay with her, and seeing their faces, he understood the reaction to his actions, replacing Leo. It's funny, all the victims began to be unloaded. Mark said that although it was just a formality, they were now prisoners of war. The hero replied that this was true since he had raised the white flag. Al said that it was time for them to go and talk to the king of the duchy about the sea dragon. He was sure that he was also completely okay with it. Elsewhere, a girl was beating a man with a whip. She threw the whip in anger, not understanding how it happened. A man nearby said they seemed to be anticipating their every move. She shouted, asking if he thought this naive white-winged princess was playing with her. He was certain that Leo must have found a trickster in his company. Before moving on, they needed to contact Gordon and tell him the attack had failed. Apparently, their new guy was extraordinary. This infuriated the girl, as they were gaining social standing. She bit her finger, saying it was unforgivable. The man said they should leave Leo's company alone and focus on the culprit who had deprived them of the Minister of Construction. She knew this and told him to prepare something suitable for her instead. Her disappointment couldn't be vented on this one victim lying there after a beating. He accepted her order and thought that tomorrow this place could be his. Elsewhere, the butler said it was excellent that with just a small piece of information in lessons, one could predict the enemy's actions. The adventurer replied that it was the same as anticipating monster attacks. Eva said that, as expected of a man who had assumed the throne, he had acted wisely. She thanked him for his wise decision, and with that they took their leave. Linfa said that in a situation where actions are limited, they will always act as they can. Knowing this, she warned the guards to be on guard. Probably now the second princess will increase her vigilance and will be tormented by doubts about whether she can attack again or not. The princess praised Linfa, saying she was magnificent. Seeing Linfa's gaze, she asked if everything was all right. Linfa replied that she was simply curious why she trusted her so much. The girl said that Master All wouldn't keep people around who couldn't be trusted. Linfa asked if it wasn't annoying when newcomers started meddling in her affairs. The princess smiled and replied that if it was for Al's benefit, she didn't mind. And who cares who's in charge? They're all in this together. Linda concluded that the princess was downplaying her own importance. The butler explained that Lady Finn always put others first and herself second. Linda didn't understand why she was even fighting for the throne and apologized for her words. But she didn't belong here. Finn was embarrassed and replied that she actually thought so too. Finn said that she could not help Mr. Ao and everyone else in any way, but she hoped to be useful at least with the title and power she had. Linda said she shouldn't worry so much, since it was to their advantage that Mrs. Finn was with them. She replied that it was good if it was true. The adventuress remembered the hero's order to take care of Finn. She offered to show her usefulness, something that only she could do. Her person is extremely popular in the capital, and there are people who really need this popularity, and these are traitors. She said that the company currently operating in the capital does not want to allow her popularity to grow. Apparently, they are supporting another candidate for the throne. The hero told the team that it was time for them to leave as well. They might still be tracking their movements, so it might be worth prolonging Leo's play a little longer. However, the problem lies in Albatros's goal. Therefore, she thought about other companies. It is worth paying attention to the half-human companies. If they can establish a channel for cooperation before the prince's return, it will only be a plus. The butler agreed and said the princes had long had their eye on the demi-human company. But did Linda know why none of them had yet contacted them? She said she knew it was because they were led by a vampire. After the recent incident in the capital, residents are not particularly fond of vampires, which is why they constantly postpone trying to contact them. But there are no obstacles for them. Linda was sure this was a good opportunity. Finna offered to meet her. She wanted to discuss a lot with her and see what she was like. They decided to arrange a meeting with her. Looking out the window, the princess promised Mr. All that she would manage. A few days later, Linda said that, as the name suggests, the demi-human company is a company run by demi-humans. Strong and resilient, the demi-humans are nimble and quick-footed. Each of them works in their own field. Productivity at this firm far exceeds that of other companies. They are slowly spreading their influence across the eastern part of the continent. However, just before the branch was to open, unrest broke out in the capital, resulting in the branch never opening, and there remains no sign of the demi-human company in the capital. The company's leader is a vampire, and the emperor was attacked by vampires. The empire is now more wary of the demi-human company, and that's quite reasonable. Finn said that if they didn't do anything wrong, then they have nothing to hide after all. They weren't the ones who attacked the emperor. Linda replied that the world would be a much calmer place if everyone thought like Finn, but many people dislike half-humans. In general, all people think differently. The adventuress warned that her enemies might twist her words into support for the demi-humans, which would damage her authority. If she cared about the prince, she'd better be more careful expressing her thoughts. The princess admitted she'd made a mistake. The knight asked the prince what was going on, and he replied that if they were preparing for battle like this, then there was absolutely no need for the prince and princess on board. But using a warship for anything other than battle was a waste. Linda informed him that her opponent today was a representative of a huge trade association. If she made a similar mistake, she would be fooled in no time. So she asked him to be extremely careful. The company of half-humans, the capital branch. The girl pointed to the door and said that their representative was expecting guests, and asked them to come inside. When the girls entered, they saw only an empty chair, and, turning around, they saw that the door was closed. She asked Linda if the room was the wrong one. She replied that the escort had led them directly here, so there was no chance of a mistake. It was a common occurrence when the opponent needed to buy time, and they should wait. They saw a teapot and decided to have some tea while they waited. Sometime later, Linda suggested they return, as 2 hours later the representative had still not shown up, likely making it clear he didn't want to meet with them. Finn replied that if they didn't want to meet, they wouldn't have let them in either. Perhaps there was a reason, and they should wait. Linda asked the princess if she didn't think it was rude to do that. Finn replied that it was she who asked for the meeting, so naturally she should wait if it was inconvenient to meet tomorrow. If tomorrow was impossible, then the day after tomorrow. She thanked the girl for her concern. But that was the only thing she could do. A voice was heard in the room saying that she was amazed. A girl entered the room, asking what they had been waiting for all this time. He considered reconnaissance in force. Do these two possess any scouting abilities? And what were they trying to scout for anyway? He'd never heard of pirates operating in the waters off the Duchy of Albatros. The girl immediately introduced herself as Fine Van Carnert, and, as she understood, before her was a representative of the company of half-humans. That was true, and Yulia was standing in front of her, introducing herself and saying they could call her whatever they liked. Linda asked where the apology for the long wait was. Leah replied that if they didn't want to wait, they could have left. It wasn't her who had requested the meeting. Linda said that's not how anyone treats their business partners. Julia replied that it was up to her to decide whether they would become their partners or not. They really needed help to gain a foothold in the capital of the empire, but that didn't mean they would grab the first person who offered it to them. But she was glad to welcome the white-winged Princess Blau. Mew? She said that, frankly, she wasn't very good at all the nuances of society and hoped she'd understand. She offered to pour them a drink. Fonda asked what she was so busy with, and Yulia replied that she was simply observing people. Linda realized she had indeed kept them waiting so she could assess the situation from a distance. Yulia explained that each of the 4 candidates for the throne had representatives eager for their cooperation. Meeting them all and negotiating was too tiring for her, so today they left everyone in a tedious wait in different places. Representatives of Prince Eric and Prince Leonard were invited here. She added that the other 2 candidates were invited to another location, but they quickly became angry and left. Linda asked if they had really won. Yulia replied that Prince Eric's representative had given up and left after 2 hours. Linda thought that this organization was a much stronger opponent than she thought. Julia suggested finally talking about business. They needed an ally in the fight for the throne. The other candidates had large trading companies as allies, so they couldn't win without financial support. Suddenly their ship shook. But if the half-humans took their side, they'd have problems. What benefit would come from that, and what could they offer them? The vampire wondered. Linda didn't understand what they should do now. Finn said she'd be the guarantor of the negotiations. She said that they could use her however they wanted, so she asked them to lend her their power. Julie asked what if she wanted something beyond the powers of a duke's daughter. Finn replied that it didn't matter. She would do whatever they asked. The vampire asked if she understood, and she said she was offering such a price herself, meaning she couldn't even resist whatever they did to her. She replied that it didn't matter. She only wanted to be useful to the princes. Yulia asked her if she was truly willing to do anything for the sake of cooperation. Was Prince Leo really worthy of such self-sacrifice? Finn replied that he was certainly worthy, even if her death served as a step on his path to becoming emperor. She would not hesitate to do everything in her power. Julia called her a problem child, but gave in and said that now there are no tricks. That's what they want from them. Linda said that they need financial support and also want to ask them to start competing with the merchants and trading companies that support the other candidates for the throne. Yulia replied that then the company in turn wants to have the right to use Fani's name and, if possible, her face as well. She said that the princes of this country had such a keen eye. Fane was a wonderful woman, beautiful and courageous, and she wouldn't mind being her lover. Fine was flattered by her offer, but she couldn't accept it because allowing someone to touch her would diminish her value. Julia asked if it wasn't all because of the princes who were instigating this squabble over the throne. She wondered how they'd managed to drag her into it. Finn replied that she was the daughter of a ducal family and had every right to participate in the struggle for the throne. The knight next to him said that if they did that, a war would break out between their countries. The hero asked if it would be worthwhile to bring the other two back. A knight came running into their cabin, reporting that they were caught in a storm. The prince went out on deck, wondering if this was all a joke after all. The sky had just been clear. He spotted a ship in the distance. Finn believed that the people had a right to have an emperor they could be proud of. But if they wanted her honest answer, she would tell them. She said she naturally wanted to be by the side of the one she loved. Yulia replied that she hated that kind of prostate. It was clear that it was one of the twins, but which one? To which Finn replied that it was a secret. Yulia said that she'd met so many different people so far that she immediately realized Fine was special and unique, and that she should value herself. If she didn't respect herself, no one else would. Yulia promised to remember her words. Yulia advised Linda to keep an eye on the princess, and she replied that she was already doing so without her telling her, and that she, in turn, should remember that she was now their ally and should refrain from any interaction with people from the other candidates. Yulia accepted this request. Linda said they would contact the company if necessary, but she asked them to refrain from contacting them. They finally said goodbye. Yulia felt goosebumps on her skin. She hadn't expected such pressure. She wondered who this man was, who was causing this lady to look like that. Yulia was becoming increasingly interested. A servant entered the office and said everything was ready for opening. Yulia ordered them to visit and begin trading, and send the profits to Leonard's forces. Julia said that if this man satisfies her taste, it will be interesting to fight for him. Albatro Castle. They were escorted into the castle with the utmost politeness. Apparently, the Duke was not hostile. The knight escorted them to the room. The hero shouted to the captain that they couldn't move away from his brother's ship. He replied that all he could do now was keep them from capsizing. This was no ordinary storm. It had struck without any warning. The king bowed and said that he was glad to see His Highness Prince Leonardo, and introduced himself as the Duke of Albatro. Donnet the Albatro. He said it all happened because of the narrow-mindedness of the people of their country, and apologized for causing them inconvenience. This was surprising. Of course, the sizes of their countries differ. But for the head of one kingdom to bow his head to the prince of another was something new. The knights bowed before them as the king also thanked them with all his heart for saving the survivors, including his children. The knights apologized. The prince offered his hand to the surprised king. He bowed down and asked permission to introduce himself as the 8th prince of the empire, Leonardo Rex Adler, and apologized for the noise his actions had caused. He said that the king did not have to thank him. He only helped those who were shipwrecked right before his eyes. If the same thing happened to their ship, they would do the same. The hero said that he understood that the king's duty required him to repay them, otherwise they would simply not understand him. In that case, they would need to replenish their supplies of water and provisions, and if they also added a few jewels, they would not object. Al explained that they had been forced to dump the gifts they were carrying to Rondon into the sea. The king was shocked that they had resorted to such a thing and, of course, said they didn't need to mention it, their country would compensate them for everything. The prince thanked them and said he wanted to discuss something else. He said he wanted to talk about the problem their country was facing, because if they delayed resolving it, it would inevitably affect the entire continent. The king sighed, because now he couldn't even argue that the problem didn't concern them. They had a right to know. He said that, as the hero had already understood, a sea dragon was raging in their waters, and its name was Leviathan. This dragon had been sleeping beneath the water for 200 years. The hero said that was a long time, even for a dragon. And then the king said that it had been put to sleep with the help of an ancient magical object. The hero cried out in surprise, wondering if this could be the work of some sea monster. Ordinary monsters couldn't possibly create a storm of this magnitude. Did those two really know a sea dragon had appeared in their waters and had come to investigate precisely that? 200 years ago, the South was under the rule of a single family. At that time, the dragon Leviathan began to rampage and devastate the surrounding area, so it was decided to confront it. Ultimately, with the help of this magical item, the dragon was put to sleep, but the royal family's power was severely undermined, and an era of internal strife began. Since then, the Duchy of Albatro has been given the right to protect this staff. However, it was broken, and so they had to hastily check the waters under their control. The king said they should have contacted the Adventurers Guild immediately, and that he was sorry they had gotten themselves into all this. The hero asked what they planned to do now. He replied that, since they needed to do something immediately, they had no choice but to ask the Adventurers Guild for help. The hero replied that he couldn't necessarily trust a professional monster slayer, but he had a proposition. He proposed to form an alliance with Rodina to fight the dragon. If they learned about the current situation, they would immediately understand that now was not the time to fight each other. The king said they had considered it too, but they had been at war with each other for too long and lacked the necessary diplomatic connections to quickly forge an alliance. The hero promised to convey the alliance proposal if an authorized imperial diplomat was involved. They simply would not be able to object. The king asked if the hero would mind if he discussed his proposal with the elders, and he agreed, replying that it would be better for him to make a decision quickly. Rondon should have already received information that there was trouble in this country, and they could choose this moment to attack. A little later, the hero went to bed, saying he was tired. He wondered how Leo was doing. He decided there was no point in even thinking about it. All he could do was do his best in the hopes of remaining undetected. Right now, he needed to think about other things, like how to defeat the sea dragon Leviathan. There are only a handful of people capable of fighting him. That's only natural after all. After all, he's an S-class monster. If he were to guess, he could only name 2 people capable of slaying a dragon. A hero like Silver and Elna, who wields the sacred sword. Perhaps he should send a request to the Emperor as his official representative. They couldn't answer them. The Duchy of Albatro is built on maritime trade. If word got out that a sea dragon was rampaging in their waters, that trade would end. It would be tantamount to suicide. Time before the request arrived, and Silver had no reason to appear in the south. He thought it would be much easier to approach the Adventurers Guild directly. To deal with Rondon's ground forces, the Duchy of Albatro financed the soldiers and equipment of friendly neighbors. The Adventurers Guild's assistance in fighting the dragon would have been costly, which is why Albatro didn't immediately turn to them. To solve the dragon problem, relations between the Albatro and Rondon duchies must be improved. Then, they will focus on destroying the dragon. In any case, we first had to get to Rondon. There was a knock on the door, and the hero allowed entry. It turned out that it was the princess who came to thank him personally. The hero thought that, of course, he wanted her to wake up as quickly as possible. But he hadn't imagined she'd be so reckless. He asked her if she was completely fine, but whether she'd recovered enough to go for walks on her own. She replied yes, and thanked him again. She said that everyone unanimously claimed that it was entirely his merit and said that he was incredibly courageous and kind. He replied that their entire ship's crew had been involved in their rescue, and it would be unfair to thank only him. She replied that, as Julian's older sister, she owed him her gratitude. She had heard that he was the first to jump into the sea after her brother. She said that an ordinary person would never dive into the sea with a sea dragon living there. It was an act of exceptional bravery. He realized that things would be bad if he continued like this. The girls would sooner or later fall in love, and that would create problems upon his return. But what should he do? Do something to make her hate him? That was also impossible. If he did something out of character, he'd be exposed immediately. She apologized and said it was a bit awkward to continue the conversation like that, so she asked if they could continue talking inside the room. The hero tried to figure out how far the storm was spreading. He realized they were nowhere near the epicenter. Most likely, the center was in the waters of Albatro, and their ships were heading there. The hero was shocked by such a sudden intrusion. Was she really that pushy? She asked if she was disturbing him. He said no. He was simply writing a report on the Empire, and her offer was extremely flattering, but unfortunately, he needed to finish it as soon as possible. The girl's smile made him fall even more in love, and he didn't know what to do with her. She apologized for interrupting him and suggested they postpone it until another time, perhaps to have lunch together. He replied that he wouldn't mind if his schedule allowed. As he entered the room, he thought that things were bad. He didn't know how to explain all this to Leo. He had to do something urgently about this infatuation of hers, mixed with admiration. Now, under the impression of the heroic prince who selflessly saved her brother, she's completely lost it. If she doesn't do anything unnecessary, her feelings will cool over time. He's dealt with far greater problems than this. Right now, it was better to focus on reporting to the Empire. He wanted to tell Leo. The Empire would likely suffer losses with the Sea Dragon's appearance. To maintain friendly relations with Albatro, as an authorized diplomat, he could ask his father for permission to use the Holy Sword. But in the worst case, by the time he arrives here, the small country in the south of the continent will already be wiped off the face of the earth. The next day, Duke Albatro agreed to the idea of collaborating with Rondon. He said he had confidence in the prince. The hero replied he wouldn't let him down. The king asked if he really wanted to go by sea, as he remembered that Leviatana was still in these waters. The hero replied that they had no time to spare. The sea route was the fastest, and besides, they had magical weapons that had been lent to them, and Leviathan would most likely lie low for a while because he feared being put to sleep again. At worst, they would have to fight the sea dragon in its own element. He felt sorry for them. He said the Duke should be especially attentive to everything that was happening. From the prince's side, Julien called out. The hero said that here was the prince himself and asked if he was strong enough for such long walks. He replied that before leaving, he should have thanked the hero for himself and for saving his people. Al said they needed help, and that was all he'd done. Julio replied that it didn't change the fact that he'd saved everyone, and he'd never forget his kindness. The hero said he was exaggerating, but if it made things any easier, then they should just repay him in kind. Julien shouted that he wanted to become like the hero and asked how to do it. The hero said that Prince Leonardo Rex Adler is not as great as he thinks, and some people really call him brave and kind. But there are also those who call him careless and reckless. He himself believes that his aspirations are too idealistic, but this is a disadvantage of his position as an imperial prince, and if he still wants advice, then he advises him to never question his own convictions and to be proud of them. The king's many shortcomings are compensated for by his subjects, but he alone is responsible for his decisions. If he believes in his own convictions, he will not waver. The same was true with the decision to save the survivors. He decided he had to help, so he did, and no matter the outcome, he still believes his decision was the right one. He told Giulio to be proud of being a prince and not to be ashamed to believe in his own rightness. Giulio promised to carve this into his soul. Frankly, the hero didn't think Leo was fit to be the next emperor. Unlike the crown prince and his older relatives, he often acts on impulse. However, Leo never hesitates. He strives to become emperor for the empire's sake. An emperor who will make the right decisions. That's why the hero supports him. After some time, the hero asked the captain where they were now. The other three also aspire to become emperor, but they always put themselves first, and only then the country. Therefore, they simply must be thwarted. The hero is certain that Leo would say, "Your older brother, you would have done better." Great-grandfather said that idleness is a sin for an emperor, and that's a damn true observation. Just a few days of imitating Leo had worn him out mentally. The hero wanted to quickly return to his idle life. But for the sake of the youngest position, we will have to endure a little longer. He gave the order to leave, and the final destination was the Duchy of Rondon, Rodin Castle. Leo introduced himself as the 7th Prince of the Empire, Arnold Lakes Adler, and arrived for an audience with the King of Rondon. The king greeted him warmly and said he had heard that his younger brother's ship had been caught in a storm and hoped he was in good health. Leo thanked him. The king asked if it was true that, since his brother was absent, he would be the chief envoy. Leo confirmed it. So the king decided to proceed and said they had sent a request for assistance, and he would like to hear the emperor's response. Leo said a knight of the imperial guard would deliver it to them. Elna bowed, saying it would be an honor to meet the king in person. She introduced herself as Elna von Amsberg, commander of the 3rd Knightly Order of the Imperial Guard. The king was surprised to learn that she was a renowned genius from the family of a great hero. He'd heard that the Imperial Guard had been sent as an escort, but not Elna. She asked if he was shocked that the owner of the sacred sword had arrived, and asked him not to worry. as she was forbidden from using it outside the empire. He replied that they had most likely strayed far from their course in the waters of the Duchy of Albatro, and that this unusual storm was too similar to the storm caused by the sea dragon that his grandfather had once told him about. He replied that he wasn't worried and apologized if his words had offended her. She said she understood the significance of their Amsberg family's very existence, and that her presence was a response from His Majesty the Emperor. The king didn't understand what this meant. She said that their empire, being a military superpower, has the strongest army, so as soon as their troops move, the troops of rival countries will also begin to move. Let's say she officially arrives in their kingdom as support for their country, then their opponents will immediately willingly extend a helping hand to Albatro. This would only be the beginning of the destruction and devastation of both southern countries, so the emperor was unable to respond to his request for support. The king said it would be difficult for his country to defeat Albato alone. Elna said that they naturally understand this, so it will be considered a gesture of goodwill on their part. The emperor will provide them with assistance, but in small quantities. She said that the empire had sent her first as a demonstration of its power. She asked the king how he liked this gesture, and whether he would like to test the strength of the great hero's family. The king said that wasn't a bad idea, but there was no one in their country who could face her one-on-one, so he wouldn't mind facing several opponents. The girl replied that she would, and the king suggested 10 opponents. She agreed to this, and the king was surprised. She shouted that she would deal with them all in one fell swoop. Since they were knights, they shouldn't retreat in front of their master. Otherwise, Rondon's knights would be disgraced. Leo thought that, pretending to be his brother, he was powerless to do anything about Elna. He thought it was hard for him to be apathetic. He wondered if it was just as hard for his brother right now. A few days later, Mark said they entered the waters of Rondine. All was thinking about quickly switching places with Leo. They heard a sound. He said that even if someone were lucky enough to survive the storm, a dragon would still be waiting for them in its center. The sea dragon is the most powerful apex monster among all those who dwell in the sea. To behold its form is to behold one's own death. They looked out the window, wondering if the sea was really making such a noise. Mark ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. Just in case, the hero erected a barrier to keep out any intruders, but he never expected to encounter him in the waters of Rondon. The hero ordered everyone to calm down because they were already late. They could only hold on. The sea dragon was already below them. Everyone froze in silence, waiting. Mark said he thought everything had worked out. He replied that he'd been careless. They couldn't understand why he'd appeared in this place, or whether all humans were enemies to him, or whether he planned to do something in Rondon and then return to avoid it. But that certainly wouldn't bring peace to Rondon. The servant called the prince. He shouted that hordes of monsters were attacking Rondon. Mark told him to not say it out loud next time, so he wouldn't think twice. Mark said it was easy to think that everything the hero says comes true. The hero replied that it was divine power, and he didn't have it. He had given the order to go full speed ahead to help his older brother. This was his chance to return. Kingdom of Rondon. The crew saw monsters and told the captain, who asked them not to distract him, as he needed to focus on what was right in front of them. Before them was a sea serpent, Class AA Ansteres AAA. Leo tried to convince the captain that they didn't need to rush into battle, and that they could run aground. The captain told him not to talk nonsense, and that if he was so afraid, he should just wait in the cabin. Leo wondered how his older brother usually managed to convince people to do things his way. He shouted to the captain to go around the sea serpent on the left, and when he wanted to protest, he shouted at him to do as he was told. If a sea dragon is truly rampaging in these waters, the Duchy of Albatro, which thrives on maritime trade, will suffer significant damage. Knowing this, they decided to conduct a secret expedition. But it appears they themselves have incurred the dragon's wrath. He shouted that Leo was already here. They decided to synchronize their actions and attack simultaneously, and again ordered the captain to come from the left. They opened the cannons on the starboard side and decided to feed this monstrous serpent with magical cores to the brim. Both princes simultaneously gave the order to attack. The shells hit the monster. The captain was so powerful that he ordered another volley. The hero asked the captain if he could close in side by side as the monsters were heading for his brother's ship. The captain replied that nothing could be simpler. He gave the order to the knights to prepare for boarding, as the invaders would have to be dealt with in close combat. He called out to Mark to follow him, saying he was going to rescue his brother. Mark accepted the order. He said that the hero could rely on him. Arnold gave the order for the soldiers to advance. His sword was heavy. He added that their position was too precarious. If the party failed, they would need to be stopped by a higher-ranking official. In that case, wouldn't it be better to abandon the substitution tactic? The knight replied that it would be better to abandon the substitution tactic. The hero understood. It was probably Eva's crew who caused the storm, and it's a shame it's impossible to survive in such a storm. Hero said that in that case, taking a longer route was pointless, and his brother would worry if they didn't reach Rondon quickly. Someone interrupted him, shouting for everyone to look overboard. While everyone was fighting, he was looking for Leo. They needed to cross paths and quickly change in some cabin. But there was absolutely no time, and it was necessary to change right now. Seeing his brother, he called out to him and threw down his sword. He caught it and jumped. The blow hit the monster right in the eye. Landing behind Al, he smiled and said his brother was late. Al apologized, saying the problem had arisen suddenly. Leo asked if it was an even bigger problem than now, to which the hero replied that he would be surprised at how big a problem he would tell him everything. Leo asked if his brother had done anything wrong while he was playing him. He replied that of course not. He'd done a great job playing him, and that's why he was tired as a dog. Leo agreed. He was also very tired trying to play his role. The hero agreed. He was also very tired trying to play his role. The hero said that if he'd said, "We'll try," while he was pretending, then he'd failed. The hero said the rest was Leo's responsibility, and he would go defend the harbor. Leo said that meant he was being left to clean up the mess. The hero said his brother knew Elna could handle things just fine on land, so the sea was his. Leo told the hero he was incorrigible, but whatever. Now they'd return to their usual roles. The captain turned to Al and asked how far they could retreat from the defensive line, and the hero replied that it was up to the captain's discretion, and he would go to his cabin to sleep. The captain was shocked. The wreckage of the duchy's ship was floating there. It had been caught in the same storm as theirs. The knight said that in such a situation, Prince Leonardo would have definitely sent people to search for survivors. The hero replied that they didn't have time for that. The sea dragon could still be nearby. He waved, saying they could do whatever they wanted. Leo would handle everything. The captain sighed, saying he thought Prince Arnold had behaved more decently while Leonhardt was gone. When the hero woke up, the noise finally died down. Apparently, the battle was over. He left the cabin and told the captain that if the battle was over, then it was time to return to Rondon. He wanted to sleep in his castle. They swam back. There were no significant losses. The attacking monsters were also neutralized. Someone called Arnold. It was Elna, and the hero thanked her for her help. She replied that he had fought well himself. He said he was very tired, and she asked what had happened. He told her it would be better not to get so high, and she told him not to pretend to be Leo. He retorted that it was fine, he could just ignore it. Elna said she couldn't be fooled. She knew she had everything covered. He said that something did break, though. She replied that he might not have looked, and he reminded her that he had said that he simply would not pay attention. It was just some kind of dull color. She shouted, asking where the tear was and accusing him of lying, to which he replied that it might be okay, but he should still try a brighter color. She shouted that she hadn't asked for advice. The knight said that he must pretend to be Prince Leonardo until the very end. If it became known that the ambassador appointed as the Empire's representative was not the one who had met with the twins, there would be no end to the problems. Later, the king was informed that the sea dragon had awakened. Al explained that it had already destroyed 3 of Albatra's newest ships. The king asked why they should care. This was the answer they were expecting. So Elna told him to immediately switch roles again, and he had to play Leo again. He replied that the king's words were true, but Albatar wished to establish diplomatic relations with Rondon. He said that as a representative of the Empire, he calls on them to forget past grievances and help Albatru cope with the disaster. And he also guarantees all support from the Empire. Seeing the king's doubts, he asked what was wrong, and the king asked if Rondon would suffer losses. The hero replied that it wouldn't necessarily, but on his way there, he encountered a dragon, and it was heading for the shores of Rondon. This time, everything turned out well, but it was clear that the monster's attack was caused by the appearance of a sea dragon, which had never approached the continents before. The king still had doubts. Hero explained that the dragon was moving practically along the shores of Rondon, and he could assume that the sea trade routes to the south were inaccessible. Only land routes remained. There were no direct routes, so Rondon would be cut off from the rest of the world. In this case, they cannot count on the help of the Empire if they decide to ignore the problem. Isolation and the decline of Rondon are inevitable. Of course, they can choose a different path and continue the war with Albatros. How the Empire will act then is no longer known to the hero. The king was finally convinced by his words, and he agreed that they would help Albatros in the fight against the dragon, and he would immediately send his fleet to Albatros. This meant that Albatros could now turn to the guild. The next morning, Rondon equipped an armada of ships to assist Albatros. Leo and Elna decided to sail with them. The boy said goodbye to Alnord and asked if he would stay. He replied that he hoped the battle with the sea dragon would unfold in Albatros, and that he would find peace here. The prince knew this, but the crew was exhausted by the storm, and no one showed any signs of doubt. The knight said that this was precisely why he needed to behave like Prince Leonardo. The slightest inconsistency in his behavior would raise doubts that would only grow. He asked Elna how she was, and she replied that she'd somehow survive. He turned to Leo, telling him to take care of the girl. He promised they'd be back soon. Al said that was good, and he was counting on them to give the dragon a good beating. Otherwise, how would he return to the Empire if a dragon was hanging around in the sea? Out of sight, the hero vanished. Rondon Adventurers Guild. The worker was carrying documents and calling out to drunken adventurers when someone entered the building. It's time for the hero to play behind the scenes. She asked his name again, and the man replied that he was Silver, an SS rank adventurer from the Capitals Guild. He didn't want to distract her, so he put her colleagues to sleep and apologized for frightening them. The girl recognized Silver as the same Aga known as the Silver Doom. He said he wanted to rent a meeting room. Entering the room, he summoned the deputy guild leader, who, shocked, asked how he had ended up in the southern lands. The deputy guild leader's name was Glide. Silver replied that he had a meeting there, and the guild's deputy asked in surprise that he really had friends. The hero replied that it didn't matter. What mattered was that he'd heard rumors and wanted to know if they were true. Glide said there was no point in hiding it, and they were indeed tasked with subduing the sea dragon, leaving the entire guild in a state of utter dismay. Silver said that was expected and asked what rank the mission was assigned. Glide replied that it was originally S, but the dragon was causing destruction, so it was upgraded to SS, so they're calling on mages of at least the highest rank. Silver said that's unnecessary. Even if they defeat the dragon, Albatros will lie in ruins. Glide said he should take charge of the dragon then. The hero replied that he was doing him a favor. As if he were doing him a favor, he would return to the capital when he was done, and whether they could wait for him. He replied that it was best not to delay. They tried to keep everything secret, but rumors had reached the capital, and they were discussing how to help Albatros. It's a noble move, but it doesn't benefit them in any way. The Duchy of Albatros is neither their ally nor their closest neighbor. Rescuing the subjects of such a country in waters infested with sea dragons is simply absurd, and it will further delay their arrival in Rondon. The hero realized that if successful, the southern lands would require substantial loans, but there was a high probability that things would only get worse. Glide agreed and said that the guild should therefore deal with the dragon before the Empire intervened. Silver understood, but they still didn't know when or where exactly the monster would appear. He suggested that when the dragon emerged on dry land, he would rush to it immediately. Glide agreed to be patient and told Silver to wait for word from him and leave immediately as soon as he received it. They decided to do just that. The guild's secret had leaked out, and he had a bad feeling that someone had probably decided to take advantage of the commotion. If nothing is done, there will be consequences. He needs to return to the capital, find out how things are going and what the imperial authorities are up to. Using magic, he created a clone that would supposedly sleep soundly the entire time. After disappearing, he found himself in a castle in the imperial capital. Someone congratulated him on his return. It turned out to be the butler. The hero asked him how he knew he'd show up. He replied that he'd simply been waiting for him every day. He was surprised by his willpower, but he dismissed it as a butler's duty. And on Silver again and asked what was going on. Sebastian said the war was going well and Linfa was doing incredibly well. The hero realized he hadn't been mistaken. The butler said that Mrs. Finn, as planned, she and Linfa went to the negotiations. and he was told that Finn offered herself as collateral and promised to fulfill any wishes of the half-humans. This argument is difficult to ignore. In the end, an agreement was reached, and the alliance with the half-humans is already beginning to bear fruit. In exchange, they used Mrs. Finn's name as expected. The hero said she was always getting into trouble, and they told him it wasn't his place to talk about it. The hero asked the old man what he meant by that, and he replied that the hero was the same way and couldn't look at himself from the outside. Even if Leo gets there first, he's currently in the guise of the wayward Prince Arnold. Trying to negotiate a partnership with Rondon will arouse suspicion. Their protracted game of substitution is increasingly troubling him. Al said he was right now, and he wasn't driving himself into a corner. Then the old man retorted that Finn probably thought the same thing, and also believed she had done the right thing. Nothing saddened the old man more than children forced to grow up too close, and the butler agreed. The hero said that if someone had just stopped fighting for the throne, then he too would have remained a carefree child, so that a wise ruler would emerge and stop the battle for the throne. But that doesn't happen. The war for power has no end in sight. Those who cannot lay claim to the throne themselves serve those who do. Only loyal allies are a rare thing. The old man called Arnold. He said there was no need to reproach her and hoped the hero understood this. He replied that he had no intention of doing so. He left the room, and Finn, who saw Silver, was just walking towards him. But if they find a large number of survivors, they'll have to go to Albatro, and that's a major problem. Will the Duchy of Albatro humbly release the Prince of the Empire, who has learned a secret they've carefully tried to hide? If that happened, he and Leo would have to take turns for a long time, and that couldn't be allowed. O told the knight that searching for survivors was largely futile, so they should quickly sail away. At that moment, the crew cried out, spotting survivors on the wreckage. The knight asked the prince what he would do now. The prince gave the order to drop the rope and pull them out immediately, and also to pay attention overboard. There might be other survivors. The hero mentally complained that for some reason more and more obstacles were appearing in his path. And if God existed, then the hero cursed him. He said that it meant that both of them had to play their roles meticulously. They began to pull people out, and the worker reported that, judging by the words of those rescued, there were still survivors. The hero complained that the Duchy of Albatro was simply a harbinger of misfortune. The knight asked him to refrain from such remarks. The whole situation would glorify Prince Leo as a highly virtuous man. Rodan would be delighted to learn that he had saved people from danger, and they would be delighted to learn that he had saved people from danger, and they would be unable to reproach Prince Leo with a word. The hero remembered that Rondon and Albatro had long been squabbling over supremacy in the south. So why would they receive any honors for aiding the opposing side? The knight replied that all that was required of them was to demonstrate their greatness. The empire was a strong country and had nothing to do with the conflict in the south. The knight said that if he agreed, he should have the courage to see it through. The hero already hated it all, and wondered if there was a way to get out of this without damaging Leo's reputation. He realized there was no such way. Leo would definitely help, even if it ended up being his own fault. He ordered the captain to search for survivors, and the captain asked if he was crazy. He knew there were other monsters here besides the sea dragon. The hero replied that no monster would come near the sea dragon's passage, and he thought it would be quiet for a couple of days. The captain said the sun was already setting and searching for survivors was dangerous in the dark, as the light could attract a sea dragon. The hero apologized to the captain, but as the authorized ambassador, it was his order to use all available forces to search for surviving subjects of the Duchy of Albatro. He said that we cannot abandon the survivors. The captain said he'd heard rumors, but it turns out the prince is a far more righteous man as the ship's captain. He's against it, but he can't go against orders. They'll begin the search. The hero understood his feelings and completely agreed. Sachero understood his feelings and completely agreed. Such actions are foolish. But that was Leo all over. A girl came onto the deck, saying that she was extremely grateful that they agreed to the meeting. Her name was Evangelina di Albatro, Princess of Albatro, but they could call her Eva. It was shorter. Giulio asked the others if everyone was alive. The subjects told the prince to get into the boat. He had already been in the water all night, but he refused and looked into the boat. He called out to his unconscious sister. To confirm the sea dragon's true resurrection, they simply needed to use magic. Some time ago, they held hands and concentrated magic. At that moment, menacing clouds appeared overhead, and a storm began. Their ship shook and Julia fell overboard. To save her brother, Eva jumped in with him, and they ended up in the water. Now, Julio, looking at his sister, thought that if it weren't for him, this wouldn't have happened. The prince told everyone they would definitely be rescued. There must be an imperial ship nearby. He was sure Prince Leonard would help them. A worker next to him remarked that hadn't the empire always supported their country, weakened by internal strife? While they were shedding blood, the country was filling its coffers with money. They certainly wouldn't search for someone in such dangerous waters. Julio replied that Prince Leonardo is a very kind man. He is known for never passing by those in trouble. So everything will be fine. He is sure that he will come to the rescue. The man said that if their allies were in a similar situation, they would not go to help. As soon as the storm subsided, they would simply say goodbye to those who had left, but they would never go into waters where a sea dragon might be. Someone behind him asked his sister to wait. The swaying boy turned out to be her younger brother, Giulio di Albatro. Gergo was surprised to realize that the prince and princess appeared to be twins. He introduced himself as Leonardo Rex Adler, the 8th prince of the empire, and said it was an honor to meet them. The prince realized that they were losing all strength and there was no hope. But he noticed a ship approaching them. A voice was heard. The 8th prince of the empire, Leonardo, spoke. He said that their ship was collecting the survivors of the Duchy of Albatro, and they were taking the survivors onto the ship one by one. So he asked those who still had the strength to get to the ship on their own. He said that those who are unable to move independently should wait a little, and they will definitely save everyone. The prince covered the victims with encouragement. A nearby worker shouted that there was a large group of survivors to starboard, at least 50 people. The hero cried out in shock, saying they didn't have that much room. The knight asked what they would do with the survivors. There were more than expected. The hero replied that if they were all so lucky, the current situation was simply inevitable. He'd somehow figured it out anyway. After all, they had 3 ships, while the hero only had 1. The knight thought that by then he'd already thought about what to do. Arnold gave the order to throw all the baggage from the warehouse, except for provisions, into the sea, even the gifts to Rondon. The knight asked if this was normal. The hero replied that it wasn't at all. They were supposed to stock up on provisions and water in Albatro. But it was too late now, and with a sea dragon lurking in the depths, it was unknown when they would reach Rondon. But he said that, nevertheless, in order to protect Leo's authority, he decided to save the survivors at any cost, and was not going to exchange jewelry for human lives. He would not allow any of the living to die. This reminded the knight of something from his past, and he smiled and said that the hero was a hawk after all, hiding his claws. The hero asked him again, not having heard, but he merely replied that he could entrust the discharge of the ballast to the knights of the empire. The hero shouted for everyone to continue the rescue operation. He said he'd been appointed a diplomat in the Duchy of Rondon and was currently on his way there. The princess said they'd heard rumors about him. When the tsunami hit the east, it was he who led the knights and fought back. As expected of an imperial prince, he possessed remarkable courage and strategic talent. He gave the order to rescue everyone who could, and he took full responsibility. He was interested in the safety of the prince and princess. With them in hand, he had more compelling arguments for negotiations with the duchy. Seeing Prince Giulio, the hero shouted at him to climb up quickly. Giulio asked to take care of the wounded first, and the hero agreed with him, asking them to hold out a little longer. Ria had begun loading the princess. The hero shouted to Giulio that he was the only one left and threw him a rope, telling him to grab onto it. The boy was overjoyed, thank God, but his strength had already left him. As he began to drown, he was glad that everyone was now saved. The hero jumped into the water after him, grabbing onto him. He pulled him out of the water, shouting for them to give him a rope. Others noticed and were shocked when the prince jumped into the water, even though there might be a sea dragon in this place. The people followed his example. Rex replied that it was thanks to the bravely fighting knights, and if we were to talk about the talent of a strategist, then they both were not deprived of it. 2 crowned heads arrived on a warship just for one meeting with him. The hero watched Giulio think on the rope and thought he had remarkable willpower. Someone offered him a hand. The knight said that for someone who spoke so coldly, the hero's heart was too warm. The hero thanked him for his help, and the knight said it was nothing new, having to pull him out of the water soaking wet. The hero didn't understand what he was talking about. The knight wasn't surprised that he didn't remember anything. since he'd been unconscious at the time. The prince asked when that had happened. The knight revealed that he was the one who pulled him out of the bathtub in the hero's house when he nearly drowned. He was originally a knight serving in the duke's mansion. The hero was greatly surprised. The man said that when the captain joined the Knights of the Empire, he became one too, and he never thought that he would again see the prince soaking wet. The hero told him to stop making it sound like it was his fault he almost drowned the first time, and the second time he rushed to the rescue, even though he didn't think he cared about the reasons. The knight replied that was absolutely true. Then the hero realized he hadn't heard his name at all and asked him. The man introduced himself as the deputy captain of the 3rd Squad of Imperial Knights, Mark Tyver, and said that he could count on him. The hero said he hoped their collaboration would be short-lived and end as quickly as possible. Mark promised to make every effort to ensure this. And so, after rescuing 80 survivors, they finally set course for the Duchy of Albatro. The knight entered Prince Arnold's presence, saying that the captain was asking if they should go in search of Prince Leonardo's ship. The prince said discontentedly, said that the same issue was happening again, Leo. He himself would somehow sort it out. Besides, he was still not feeling well. They clearly had some purpose. Albatro would quickly lose credibility with the nations if it dared to impede already cleared passage. The only question is what that purpose might be. Perhaps their target lies in these waters, and they simply stumbled upon them by chance. He told me not to bother him with stupid questions because he was annoying. The knight quickly disappeared. The girl on the side gave his performance a 50. She said Al would have ordered the captain to handle it himself. Leo replied that it was still a bit difficult. The captain said he'd have to work hard to keep his identity secret. Otherwise, it would be a major problem. Leo asked if his brother was okay, to which the girl replied that he was perfectly fine. And besides, Mark was with him, and he was quick on the uptake in a crisis. She was sure Leo was the problem. He agreed that he couldn't imitate his older brother right now. She said that, fortunately, few people knew Al, and even if he did something out of character, nothing bad would happen. The boy didn't understand what kind of out of character he was, and called her. He asked her if she thought it wasn't a good idea to remain like that in front of him. Elna said that was exactly what was so out of character for Al. Al would have said that she forgot to wear leggings today, or that she was wearing white today, and then laughed at her reaction. Leo said he wouldn't say anything like that. She said it was hard for him to completely pretend to be Al, and it was even strange that they had such different upbringings. Despite both being princes, Leo said his brother was a freedom-loving man, disappearing every day somewhere outside the territory and returning in tears. Elna said she was only trying to make him stronger. Leo knew this. She always tried for his brother's sake. She was saddened, because it seemed all her actions only brought trouble to Al. Leo said that he didn't think that Al considered her a hindrance. On the contrary, after she joined, his brother became much more free to express his thoughts and feelings. Probably, his soul found its support. The girl remembered that Leo still hired that adventurer even though she was nearby. The prince said she joined them to help her village, not that her brother hired her. She said it would be nice if he himself would comment on the situation somehow. After all, she had promised to do her best as Finn's bodyguard. The hooded man told Mrs. Finn that he just wanted to talk, and she agreed. He then asked the girl in the cap if they'd met at Duke Kleinert's before, and asked for some privacy, and he added that she should think more about herself. And she also decided that even if she had a sacred sword, she would not have finished speaking. He would have stood up to the dragon. The boy shouted at the captain to open fire, but he replied that cannonballs were like pellets to a dragon. Leo replied that they would try anyway, and the man asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. He said that the dragon was approaching and that something had to be done, and introduced himself as the 8th Prince of the Empire, Arnold Lakes Adler, and addressed the fleets of Rondon and Albater. The young man said they would open fire and distract the dragon, and if there were any brave souls left among them, they should join him. He added that a couple of frigates would be enough. They just needed to lure the dragon away from the port, and he wouldn't hide the fact that they might not return. Someone shouted that he and the captain had noticed that this was the same ship that had helped them last time. The young man said that it was indeed he, although he only knew about him from his brother's stories, and he thought that his brother had always been able to do the impossible, even though he had to worry about him. He thanked them for their courage and loyalty, thinking what a wonderful brother he had. He ordered all guns to be fired, drawing the dragon's attention to himself. A girl reported that a terrible monster had appeared in the sea, and she was told to immediately leave the guild for shelter. The young man said he couldn't bear to see her sacrifice herself, and that it would be better not to go that far. Finn replied that she would be of no use, but he called her special. She asked to save the country, since the entire people of Albatross were in danger and were about to be defeated by the dragon, so they would accept any help. People panicked and asked what they should do. Someone said that wailing definitely wouldn't help, but a man replied that the girl was asking for help. They told him that he needed to sympathize silently. But the girl thought that they would never make it in time, and, with tears in her eyes, begged for help. And she asked who it was, and the man in the mask introduced himself as Silver, an SS-rank adventurer from the Imperial Guild. He said that he came to help them. Silver told her she had done it, and told her to run for cover. The girl replied that if he carried out his plan, he would come here. The prince said that this was what the southern lands were like, and that traveling with magic was wonderful. The hero said it wasn't time for excursions. He needed to announce the sword's use permit. Traugott said it wasn't that simple, and he needed to do it in Elna's presence. Arnold replied that they needed to get into the thick of the battle. The prince asked if he could defeat him, and he replied that it would not be easy alone. The girl said this attack was more powerful than the previous one. Silver realized that if the strike hit the city, it would be catastrophic and shouted to Leviathan that he was there. And she whispered the name of Prince Arnold. She decided that she had to distract the dragon and save the townspeople. The dragon wondered where this nasty sound was coming from. He had no strength left, and everyone was disturbing his peace, and he decided to win. He added that he would reward her with a quick defeat for her bravery. The girl apologized to her parents and sister. Silver told her to apologize to them personally and protected her with a shield that was invented by the greatest of the gods to protect people. His name is known to everyone, and even other gods cannot break it. And he added that this shield evens the playing field. The sister said everything was fine. Help had arrived. The masked man asked if they were the heirs to the Albiter throne, and she introduced herself as Giulio di Albiter. He introduced himself as an SS-rank mage from the Adventurers Guild. Arnold Lakes Adler also introduced himself, and he thought the girls in tears were so beautiful. But the main character asked him not to get distracted. The prince asked how long the shield would last, and he replied that he could transport them beyond its limits. The boy decided he needed to fulfill his duties. Traugott said he appreciated her actions. He had previously thought that only his brothers could die for the people. The guy said that he can only take off the mask in front of her and Sebastian, who is his guardian and has always been there. He is like a father to him, and he decided to follow her example so that the people would be proud of him. And he addressed the residents of Albatross. He said that he had come to these lands on behalf of his father, not to save them, but to be the emperor's messenger. And he asked if there was a brave and strong knight among them, one who was ready to do anything for his country. The guy said that then he would give him a blessing that would help him in the fight against the dragon. Someone shouted that they were answering the call. The girl introduced herself as Elna von Amsberg. He said that in the name of Emperor Johannes Rex Adler, he commanded her, and he ordered to wield the sacred sword. She thanked him. Traugott said that there was no need for thanks. He was only doing his duty, and now he would allow himself to watch the battle from here, and thought that their fight with the dragon would be an excellent episode for a book. Arnold said that technically they were his employers, so he needed to clarify a few things. And he added that, besides him, she was the first one to whom he had opened up and, having learned his secret, she ceased to be a stranger to him. He asked if they wanted to defeat the sea dragon. The girls enthusiastically replied that they did, and that their only hope lay with them. Elna told him not to interfere, and he asked the same. The guy in the mask thought that he needed to create a protective wall. Traugott's appeal had revived the locals, and if not for his temper, he could have become emperor. The girl asked if he could hear her. She asked if he had a plan. If not, then they would act according to hers. Arnold replied that the plan called for the swordsman to attack and asked how he could help her. Elna replied that they needed to protect the villagers and create a distraction while she attacked. He replied that it was just like her to use him as bait. The dragon asked if he'd fought him at sea and added that he was surprised. Silver said he was surprised too and asked why he decided to defeat innocent people. The monster replied that they had disturbed his sleep and that if he did not take revenge, he would lose his dragon dignity, for he was the ruler of all living beings. The protagonist asked if dignity was truly more valuable than life. Leviathan asked if he was claiming he could defeat him. Arnold replied that he could, and that he shouldn't be distrustful of people. and he said that he also did not intend to tolerate human neglect. He said that Leo was his one and only brother, and she was also one of a kind, and everyone had their own role. The guy said that he shouldn't underestimate people and asked if he really expected to win. He thought that things were bad. The dragon had the advantage. He couldn't hold out for long in defense, and it was time to strike himself. The young man asked if she could fight on water. She replied that it was not the case. There were just some truly creepy things. Silver suggested switching roles, but the girl said that she didn't intend to change anything. He was a fighter and she was a bait. And she asked if he knew that she was afraid of water. He told himself to calm down, because now she was not Arnold, but Silver. And he thought that he had nothing to hide and no need to look for excuses. The masked man asked if it was important. She asked who told him. The young man thought that they should not be distracted by empty talk, since they were in the midst of a battle, and if they started a quarrel, it would be the end for them. Arnold decided it wasn't the time to speculate about what he knew and what he didn't, so he pointed out that the dragon was moving and suggested ending the argument. Elna asked him to tell her everything later. The hero said that it was enough for him that she was nearby and that he had someone to share his secret with. Silver decided that she was more interested in the dragon and that she had a strong character. And he made a mistake. Leviathan said that he had not received wounds in battle for a long time, especially at the hands of a man, and he replied that they should not be underestimated. He added that they had only struck once, but the girl was a descendant of the one who had defeated the Demon King, and she possessed that vile blade. The protagonist asked what he would do, whether he would surrender. The dragon said that he was not joking, and he would not flinch in front of a man. She said they had succeeded in one attack and asked if they were ready for his response. He said they needed to do it first and then brag. Silver asked why she was keeping her distance, and she replied that she was afraid that he would throw her into the water. Arnold asked her what her plan was and suggested they attack again. She replied that it wouldn't work, that he wouldn't fall for the same situation twice, and that if he hadn't been hiding in the water, it would have been much easier. And he said that then there was only one thing left, and she asked what he had in mind. He said he would make the sea part. The protagonist said that he could separate part of the water with a barrier, and asked if she would then be able to attack him. Finn said that she was not special at all, and that she would never be able to compare with him and Prince Leo, but since she knew his secret, she did not finish. She asked if he wanted to use the barrier in the sea to create something like an empty box, and thought that might work. The girl asked what would happen if the barrier collapsed, and he replied that they would end up in the sea. Elna said no way, because the barrier would collapse once she defeated the dragon. The boy replied that they couldn't let him near the city, and besides, he was in charge, and the decision was his. He added that his plan was better, otherwise it would take much longer and losses would be inevitable. The girl asked why she should trust him if he even hit his face. Silver thought that he really didn't want to put the hydrophobic girl through such a test, but there were no easy solutions in battle. She asked him how he knew about her fear, and asked him to answer the question. The guy replied that they exchanged information from Prince Arnold when he was in the motherland, and that's when he found out. The girl replied that he didn't trust everyone, and would never reveal important information to just anyone, and asked if he had gotten it out by deception. He asked how he could win her trust. Elna asked what else Arnold had said. The protagonist considered how to respond and how to justify telling a stranger about someone's weaknesses, and with tears in her eyes, she added that she had to be useful to him, and he said that he asked her to take care of his close friend. Knowing about her phobia, he was worried about her. The girl said that he likes to worry. The young man asked if she agreed with his plan. She agreed, but asked to understand her correctly, and she added that Arnold believes him, and she believes him, but this does not cancel out her hostility towards him. Silver said it was time to start then. The dragon asked if she had decided to fight him one-on-one, and whether she was so confident. She replied that she didn't call it confidence, and that her worst nightmare was now coming true. Elna said that she would still fight, and did not want her childhood friend to worry about her. The guy said that she was in a stupor, and he had to save her, and maybe she would at least say thank you. She replied that he didn't need to patronize her and that his barrier was simply flimsy. He apologized and said that the barrier had been damaged by her blow, and I asked him what he was doing. He replied that the dragon could be sold. It was S rank after all, and should be enough to restore the city. The young man thanked her, saying that she always helped him out, and apologized for not talking to her earlier. He also added that usually the winner takes the spoils, but in their special case, The money should go to the injured party. The girl replied that it was noble, and she respected him a little more. He replied that he wasn't the knight who just wanted to swing a sword. The young man replied that they would talk later, that it was time for him to go, and flew away. Elna asked how he knew Arnold. Silver said that they make plans and fight together. In other words, they are allies, and let him ask him about the rest. It's reported that this is Arnold's castle. He thought it was a good thing everything worked out. It took a fair amount of effort to cast the spell, and Elna almost broke it open, and I thought that first I had to bring Trogat home. The prince asked her if she would like to be his muse, and that he would be happy if she called him Big Brother. The hero thought maybe he should leave it here. It is said that several days passed after the battle with the dragon. The boy thought that, having received news of victory, he had left Rondon and set out to sea. The warrior informed him that they were off the coast of Albatra. He thought that this was bad. How could he not pass on such important information to Leo? The girl was surprised that he remembered her and was flattered. She added that she had been assigned to guard Mrs. Finn. The girl said he had nothing to apologize for. He suggested they both be at fault. And I thought about the fact that Eva was in love, and I would like to believe that my brother would find a way out of it. But she was the ruler's daughter, and a scandal could flare up over the slightest reason. I also realized that the battle with the dragon began immediately after Rondon's ships arrived, which meant that Leo and Eva hadn't had time to talk before, and it wasn't in the girl's nature to wait for the next few days. The young man thought that at least his brother could sort everything out, and noted that trade was flourishing and the poor was busy. The main character was surprised at what was going on here, and why his brother, in his role, showed up with a girl, and he thought that the girl was looking at him incessantly, as if this was normal, and she really thought he was handsome. The girl said that her father was currently busy with urgent matters, so he sent her and introduced herself as Evangelina de Albader, and asked to call her simply Eva. Leo asked if he was tired from the journey and said they had much to talk about, but first he needed to rest. Arnold thought a rest after the battle wouldn't hurt. His brother told him to take a carriage and go to the castle while they finished their business. The warrior announced that the carriage was ready. The hero told Mark that his brother's honor had been tarnished. He now had a girlfriend. The man asked if he hadn't been the one who had charmed Eva, adding that he didn't know why he jumped to that conclusion. Arnold asked what he meant, and he'd noticed. The protagonist assumed she'd never left her castle, and upon arriving in the capital, she was confused, but determined to make herself useful. He didn't see her, but he was told she'd risked her life and was now embroiled in a battle for the throne, so the responsibility lay with him. Mark replied that it was hard to miss. It was obvious from her face that she was in love, and she'd even asked the guards about him. The prince said he was right. Her feelings were obvious, and he said he had followed orders and reported everything to Prince Leonard. The boy called it a gift from heaven. The young man added that there was nothing to worry about now. The man replied that he was glad to hear it, as he had been thinking about something else. The protagonist asked about the new problem. He replied that since he was now calm, so was he. Arnold said there was cause for concern. His life was in danger. Mark told him not to worry. He would save him from the threat. The guy thought that she was very angry with him, and this is understandable because she thinks that he revealed her secret. He thought there was no one in the carriage to save him, and the conversation would be difficult. The girl asked if he had anything to say. He asked if she was hurt. She asked why she should be hurt and who he took her for. Arnold said that when he learned that they would have to fight at sea, he was worried about her and told Silver about her fear of water, and he apologized if he had hurt her feelings and asked who else but him should worry about her, since old friends should take care of each other. She said that everything is fine now. Elna responded that it was all rather humiliating, as if she were too weak and needed protection. She asked if he would continue the conversation this way, and he said yes. The girl said that she would forget that he had revealed her secret to the imbearded man in the mask, and that this was not what worried her. The young man asked if she wanted to know what else he'd told her. She replied that he'd said they had some kind of agreement, and asked if they were so close that they even discussed her fears and what they were up to. The protagonist decided that if he didn't answer, she wouldn't leave him alone, and said that he and Silver had agreed to cooperate to help Leo take the throne. And he thought that, using the title of prince and the influence of a famous magician, he wanted to find as many supporters as possible, so he got Duke Kleinert as an ally. Arnold said that during the unrest in the eastern lands, he and Silver had kept in constant contact, and it was the same now. Elna asked if he was trying so hard for Leo's sake. He added that the mage and Leo were in cahoots, and that he was acting secretly. The girl asked if her brother knew about this, and he replied that they were keeping it to themselves, only in general terms. The guy said that it was he who asked Silver to go to the capital on behalf of the Empire and also contacted Finn, and thanks to her, they managed to delay the Imperial troops. If they allowed the struggle for the throne to flare up, casualties would be inevitable. She asked if he seriously thought his siblings could defeat him and his brother. He thought that when Elna was with them, there had been no talk of any hostility. The young man remembered that Eric always studied with the younger ones and would never touch any of them. Gordon wanted to become a great commander, and Xandra diligently practiced magic, and she asked to tell what happened in the southern lands and promised to help. And I thought that these were peaceful days, and then the battle for the throne began. The protagonist said that all three were full of ambitions, previously carefully hidden. Over the years of struggle, they had lost all their humanity, and they would definitely defeat them, and everyone close to them, so he would make Leo emperor by any means necessary. He said that he had told her a long time ago not to get involved, and if she continued to help them, she would put both herself and her family at risk. Arnold asked if she understood that. Elna replied that her family had nothing to do with politics, and that they had been taught since childhood that they were just swords that struck. She said that she had made one decision a long time ago. The girl said that she would never leave him and would not break her oath, even if she had to oppose the emperor. And since he wanted Leo to take the throne, she would help him. She added that she was prepared to renounce her family title if it became a hindrance, but she would definitely keep her word. The young man asked if she was aware that if she renounced her family, she would also be stripped of her knighthood. Elna said she was stubborn and he should know. Arnold replied that she certainly was, and if she was truly willing to go that far, he was more than impressed. He agreed and said that he was counting on her. The girl replied that she was now calm, and all that was left was to follow the plan. He said enough of the joy and let's get serious. Her family support would give them a huge advantage, and they would be able to launch a full-scale offensive. She asked if he thought she didn't understand this and what was wrong with her enthusiasm, and she said that now he didn't need to act from the shadows and no more secrets. The young man asked if the gift he'd given her for his knighthood had arrived. She replied that it had, and then asked if he'd been searching all over the world for it. The protagonist replied that he'd sent Leo to fetch it. He thought, so there you have it. No secrets. And that, be that as it may, he had managed to keep Silver's identity a secret. Arnold thought he'd secured Elna's support, and much had been accomplished in the southern lands. And when Leo told his father of these successes, the struggle for the throne would intensify even more. No more mistakes could be made. The guy thought he was finally home, and the girl said they had worked hard. The young man said he hadn't expected to see her there, and asked what had happened. She replied that he had returned home. She said that she could not defend him with a sword in her hand like Elna, and she was not as smart as Rinfuri, and was hardly able to provide him with any significant help, and she added that therefore she will do what she can. The prince apologized for keeping her waiting, and the girl asked what had happened. He said a sea dragon had appeared in the south and asked if she understood the gravity of the situation. Finn said that he always has somewhere to return to. This is the home of not a talentless prince, not the strongest magician in the Empire, but simply Arnold. So she is here. The girl promised to create a cozy atmosphere for him, to see him off and meet him at the door, to congratulate him on his victory, and to thank him for his efforts. He replied that he didn't need more help. She said that she was like a bird. She would wait for him to return home, and if he did not return, the bird would not be able to bear it, so she asked him to always return home. The guy replied that now he would try his best and had no right not to come back, if Arnold was also needed by someone. Finine asked if there would come a day when he could just be Arnold outside of his home. The young man added that for this to happen, the battle for power must end, and when Leo takes the throne, he will be able to live a quiet and inconspicuous life, and without meeting with ministers and aristocrats. The heroine said there was no need to be sad. One day he wouldn't have to take risks anymore, and he had her. And when the secrets were no longer necessary, all the problems would disappear. The girl said she wanted him to be recognized as a member of the imperial family. He figured he'd already devoted all his energies to this battle for the throne, and once it was over, he'd live his life as he pleased, so he wouldn't need to confess. He decided that with someone close to him, he could be open and not feel deprived. He added that he didn't need anything else. He wanted the normal, measured life they'd led before to return. He was content with having his family nearby. He was also prepared to spend his entire life admiring their smiles. The guy said that he was working for this ordinary life and did not want to lose anyone else. Linfa asked in horror if it was a dragon. Arnold thought that he wasn't strong enough to prevent all the losses. But with the battle for the throne, there were more and more people to protect, and he had a whole bunch of problems that magic couldn't solve. One mistake and someone would get hurt. Finn said that she believed in him as much as Leo and Elna did, and she added that together they will cope because he is not alone. The young man thanked her and thought that he too had a long journey ahead of him. He asked for another cup of tea and thought that he had tried to never let his guard down, but here he could finally rest. He added that the battle had been intense and he'd had to play Leo. The girl asked him what it was like, and he replied that he didn't want to repeat it, and that he had someone who would support him. She was the keeper of his secrets. Gordon said they wasted their time. The man said that they had paid a lot of money to get information about the Adventurers Guild. But in the end, the battle was led by someone unknown. If they had followed his plan, the battle would have already begun. Another man said rumors were circulating that His Majesty had lost his grip after losing the prince, and that their army was no longer what it once was. The prince replied that they must not show weakness, otherwise someone would take advantage of it. The empire must remain invincible. Someone added that Prince Gordon, the next in line, was capable of making the country a powerful state, and asked why the empire did not understand this. Finn said that Mr. Silver says we need to wait for word from the guild, and he said that especially Prince Leo. Both during the last crisis and now, he had hindered the prince and taken all the credit for himself. But in the end, it was not he who won, but Silver and the swordswoman, and he played only a secondary role. Gordon said that the magician came to Leonard's aid both this time and last time, and they both are increasing their influence thanks to him. He said that the mage possesses ancient magic, but tries to keep a low profile and probably understands how important it is to maintain balance. He added that's why he doesn't openly help Leonard. Silver only steps in when problems arise, but he's too late, and the balance of power will soon shift. The prince decided that they would no longer have a chance, because he would be the winner in the battle for the throne. The men said that this is exactly how it would be. Even Prince Eric could not compare with him in battle achievements, and neither Prince Leonard nor Princess Zandra were his rivals. Gordon replied that he was a general, and he was not like his brothers and sister. The battlefield was his element, and if the heir were determined in battle, the empire would have long ago become his. He asked what had happened to the weapons he'd been ordered to retrieve. They told him they were still preparing, but it wouldn't be long now. The prince said there was no rush. The empire had enough enemies, and the battle would begin sooner or later. The prince decided that then his father would recognize his merits and see how quickly he would restore order, and everyone would be happy to serve him. He also added that the army must be strengthened at all costs, and that only he was capable of commanding it, and he would do anything to make the imperial forces invincible. He asked them not to forget about Eric and his sister. The protagonist said that the situation was different now, as the two southern states had formed an alliance and were working together. He added that intervening now would only complicate matters. Gordon replied that she had softened up after losing her brother and had nothing to frighten him with. Someone reported that Fleet Admiral Riserod, as well as other army commanders, had repeatedly spoken out in her support, and many sympathized with her. And he added that in wartime, the princess could also very well distinguish herself. The prince asked if he meant to say that she would get around him. The man apologized and asked him not to be angry. Gordon replied that he needed to be kicked out, as he didn't need fools around. He added that he was only calling for vigilance. The man said that the woman entrenched in the eastern lands was no rival to him, and that, having taken the throne, he would deal with her first, since there could not be two commanders-in-chief in the imperial family. Eric thought that his brother seemed to have gotten rid of another close confidant, and he was true to himself. And I thought that he was stupid. And if he continued in the same spirit, soon there would be only fawning flatterers left around. Someone asked what they would do if he had something in mind. The prince replied that they wouldn't. Let them fight each other, and the survivor would become his rival. He asked, wondering who it would be. The young man said the dragon was a dangerous opponent even for SAS-rank adventurers, and therefore would require reinforcements. The girl replied that this was not surprising. He said he wanted to talk privately and that it wouldn't take long. She apologized and said she couldn't agree, and she asked why he came here. He said there was a girl in the southern lands who could wield the sacred sword, and that the two of them could defeat the dragon. He needed a representative from the emperor. She said that only a member of the imperial family could wield the sacred sword. She replied that if Lady Finn supported him, she was certain the empire would listen to him and understand the importance of helping the southern lands. Arnold said that the capital already knows about the problem, apparently from someone in the guild, but the guild is afraid of the empire's intervention. He added that for some reason the guild wanted to keep everything secret and handle it themselves. However, if they sent someone from the imperial family with him, they would also be forced to send an army, and he wanted to avoid that. Lympha asked why he needed Lady Finn and what he had in mind. He said that 3 princes laying claim to the throne would volunteer to accompany him. Prince Gordon was the most influential, and with the others, an army and guards would be sent to protect him. Then he could transport everyone with magic and settle the matter relatively quickly. The girl suggested that he wanted Lady Finn to persuade them to send someone else, but they needed to raise their price for the battle for the throne, and the 3 princes would not want to follow the plan. The protagonist added that they would wish to lead the army, would demand active participation in the battle, and it was unknown whether they would ultimately succeed. The guard suggested that if he needed someone who was not involved in the fight, she did not finish her sentence. And I thought she was just doing her job, but how annoying she was. The butler said he would take on the mistress's protection. She asked if this meant that he wanted to take the 4th prince with him. The young man confirmed that this was exactly it and said that it seemed he preferred studying to intrigue. Arnold added that although his mother was the emperor's wife, he had no influence in the palace and did not strive for power himself. Finn said she would try to convince them. The guy refused, saying that even if she asks, it is reported that this is the 4th prince, Arnold Lakes Adler. He added that he is currently writing his best work. The protagonist thought the emperor's son was smart and diligent, but lacked literary talent. He added that while he was looked down upon, everyone laughed at him. While his older brothers were truly handsome, the young man asked if he was the same Silver, who confirmed it and said he hadn't had the honor of meeting him before. The young man asked if it was his idea to ask him for help. Silver said that a sea dragon had appeared soon afterward, and he had decided that it would agree to represent the imperial family. The prince replied that the southern states were not part of the empire, and he had no obligations to them. He asked if it was wise to send a few men, trying to conserve the army. Finn suggested thinking about the brothers currently in the south. The man said she was safe here and asked her not to worry. He then asked Mrs. Lympha to wait in another room. He replied that he didn't want to seem callous, but both Arnold and Leonard were adults, and he was unlikely to be of any help to them. The girl said that if he refused, they would be forced to beg the very people he was supposed to protect. He asked if she was hinting at her younger brother and sister. She replied that all means were fair. The boy said that he loved his little brother, but little Krista was their treasure, and sending this golden-haired angel to the battlefield was absolutely impossible. He replied that he couldn't forget about his unfinished masterpiece either. He was filled with doubts. Finn said that if he was plagued by doubts, he should go with them. She said the more experience a writer has, the better the book will be. She'll save her sister and gain invaluable experience. Helping the southern lands will also build a good reputation, and everyone will know about him. She added that it was more than worth the time spent. The young man asked why she was trying so hard, whether she was participating in the battle for the throne, or was there another reason. The girl said she wanted to help someone dear to her out of trouble. He responded that it was noble. Traugott replied that her answer was touching and beautiful, and that if he did not agree, he would become a fool among writers, and in return, asked to use her phrase in the book. The young man told his father that his son Traugott had come to him with a request. The father asked where his manners were and whether he saw that he had visitors. The girl said that if he vouches for it, she didn't finish. He apologized and left, and he said that he was yelled at, and the main character thought that with such a character there was nothing to do in the battle for the throne. The prince introduced himself as Silver and asked for an audience. The king said that there must be a good reason to show up at his castle like this, because those who come here without permission will be punished. He apologized for not being able to comply with the formalities, as the matter was urgent, and he asked not to be angry with the man who once saved his life. The ruler asked, "Are you talking about the southern lands?" He answered in the affirmative. He added that information was leaking out of the guild, and there were concerns that he might take undesirable actions. The man asked if aiding the southern lands was undesirable. Silver replied that he wanted to prevent the situation from worsening. The protagonist said that everything would be explained to them now. The king asked how she was. The girl replied that everything was fine and thanked them for accepting them. Traugott asked his father to send him south as their family's representative. The woman called him fat, and he replied that Mrs. Zandra was being mean as always and asked if that was why she had never found a husband. She replied that it was high time she was punished. Finn asked if he was here, which meant something had happened. He replied that all sorts of things had happened, but they'd discuss it all later. Finn said she had approached the prince herself because there was no need to send troops south. The king asked if she understood military matters, and she said that if he sent an army, the journey would take several days, and it was unknown whether such an army would be able to defeat the dragon, and it would not be difficult for him to deal with the flotilla either. She said that in the past, large troops were not sent to fight the dragon, because in this matter, it was not the quantity that mattered, but skill. The girl said she believed he should be sent, and with his help they would be able to use the sacred sword, and the Empire's contribution would be invaluable. The king said she might be right, but he still didn't understand why he was chosen. Finn replied that in their case, all that was required was to deliver the sword, and that such a minor role was not in keeping with the reputation of the other princes, and she added that he didn't need to worry about it. Traugott thought that this was actually insulting. But what wouldn't you do for a sweet girl? Prince Gordon said that it would be better for him, an experienced commander, to go, and the army would be a support for the one who received the sacred sword. She replied that victory might be his, but it would take much longer. Mr. Silver would use magic to instantly transport several people to the southern lands. The girl said that if they had the guild's strongest mage and the strongest swordsman with the sacred sword, then an army was simply not necessary. Besides, the Empire would gain the glory of victory without casualties or losses. The woman said that this was a lie. Their empire was capable of achieving the glory of victory on its own, and they did not need the help of some guild. He said that it seemed like she had a meeting with the half-humans. The king asked Eric what he thought. He replied that he agreed with Finny, but Zandra would only provoke conflict with the guild. He added that rumors that the heir to the Empire had merely delivered the sword would undoubtedly spread. Gordon said this was a chance to subjugate the southern lands, and asked to be entrusted with the task. The king replied that the southern lands were of no interest to him, and he said that they would follow Finna's advice. Zandra told her father not to fall for the guild's tricks. They'd already caused a lot of trouble. He replied that Silver was leading the negotiations this time, and he was inclined to trust him, and asked Trout to come over. He appointed him as his messenger, and ordered him to deliver the sacred sword to the southern lands. And he said he trusted his son to him. Silver said he would return him safe and sound. The prince asked for beautiful girls to guard him. The hero replied that they would meet a swordswoman in the southern lands, so he should be patient. And he asked only that not too strong girls be signed to serve as his security. Finn wished them luck and said that she would wait for their return. It was reported that this was the Duchy of Albatere. Duke Albatere greeted Duke Rodan, who replied that it was a pity that it was under such circumstances. She confirmed that everything had gone quite well, and their representative had been pleasant. The hero said that maybe he shouldn't say this, but he wanted her to listen. The girl said the first stage was over. The boy replied that now he wondered how they would face the dragon. She shouted that he was here and ordered everyone to take up battle positions and protect the prince and the dukes. And she said that it was Leviathan. The duke said that he was even bigger than in the legends. The warrior suggested the dukes take refuge in the dungeon. Leo asked Elna to stay and organize the evacuation of the townspeople. He said they had to drive the dragon away from the shore, otherwise the city would be destroyed. She asked him what he intended to do, and he replied that there was panic on the ships, and someone needed to lead them. The girl shouted that it was another country's fleet, and they had just fought with it. In this chaos, they would simply defeat him. The boy replied that his brother had negotiated peace for him, and he could not stand by and watch as this alliance fell apart. Elna shouted to the children that it was dangerous here, and that they should leave quickly. She shouted to the soldiers to take the people away. She would hold off the dragon as best she could, and she thought they couldn't defend the entire city, and one blocked blow was enough to almost paralyze her arm. The woman asked what story to tell Krista. She replied that it was about Krista, and that they were in the imperial castle. The emperor decided to give Sokar a larger stone to calm him down. He considered this the best option, as the situation was not in their favor. The emperor decided to entrust this matter to Arnold. He ordered him to try to persuade his sister to come to the capital by letter. The emperor added that if that didn't work out, he would go to the border. Arnold thought that was stupid. Sokar had become quieter since she took over guarding the eastern border. She had reorganized the troops making them a formidable force, and was considered the empire's strongest warrior. The girl asked what kind of person she was and concluded that the rumors were true. It has been said that her greatest passion is battle, and she considers victory without loss her greatest joy. The girl said the rumors had described her much more vividly. He replied that he had no doubt, as it was very difficult not to fall into the spell of a sister. She said they look different but are actually similar. She asked if it was because, coming from the master, it sounded like the greatest compliment. He said she was constantly getting compliments and asked what she had to be embarrassed about. She replied that it all depended on the person. The chancellor said it was just another prenuptial agreement, and at first glance, everything seemed fine. He added that if a man sends his sister a marriage proposal, he's no timid person, and he's probably heard she's the spitting image of His Majesty. A few days later, a diplomat from Sokar arrived and thanked him for the reception. The chancellor asked the emperor whether to proceed as planned, and he agreed. The girl asked if Her Majesty was Princess Krista. She was told no. She was the empress, renowned for her beauty and kind nature, as she never said a bad word to anyone. He said he thought that's why his father liked her. The butler added that his older sisters were nothing like their mother, and his father saw the same kindness in her. The girl asked if he disliked her. She'd heard that the emperor loved all his children and wives equally, but he was overly interested in the fate of Princess Sandra because he disliked his third wife. He said he didn't show it and treated everyone equally. She asked what rumors were going around about his third wife. He replied that there was a rumor that she had killed her second wife. He explained that his father's second and third wives were the same age and were constantly compared. But while his father married for love the second time, the third was for convenience, and when his second wife gave birth, it elevated her status. She asked if the murder was motivated by envy. He replied that he didn't know since his third wife had a solid alibi. It was said that the third wife was with the empress, so she could not have committed the murder herself. It was also impossible to prove that she hired someone. She asked if she was suspected because she had trained Xandra. It was said that Xandra possesses forbidden magic, long since outlawed. She studies these techniques to use them for the Empire's benefit, and their power could prove beneficial. He asked how things were with the castle security, saying he wanted advice. Then he asked Elna to wait for him. It was said that the Emperor's third wife, Xandra's mother, had begun the research. She also studied highly dangerous spells. He said that the rumor started because the forbidden techniques could include deadly curses. She said that even if that were true, it wasn't enough, since anyone could have committed the murder. 3 years ago, the prince died, and the most thorough investigation yielded nothing, just as it had after the death of his second wife. He said that his father doesn't trust his own wife. He said that when the crown prince died, he was on the front lines, while Xandra and her mother were in the capital. There's no evidence, so no one is banning Xandra's magic, and any accusations seem far-fetched. He said everything would be fine. She thought about maybe following him secretly. She winked and said, "Well, just like always." The woman asked Councillor Busla, Yui, if she understood correctly that he wanted to propose the construction of a new road at the council meeting. He confirmed it. He said he had used the documents she'd once prepared for the Marquise's case as a basis, and he was confident she'd come up with an excellent plan. She thanked him for his efforts. He said Prince Leonard had good assistance. She said goodbye until they met again. Someone invited her to spend time with them. The girl replied that it was fine. She replied with a smile that of course she wanted to join them herself. He asked if she was cooperative, saying he thought she would be mischievous in a maid costume. The man screamed in pain. She put a knife to his throat and asked who gave the order to pursue her. He said a man approached him and promised him a reward if he could arrange her kidnapping. She gave him the money and told him to go to work and not attack the weak. She told them to spread the word that Prince Leonard had saved many people, so that word would reach the capital. She clarified that these were not rumors, but the pure truth. She said her employer's reputation was impeccable, and there was no need to embellish it. He asked again, so it was her. She asked if their client hadn't even mentioned that. She introduced herself as serving Prince Leonard and told him to find work. She said that if they had no means of subsistence, they should come to the castle. She added that Prince Leonard would never drive away those who had embarked on the path of reform. Someone thought it was a good idea to lure away the enemy's minions and improve Leo's reputation. She thought her father was still talking and saw a beautiful butterfly. She ran after it, asking it to wait. A friend asked Mistress Elna if she was out on patrol. She replied that she volunteered because you can't learn anything from sitting in the castle, and she learned this from Arnold, who goes out into the city to explore and take in the situation. A friend asked her if she thought Prince Arnold was using the walks as an excuse. She replied that it was likely how he could obtain the information he needed, since even in the south he had achieved the impossible. She asked Ms. Elna to follow the men. She asked where the client had come from and whether he could contact them. She said she'd tell her later what she'd found and thanked her. She assumed it was one of Princess Andra's supporters who had become more active after Prince Leonard's triumph. He thanked Marie, saying he couldn't have done it without her. She presented a report on her meeting with Count Beltz. He asked her to show the report to his brother as well. She replied that she didn't think it was necessary, but since he insisted, she would do it. The girl invited Marie to come in with a smile. The girl asked if Prince Arnold was in. They told her yes, but he was still sleeping and offered to help. The maid said it was a proposal for the next meeting from Count Beltz. The girl replied that she understood and thanked her. The maid asked Mrs. Finn if she was being too soft with Prince Arnold. She made her way through the grass and looked in, asking what was there. The girl asked if she thought so. She added that someone who was that tired needed to get enough sleep, and that in her eyes he looked bad too. But it was better not to develop a reputation as a slacker. The girl said it was okay. She didn't think there was any need to worry about what random people thought, and besides, the prince was always working. The maid thought that in her eyes everyone looked wonderful, and it seemed she had been too straightforward. She decided to choose her words more carefully in the future and took the liberty of taking her leave. He asked who would represent the Beastmen, adding that it was a good man. She asked why, to which he replied that her judgment was hardly trustworthy. He asked how she came to serve the Beastmen, as he had heard of an elven secretary. She replied that elves usually lived solitary lives, and that this was a characteristic of their people. She says she always wanted to see the outside world and became an outcast among her own. However, the outside world turned out to be even harsher than she expected. She said she'd been invited to a trading company that helped people like her. He asked if it was an inspiring story, and the maid added, if it were true, it would be. She was delighted to finally meet Prince Arnold. The woman introduced herself as Julia and said she represented the Beastman Trading Company. He thought she was a vampire, just like those two. The woman said that while she wasn't to blame for what her fellow tribesmen had done, she apologized. She was sorry that the lives of His Highness and His Majesty had been put in danger. She saw a huge magic circle and exclaimed. He greeted her and introduced himself as the 7th Prince, Arnold Lakes Adler. The woman asked what his business was, and he reflected that he didn't want to ruin the relationship Finn had built. He said he would get straight to the point and asked how they planned to use Finn. She asked why he was talking as if she were a villain. She told him to speak respectfully, as he was her business partner, not a client. He said he was weak and a useless loser, and if she knew his nickname, then she knew everything. She replied that she was curious what the Dry Prince was capable of. He suggested they wanted to use it as advertising, claiming that Finn herself had visited their shop. He added that it didn't seem likely she would trust them, and that they might even sell her painting. She was surprised, saying he was only feigning incompetence, but was actually very smart. He replied that he had achieved such fame because he had shown no interest in what was going on around him, but that things were different now. He said he decided to make his younger brother, who was almost as naive as Finn, emperor, so he would be there to cover for them. He said that he would destroy those who dared to deceive them. She agreed that he guessed correctly about how she wanted to use Finn. He added that the cosmetics she used would fly off the shelves, which would boost their company's image. She asked him not to make it sound like they were the only ones who would benefit. He said they needed to get rid of competing companies and would need financing, offering 3/4. The girl enthusiastically picked up the sword and exclaimed that it was a magic sword. The girl said she'd do what she could and asked how much funding they needed. He replied that he didn't need it now, but that when it was needed, it would be there, and told Finn they were leaving. She asked why they were rushing off to such a rush, as they needed to get the products ready. He replied that they still had a lot to do and would contact her when the time was right. She told him that if he wanted, she could do anything he wanted. She added that she wasn't alone and that he would have as many non-humans as he wanted. The hero replied that now wasn't the time, but when the time came, he would need her help. Therefore, he would refrain from making an offer that offered no benefit. The emperor said that he would then appoint Leonard as envoy. He agreed. He said he would be their eyes and ears. He promised to expose any betrayal and injustice. The emperor said he was usually there for Leonardo, but this time he wasn't there and lacked flexibility. Arnold replied that he wanted to see how much he could accomplish on his own, and that he doubted he would fail. The emperor said he was then at peace. He asked Arnold what he would do, since even if he wasn't there, someone would be found to help Leonard, as he was good at attracting support. He said that the elder sister would be there, and he would do everything he could. The emperor replied that he understood that. The emperor said he was already over 50 years old and didn't have much time left. Therefore, he wanted to see his daughter married in time. She saw the broken stone, cried, and asked what she should do. The emperor said that one day he would be gone, and someone would take his place. Arnold noticed that he was out of sorts, and the emperor replied that he was well, but that things could change quickly. The emperor recounted a dream he had of the crown prince and his second wife. Arnold remarked that at his age, this feeling did not bode well. Arnold suggested that he stop fighting for the throne, appoint a crown prince, and send the rest to other territories. The emperor replied that this was impossible, as the price of victory was important. The emperor said that winning the throne would create a strong emperor who could defend the empire. He ordered Arnold to stop showing weakness. Arnold said there were many who thought the same, but dared not say anything because they couldn't justify fighting for the throne. Because of this, his younger brother had been dragged into it, and the emperor dared not show weakness. He said he wouldn't let him back down now. The emperor said he didn't expect him to scold him and apologized. Arnold replied that he would, of course, and asked him to forget what he had said earlier. The emperor told him not to worry. He would never forget. He added that he would also never forget what he had said then. He thought he had no choice but to win. The woman screamed at them, asking how much longer they would allow themselves to be humiliated like this. She said that their main support was there. The boy looked out from behind the curtain and said that it was dark in there. She screamed at them to shut up and that they were only fit to be beaten. Someone told her not to worry so much. She thought that if this Leonard, who was determined to investigate, exposed the incident, she would not escape punishment. The fifth princess of the empire, Susan, said that the affairs in the south were left to her brother and everything would be fine. The daughter said they would lose support from the south. The mother replied that there was no need to be afraid, and that even if something was found there, he would be the only one who would suffer. She said that if her investigation went well, there was nothing to fear. If all went well, they would take the throne, and then they would simply need to respect the nobles in the south. She said that they will follow the one who is strong. The daughter replied that she understood. The mother said that by order of His Majesty, she could no longer conduct research and could rely only on her. She told her beloved daughter that she had every right to become empress. She added that she had her best qualities in her. She told her to find suitable guinea pigs and finish the research. She said she would curse anyone who dared to interfere with them. Her daughter replied that she was right. The girl asked her mother why there was half a stone there. The boy asked if she was crying, and she confirmed it. He remarked that it was the very same royal stone rumored to be given to the prince. The mother told him to never forget their principle to eliminate anyone who stands in their way. The daughter replied, "Mom." He thought he was finally heading south. The purple robe was a sign that he was a messenger, and as long as he wore it, nothing would stop Leo. The girl thanked him for everything, introducing herself as Lynthia. He replied that she was grateful for protecting him in Finney, and that he would definitely solve her village's problems. He said that inside the bag, 10 times larger than it appeared, was the money given to him as a prince. He had planned to use it to fight for the throne, but since he had established a connection with the trading company, he had no need for it. He said she could clearly manage the money better than Leo and that she didn't have to pay it back. He asked her to simply rebuild the village and show it to him. He said he'd go with her if he could, but it wouldn't work out. She replied that she believed in him, though it was a shame she wouldn't be able to see it all from start to finish. She said it might sound strange, but she was glad they were attacked back then. It allowed her to meet him, and when he extended his hand, she felt a sense of peace. She said she now knew why Madame Fine trusted him so much. She thanked him and promised never to forget his kindness. He said he was leaving, and if she wanted to give up, she should come back immediately. His brother winked and added that he could also give up at any moment, since his sister was more terrifying than any aristocrat. Leonfurt, the 26-year-old young head of a ducal family that held territory between the south and the east, was introduced. Someone called him, calling him Your Highness. He asked the girl not to cry, but she continued. He figured his sister wasn't the type to care about status, but her partner wasn't well versed in martial arts. Meanwhile, his territory, though small, was making a good living from trade. The butler informed Mr. Arnold that Duke Lanefort would likely come to the capital incognito to express his gratitude. Arnold assumed his sister was a soldier with a taste for strong men, and was surprised she hadn't broken his neck. Arnold asked if this was gratitude for his acceptance of his marriage proposal. The butler replied that they said he'd been proposing for 10 years. Arnold thought the Duke was the kind of man who strives for the impossible, and now it sounds like a beautiful story. The butler added that many applicants continued to send offers, but he was touched that he had been chosen. He said he was coming in. The man greeted him saying it was their first meeting. He introduced himself as Jürgen von Reinfeldt. He introduced himself as the seventh prince, Arnold Lakes Adler. Thinking he was the complete opposite of the guys his sister liked, he invited him to sit down. Jürgen asked if it was true that he was willing to act as a mediator between him and Lieselot, as His Majesty had said. Arnold confirmed it. Jürgen said he was at peace then, having heard that Her Highness had opened her heart only to him and Krista. Arnold wondered who had told him this, and wondered if they were communicating with his sister by correspondence. Jürgen said he wouldn't call them pen pals, as he gets one reply to every 3 letters. Arnold, thinking he doesn't like such persistent people, replied that he understands. The boy told her to leave quickly while he distracted the man who entered. The man, entering the room, said that a magic stone was kept there. He said he met her 20 years ago at a tournament of aristocrats. His opponent was older and larger, and he lost, after which a little girl approached him. She said that judging only physical differences was foolish. She added that what mattered was which side put in more effort to win, not age or strength. He learned that the young lady was 5-year-old Lieselot. She had also participated in this tournament and even won it. He felt ashamed that he had burst into tears over such a trifle. He added that he'd fallen in love with her at first sight. He said he'd asked for her hand in marriage immediately after the tournament, but had been ruthlessly rejected. She said he needed to become a worthy man, and then she'd think about it. The hero said he wasn't good at martial arts, so he took up commerce. Having shown his first success at 15, he asked her again, but she refused. He replied that he was head over heels in love with Her Highness. He said he couldn't love anyone else. He asked for help. Arnold said he'd do his best, but he shouldn't be relied on. Jürgen replied that a chance was enough. Jürgen said he always asks in response to letters if he can come, and they refuse. But this time, he wanted to tell her how her brothers and sisters were doing. The boy apologized to his father. He said he had broken the stone by accident. Arnold thought his sister was worried about him too, not just Leo. He figured that while he was working on the engagement, he could ask her why she distanced herself from her brother 3 years ago. He thought that he wanted to help the Duke, who had not given up for 20 years, and show his father his sister in a wedding dress. But he doubted whether he had enough determination. Jürgen offered to help him in his fight for the throne. He said he would support him no matter what, since he supported Leonard. Arnold said things would be simpler then, and Jürgen suggested they move on to strategy. The butler brought a wooden sword, and Jürgen apologized for the turn things had taken at their first meeting. Arnold asked with a smile if he would fight him. Arnold said he wasn't bad, and he hadn't had an equal opponent in a long time. Jürgen replied that the feeling was mutual. Jürgen said he had practiced quite a lot and suggested trying the halberd. He explained that he had met Lieselot 10 years ago when he proposed marriage. She had said she wouldn't marry someone who couldn't handle a weapon, and his spear skills hadn't worked on her. She said his punches were too soft. He explained that at the time he was thin and short, so he couldn't deliver a blow that would have defeated her. That's why he chose a heavier weapon. The father asked if Arnold was really guilty and if he was telling the truth. The boy confirmed everything. Arnold asked if he gained weight on purpose because he couldn't build muscle. He figured his sister wouldn't approve. He said he'd gained weight. His punches had become heavier, and his balance with heavy weapons had improved. Dvoretsky noted that this had replaced training. Arnold thought that he was desperately trying to find some way out, and that alone was a reason to admire him. Jürgen said he loved her more than his own life and wanted to buy her love. The butler thought that Her Majesty's love could hardly be bought, and that he was already drifting in the wrong direction. Jürgen imagined how he would be left alone, and she would find herself a handsome and strong man, and his spirits sank. He exclaimed how weak he was, and that it was all because he couldn't catch up with her. He added that he was ready to play any role if she liked other men, like lazy ones. Jurgen asked for advice, and Arnold replied that he could choose any path that suited him. He thought love was a terrible thing, and Jurgen thanked him for teaching him. Jurgen asked if he found the image of a hardworking man attractive and suggested a change of clothing. The butler agreed, and Arnold suggested they show him how hard he worked. Jurgen asked what he could do to please Her Highness. Arnold replied that, of course, nothing had stopped him before. Arnold recounted how 11 years ago he protected a girl who broke a gemstone. The father swung to hit him. He said his older sister came to him and asked him to name the culprit, promising not to let their father punish her. But he remained silent until the very end. He revealed that he'd kept the secret until the end of his sentence. Then she approached him and said it was immediately obvious he was her younger brother. Arnold said this was good news for the Duke. He added that his sister had always praised him for his perseverance, and he had never given up since. Jurgen said they needed to head to the capital. Arnold agreed and told Sabos it was time, who replied that he'd get everything ready right away. Arnold said that would be the best option. The butler said that much time had passed since their departure, and there was a possibility of outside interference. Arnold replied that he understood. The man asked if Princess Sandra had called him. He asked if she was sure that Duke Rainfeld was weak, and if she was worried that he'd been proposing marriage to the first princess for a long time, but had achieved nothing. She said yes, that was right, because now he had an ally in Arnold, and if she agreed, Leonard's faction would become stronger. She exclaimed that they couldn't allow this. He replied that there was no need to worry. He shouted in anger at how he could have done such a stupid thing. He said that this stone was the key to peace between the states, and he had broken it. He said that although they were the strongest defense force in the empire, if he married Her Highness, it would hardly play an important role in the struggle for the throne. It was said that this duke was a true genius with unparalleled business acumen. He was well suited to become the next prime minister, and many nobles would be delighted to see him in that position. She was surprised that he praised him so much. He replied that without a doubt, if he sided with Leonard's faction, it would become more powerful. She said she didn't think he'd ever succeed. He replied that he hadn't shown any progress yet, but he couldn't say anything about it. He said that Duke Reinfeld was favored by His Majesty, and that doing anything to him would incur his wrath. Moreover, Leonard was currently preoccupied with the problem of the exiles in the south. She exclaimed that her uncle was in charge in the south, and if Leonard gained authority there, it would be a huge problem. She asked if she should just sit back and watch. He said he'd try to think of something to prevent their marriage if it did happen. She asked him what that meant, and he replied that His Majesty had become irritable in their relationship after the incident with Count Bell. She asked what if there was no sincerity. The butler replied that His Majesty would bless their marriage if the Duke's feelings were genuine, as he had been courting the princess for a long time. He said he had a friend who owned a brothel. He offered to send a prostitute supposedly summoned by Duke Reifeld. He said His Majesty wouldn't give him any slack, and Her Highness would be furious and punish him immediately, and there would be no marriage. He ordered the rascals thrown into prison. He ordered that he not be released from there for a week. She said it was a great idea, and she was right to let him join her. He thanked her and said he would organize everything, and she promised to make him her confidant. He figured they had a plan, and it was a good thing he decided to keep an eye on her. He asked what they were going to do and decided to pretend he didn't know about the plan and make them believe they were getting it right. The butler said it was an effective plan for Princess Zondra's faction, and that their existence made them stronger. Arnold replied that they would certainly leave the prostitute's clothes and scent in the Duke's bedroom, and ordered the maids to observe and report anything they discovered. He said they would borrow his plan. The man asked in horror why the things were there, since he had told him to throw them into the Duke's room. The Emperor shouted that he was the only one at fault, claiming he'd called in a prostitute while he was married and turned the palace into a brothel. The man apologized, saying he couldn't understand how this had happened. He figured there wouldn't be any problems now, even if he left the capital. Zondra had lost a talented ally, and Eric and Gordon were under their father's control, so Leonard's faction wouldn't be harmed. He told his father he was finished with his work and could leave, and as for the Duke, he already knew he was coming. His father told him to warn the Duke and not to leave the work undone, and Arnold thanked him. The butler added that the Duke had been writing to Lisslot every day for 20 years, but had recently missed one day and asked if he could ask her something. He asked if it was because it all happened on a day when he was not in the capital, and if he was asking because of his sister. The butler confirmed it. He said that, given his position, he had never encountered his gifts or letters. He thought the princess tore them up, but it seemed she read them. Elna's father asked her where she had been. She cried out, "Prince." The butler said she always read his letters and accepted his gifts. Even when she went to the battlefield, she didn't break this tradition, and he would already like them to get married. Arnold thought it was rare to find someone so persistent. He added that he had been alone the whole time. Jurgen apologized for causing inconvenience to her and the princess, although he did not give up. The butler said that while he didn't want to get involved, he would also support him. For him, Lislada was more important than his own life. Arnold asked his father what would happen if his sister didn't want to give an answer or get married at all. He said there was nothing he could do in that case. He thought that if his sister got married, she might not be involved in the struggle for the throne. The emperor said that she might lose her royal family title, and he would hardly want to lose a good general of their army. Arnold said he'd try his best, even though he didn't know what good news he'd bring. He figured marriage meant committing herself, and she probably couldn't find the answer herself. He thought that in any case, he should first listen to her opinion. The man explained to His Majesty how it all happened. He said he hadn't kept an eye on his daughter, so he was responsible. The largest city in South Wome was shown. Duke Kruger thanked him for his cooperation. Leonard replied that he was not worthy of thanks. Sven von Kruger, the brother of the emperor's fifth concubine and Xandra's uncle, said that the aristocrat should cooperate with the inspector. Leonard said he thought he was the best person to tell about the South, and asked if he had noticed any of the local aristocrats behaving strangely. The Duke replied that he had not seen anyone suspicious and that the aristocrats on their lands did not show disobedience. Leonard thought he knew how to avoid answering, and that he wouldn't get anything out of him anyway. But that didn't prove anything. He decided to keep a closer eye on him. The merchant said yes, of course, and asked if anything strange had happened. The girl replied that nothing came to mind. She thanked him and thought that it meant that collecting information in the city was useless. She wondered what to do while Mr. Leonard's meeting was still going on. She excused herself and asked if she could ask a question. Grandpa asked what was wrong, and she replied that everyone here was so mean. He said he'd gotten lost 3 days ago and asked her to show him the city gates, and she agreed to take him there. 11 years ago, the Empire was at war with the Kingdom of Paralin. At the same time, the Kingdom of Sokar attacked the dwarves, and many of them fled to the Empire. One nobleman said the prince's good name was more important than his reputation, and she should have confessed. Another countered that it had all happened in front of the ambassador, and now they couldn't say they were mistaken. She said he'd helped her too, or rather, given her a way to kill time. He replied that it was interesting. He said he didn't need anything and asked her to wait a minute. She told him not to be shy. Grandfather said they were going that way, and that it wasn't, and that it should be somewhere around here. She replied that they had reached the gate, and he was surprised at how quickly. He gave her a whistle made from a sacred tree and told her to blow it whenever she needed help, because maybe he could help her. She refused to take it. He told her to keep it and not forget about it. He added that relying on someone wasn't such a bad thing. She thought about where to go next and where the voice would lead her. A week had passed since his departure from the capital. He greeted Leonard and Eltz and told him it was his mansion. He said he wanted him to take a bath. He added that he had a bathhouse in his mansion, and that was just what was needed. But then a man ran in and shouted that there was trouble. The man said Her Highness was here and that he had come with her. Arnold replied that he was not a prince and did not like being called that, and the woman told him to call her Marshal. Arnold asked to rise, in surprise. One of them said this oversight would have serious consequences, and His Majesty would be held responsible for the prince. Another added that the problem was that everyone was convinced of the prince's involvement. Riza Lauder Rex, the first princess of the Empire and the most powerful general in the imperial army, was introduced. She explained that the plan was to send a letter upon arrival. Arnold said he hadn't seen her in a while and was glad to see her in good health. She asked if this was how he greeted her after a long absence. She asked how Mother and Krista were. He replied that they were in good health. Krista had made friends and was smiling more often, so he had to keep an eye on her. Jurgen apologized for disrupting their plans. She replied that he didn't need to apologize and that she had recently been training recruits, and then they told her they were coming, so she decided to take the initiative. She asked Arnold why he was there with Jurgen, and he replied that his father had asked him to. She said she could see right through him and knew exactly what his father was capable of. She asked Jurgen what he and her brother had planned, and he replied that it was the same thing. She said the answer would be the same. She said she wasn't going to marry him. She didn't want a husband who couldn't die by her side. Arnold asked for privacy, saying he'd pay for his room. Jürgen replied that he didn't care, and she added that he did. Arnold told Jürgen they were getting along very well. She replied that she too wanted to freshen up, and the three of them could go wash up together. She said that there was no need to worry, because she had a body that she was not ashamed to show to others. She thought that if the other side rejected the peace treaty, they would have nothing to say. She realized that she alone was to blame. Arnold asked how the Duke was, and he replied that he was fine. He thought she was always like that, always playing with him. Jürgen said there was nothing they could do for now and that they would have to play by her rules. Arnold agreed, but expressed hope that they would have a chance to make a move. Arnold said that as her younger brother, he believed she was positive after all. Jürgen asked if it was true that the main reason for the rejection was what she had said. Arnold said they had a chance if they proved he was worthy. He thought his sister had done everything to keep Jürgen out of the army, and that worried him, since she hadn't blocked his chance to become an adjutant. Jürgen said he needed to prove his worth and show her the results of his training. Arnold wondered if everything would be okay. The woman asked if it really took them so long to wash their entire body. Jürgen said that simply washing and not enjoying the bath was heresy, to which Arnold replied that he had said a clever thing. He added that water was a valuable resource on the battlefield, but it shouldn't be enjoyed, and handed Jürgen the reward. Arnold was surprised to think that his sister was giving him something as a reward, since she had given him almost nothing in his entire life. Jürgen thanked her, and she replied that there was nothing to complain about. She told him that one day, a high-ranking aristocrat had raised a hand against one of her subordinates, and she had burst into his house, declared that her men belonged to her, and that she was responsible for their lives, and then punched him in the face. He thought he couldn't believe she'd shared the sweets. He figured she must be in a good mood. The Emperor said he guessed Arnold was protecting someone, but he hadn't realized it was the Duke's daughter. He explained that the box containing the stone was protected by a special spell. She asked if he had misunderstood her. He replied that it seemed strange to him that she was in a good mood. Jürgen said it was a brother and sister, and that Arnold had tried to take his candy without permission. Arnold countered that there were 3 of them, and the candy was right in front of him, so it was his. Arnold apologized, saying he'd meant to take her sweets. She replied that she felt better. She winked and said that since he was her brother, anything they gave him belonged to her too. Arnold was indignant, saying that this was such a tyrannical rule and that it was pointless. Krista's mother asked her if she'd had a nightmare. She replied that she had. She said that Dad fell. The man said he'd asked him again, but he'd persisted. He added that he couldn't do anything because he needed to save face in front of the ambassador. He said that, unfortunately, Elna's confession was now pointless. He explained that he couldn't lift Arnold's punishment, to which the girl exclaimed, "How could that be?" The woman asked if it was possible to stare at a small child like that. Someone shouted, "Ms. Mitsuba." The woman asked if she was the Duke's daughter, and she confirmed it. She praised the girl for confessing everything. The man asked if they had come to talk about Prince Leonardo. The woman replied that she had come because she had been invited, and that she would no longer talk about Leo, as he had stood up for the girl. The Sicarians wanted to seize the dwarves' magical technology and demanded non-interference. The Emperor sent his son to negotiate, knowing he would have to make concessions. The boy sat in prison, thinking he could avoid his punishment. The Emperor told Mitsuba that if she asked, he would release Arnold, since he had made a conscious decision. She always told him that the responsibility was his. The girl said that replacing the stone wouldn't quell the ambassador's anger, and he would leave. The man replied that there was no point in discussing politics with her, but he could order another stone for the ambassador. The Emperor said he wasn't strong in politics. Mitsuba replied that if she were a minister, she wouldn't enter into a hopeless war. She said she would have understood that the kingdom of Perlin would be supported by Albatar. By containing him, she would have concluded a non-aggression pact with Sokar, and then begun military action. The man said that couldn't be true, and that the wise minister had anticipated such a situation. Mitsuba asked if she could count on him to share his experience, even though she had no understanding of politics. Mitsuba's words. She said it was he who suggested giving the stone to Sokar. The man replied that he was afraid that showing weakness would lead to speculation. The man asked what position they were talking about. Mitsuba said that if the Empire declared its position, Perelin would have no choice but to respond in kind, so they would need to send a minister to negotiate. The Emperor asked if that wasn't what he was striving for. to protect the dwarves. He added that they would be condemned both within the country and abroad, even for the sake of the people's survival. She said he had shown determination worthy of a crown prince and a man. The boy thought he had achieved his goal. Chancellor Franz said they were in an unenviable position. If they expelled the dwarves, to whom they had promised protection, all the eastern peoples would rise up against them. She said that many criticize him, but she praises him. She added that strong will and determination are important qualities for a prince and emperor. The man asked why the emperor hadn't married her, since he thought she was kind. The emperor replied that he couldn't resist Lady Mitsuba, and that he too hadn't been mistaken. The emperor ordered the commanders of all his troops to gather at the throne. He said that we needed to show him how a real emperor behaved. The emperor apologized for his son and said they had prepared another stone. He suggested they take it and leave. The ambassadors said they had found stones in the dwarven lands, but wanted to learn how to work them. So he asked for the dwarves to be handed over to them. The emperor said that if the ambassador refused, he would inform the ruler that they had no intention of establishing diplomatic relations. The ambassador replied that he would convey that message. The ambassador asked if they intended to wage war. The emperor replied that if their gift was insufficient, talk was pointless, and that the empire did not drive away those it had sheltered. The ambassador asked whether it would be advisable to open a second front, given that they were already at war with Pereland. The emperor replied that he had sent an ambassador to Pereland, where they would understand his desire to protect the refugees. The emperor said that the dwarves, by asking for asylum, had become his subjects. His duty as emperor was to protect his people. Emperor Johannes replied that if they didn't send the dwarves away, everyone else would rise up in arms. Conflict was inevitable, either with the eastern peoples or with another state. He said that if anyone wanted to argue with this, let them try. In response, they were prepared to demonstrate their resolve, and he would personally lead the troops. The chancellor thought no one would complain when they drew their swords for good. They would understand that they were obliged to protect the refugees, even if some kingdom was destroyed. The emperor shouted at the ambassador to return to his country and convey that the negotiations had failed. The emperor said he makes decisions. These are the emperor's duties, and he must do so regardless of the circumstances. The emperor said that perhaps one day Arnold would take his place, and then he should remember this day. Arnold replied that he understood. The emperor said that if Arnold decided to become emperor, he should follow his example. And if a successor was needed, he should choose one who resembled him. And this memory would be his reward. The girl thanked her for her kindness and apologized for what happened to Arnold. Mrs. Mitsuba left. She asked the girl in return to help him one day, at the right moment. The girl with the sword in her hands promised that she would never let Arnold down again. The woman asked what the treasure was. The other replied that it was that amazing sword that Arnold seemed unable to wield. The chancellor suggested another solution. Hand over the dwarves' magical techniques to calm Sokar down for a while. The emperor asked which techniques specifically. The man said Arnold himself didn't notice it. The girl added that she thought Elma would tell him herself someday. It was said that Arnold then realized what kind of emperor he wanted and sought to make Leo ruler. Arnold himself did not want to rule, but rather to oversee his brother's rise to power. An urgent message arrived that he himself was not in the picture of the future. The woman said that Prince Leonard and Prince Arnold would be arriving soon, and they needed to get ready. He said the battle with the sea dragon proved the unbreakable bond between Albatron and Rondon. He added that peace would now reign in the southern lands for a long time. The emperor said he had faced the difficulties with honor, although his burden was heavier than he had expected. The young man thanked him. The emperor asked him what reward he desired. He thought perhaps a ministerial position. He replied that he was flattered by these words, but he wasn't ready to become a minister. He thought that on the path to power, he had to tread carefully. Otherwise, he could get caught in the crossfire. He said there was no need to strive for another post, since he already had one minister on his side. The emperor asked if he had any other wishes. He replied that he did. He was going to help a girl from the southern lands before a dragon attacked. The emperor asked why they had turned to him instead of the local ruler. He replied that people were disappearing in the refugee village, and the local authorities had refused to help. It was said that Sokar was held together by magic, but it lacked magical stones. These stones absorb and release energy, and the larger they are, the more valuable. He said that according to the girl, it started about 11 years ago. The emperor exclaimed, "What news is this?" he asked. "Does this mean that his word means nothing?" The Chancellor asked Your Majesty not to be angry, but he asked how he could not be angry. He said that 11 years ago he had given an order to the local rulers, and if they did not carry it out, they would rebel against him. The Chancellor advised against Your Majesty's journey to the borderlands. He added that it would be better to entrust the investigation to Prince Leonard, who himself wanted to get to the bottom of it. The woman said she could do a better job and asked to be entrusted with the task. She added that she was of little use in the palace and would be better off fighting for the empire with a sword in her hand. The emperor shouted that it was his personal business and that they were only thinking about the struggle for the throne. He called them idiots. The woman told Gordon that his mother, Xandra, was from the southern lands and that this could escalate the conflict. She asked where his foresight lay and said such matters could not be entrusted to a warrior. The emperor declared kidnapping a most serious crime. He appointed Leonardo as his envoy to investigate the circumstances and declared that all those involved must be punished. The woman said that Xandra's mother's family was involved in this matter. Once they sorted it out, they would strip Xandra of her position in one fell swoop. He thought that the dragon's appearance had made Leonard the official claimant to the throne. He decided that now the real battle would begin. The emperor asked if this wasn't too much of a concession. The chancellor replied that it would save the lives of the refugees and avoid a war on two fronts. The emperor asked him to stay for a while. The emperor asked Arnold to stay. Arnold wondered why he was the only one asked to stay. The emperor told Franz to speak. Franz replied that he himself wanted it. Franz told Prince Arnold that His Majesty wished to speak with him about the crown princess. Arnold asked if something had happened to his sister. Franz replied that no, he needed to talk to her about marriage. Arnold said he refused. Franz said His Majesty had 3 daughters, but Princess Krista was still young, and Xandra had no intention of marrying. Arnold replied that it was useless for him to talk to his sister. Arnold asked if she was in charge of the eastern border troops. He added that only her father could give her orders. The emperor said that this was her explanation for refusing to marry, even though she was already 25. Arnold suggested that the emperor speak to her himself. The emperor said he'd send her 1,000,000 letters, only to receive nothing but bickering in response. He added that she'd even threatened to renounce her title, and that he, as her father, had every right to worry about her future.